check. No, but now F6, like he's lost 20 tempi. Okay,
Jeez.
rook F3, let him cook.
Let him
Takes, and he wins the queen. He's crushing now. He's completely winning. And welcome everyone to the finals of the 2023 Speed Chess Championship. I am Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, James Canty III. James, how are you doing?
I am hyped, bro. Look, you have to stop everything you're doing today, Bach. Okay, I don't care what you're doing. If you're getting married, you're gonna have to get married tomorrow, okay? Because today is the match. It's the day. I'm hyped. I hope y'all are hyped for it, guys. This is the biggest event of the year besides World Championship. So I'm hyped.
Exactly, yeah. No, like if your girlfriend, if your wife is giving birth today, just push it back till tomorrow. Like
You gotta
today,
hold
this
off.
is
Give me 4
this
hours.
is what it's all about.
That's it.
It's Hikaru versus Magnus.
That's it. This is it. Yeah, this is it. Like, I mean, really, like, I'm really hype about this because you get to see the best of the best go at it. Nobody's better than these guys as they've seen it, 5-6 time Speed Chess Championship winner, Hikaru. And then you got Magnus, who's just obliterating everything, but he just doesn't do that to Hikaru. So this is going to be blow for blow, especially up to the bullet portion, man. I'm really excited. Chat, how do you feel out there watching? You are blessed today. You get to watch this match wherever you are. I'm hyped, Block. What you think is happening? Oh, is that game move? Did they start?
Yeah, we're already on, and I'm happy to see that Hikaru is taking it seriously. He opens up with 1e4. He's not playing bingo Canty. He's not playing a3, not h3. And I suspect that Magnus is just going to play the Marshall.
Yeah. Oh, Marshall. I was not even expecting that. I was not expecting to see a Marshall from Magnus. Maybe we'll see that. Does he play that a lot? Is that in his rep a lot?
Yeah, that's his main repertoire these days, and we see Hikaru switching it up a little bit with an early D3. Castles there by Magnus. Now there's a lot of options. There's A4, there's A3, Knight C3, C3. Like literally any move here under the sun. And Canty, look at those ratings. Hikaru is weighing in at 32.24 and Magnus at 32.55.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they actually have both been higher rated. And of course, Hikaru plays more, right? So it's just funny. Of course, Magnus does have a very beefy rating there, but I'm sure Hikaru probably dropped a few points in some event he played or whatever, dropped a few points, whatever it happens, chat, and we just keep going from there. But they're very close in rating. And where do you think we're going to see Hikaru shine the most here? Where is he going to take his chances at? Obviously, Magnus is the underdog here. When do you ever say that, Bach?
Yeah, no, I mean, Hikaru beat him last year in the Speed Chess Championship, and Hikaru 100%. Also beat him in the Bullet Chess Championship.
That's correct.
Also, Canty, they're very close in FIDE Blitz ratings. And Magnus is rated 2887 and Hikaru 2874. Like, those are two beastly ratings.
Beastly ratings from a very strong beast. In fact, as I say, from Hikaru, he's half man, half everything else. The other half we don't know yet. And, of course, Magnus is on that same thing as well. He's half a human. So just to see these extraterrestrial, extra chessestral players play, it's very nice to see what they're going to do today. Obviously, right now, though, it's very, very boring, right? This is very just regular stuff. Nothing new under the sun here. So this is some type of Shigorin, right? Some type of Shigorin by transposition.
Exactly. Yeah, like Hikaru chilling with now it's like 417. He had 420 on the clock while Magnus was thinking. Magnus goes bishop e6, pretty standard move. The knight maneuver to g3. And at some point, Hikaru could be aiming for a d4 push. Magnus can do the same with a quick d5 push. And it's really in these positions who's first to strike in the center and grab more space. Magnus goes rook e8, pretty standard move. And Canty, we see Hikaru chilling in the pineapple shirt. That must bring him luck.
Let me pull up the stream. In the pineapple shirt. Yeah, that's the iconic. I got the pineapples on you, right? Yeah, okay. You already know what happens when he got the pineapples on him, chat. When he wears that shirt, how it goes down. He's also at the home. He's feeling good. He's comfortable. Magnus the same though. Magnus in a nice, what is that? Puma. Yeah, he's got a Puma sponsor in Oslo. Yep. Norway. I actually know where he lives, Bach, which is kind of cool because I was out with David Howell, like, who's in Oslo. He was like, yeah, Magnus lived down there. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Like, Magnus' house is like right down there. So it's really cool. It's probably like 8 o'clock there, 8 p.m. It's pretty fire to see these boys go at it. I'm a Hikaru fan though, fan of both, but we definitely got to root for our boy.
Exactly. Yeah, no, rooting for him today. We see bishop e3 by Hikaru. I guess discouraging Magnus a little bit from playing that move d5. Magnus played h6, stopping knight g5 and bishop g5. Both of those moves would have been annoying. And Kenty, what I do like is the Hikaru, he's still up a little bit on the clock. Like, it's not a big deal just yet, but Hikaru is going to try to keep a time advantage, and he will possibly try to put that to work later.
Yeah, that time advantage is something that you'll see a lot from Hikaru, especially, I mean, and then the worst part, the scary part is in the bullet, when like, how is he still up all this time, right? When you started with really no time. But at the same time here, Magnus is capable of doing that same thing. So it's really like just who gets that edge, right? I think I was listening to Danya said, it's about those first few games, really. If you can win the first 2-3 games, it really gets you in the right spot, and you can actually start to, direct the rest of the match based off of you having those 2 or 3 extra points to start it out. So very level position here. D5, I do like this break. What do we do, Bob? Queen C2 maybe?
Yeah, Queen C2, Queen E2. But like you said, Kenty, I think the first couple of games are going to be critical for this match. We saw last year how Hikaru took an early lead, and he held on to that lead for the entire match. At some point, he even milked the clock a little bit, and he ended up winning by 1 point. So the strategy did pay off. So Magnus, he should try to avoid that situation. And I think overall, he's got a pretty nice position here. He's got a lot of space in the center. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He goes knight h2, and I guess he wants to go for like queen f3 and knight g4. Maybe try to create some counterplay on the king side.
That's exactly what's happening here. Keeping a small time edge, about 6 or 7 seconds here. Queen f3, knight g4, knight f5. Very easy moves to make. Captures. Got to take back with the pawn. Capture very quickly. Queen e6, attacking the b3 pawn. Wow, that's annoying, Bob. That's a stupid pawn. That's a really stupid pawn. Something's annoying now. Uh-oh. Is any reaction from Hikaru? I'm just curious. What do we do about this pawn, Bob? Because that is a pawn.
It's a good question. Yeah, the b3 pawn is hanging. I wonder if it's really a threat for the moment, because in case Magnus takes, there's bishop takes h6. But look at this, knight to f5. If you take, there's knight h6 check, takes, and then you take an f6. So that's why king h7 was played. But maybe now knight g4 for Hikaru, and he can really create an initiative here on the king side, I think.
Knight g4 takes, and then is there queen b3?
Maybe like g5, and you just blast it open, like queen h5, bishop g5. That looks scary. The rook swinging in as well.
Very scary, actually. Very scary. That pawn is something that he's going to try to capture later on. So we're trying to keep our initiative going. So chat says, I see head bobbing. Let me see. The head bob is like confidence. Even like out of position. One time we was doing commentary. I think it was me and Fiona, but he was bopping his head, and it was like he was completely losing. But he was bopping his head, and it's practical. Like, you feeling good? All right, cool. You know what I mean? It was some engine line, obviously, and I think he ended up drawing a game or something, but it's funny. Your head bob is confidence, 100%.
Exactly. What Hikaru could also do here is go g4, takes, and then maybe h4, g5. That also looks pretty promising. He's got a lot of good options, but he is down a minute on the clock here, Kenty. That's not what we're used to from Hikaru. So let's hope he will pick up the pace real soon. And I think he's got great chances here. So let's see what he's going to do here.
Knight g4 definitely feels like the right move. Of course, you want to find the worst placed piece in the game, and that is the knight on h2. Knight h2 is very bad. Obviously, the bishop is not the greatest either, but it's a quick piece. So these slow pieces like the knight, of course, it says is what is your weakness? What's your worst placed piece? Is one of the questions you should be asking, right? So knight on h2, easy move will be knight g4. Very quick move, but he's thinking about it. So I wonder what else he's thinking about. Bach, what do you think? Plays knight f1.
He's thinking for a long time, and he goes knight to f1. I'm really surprised with this one, James. I think he wants to go knight e3 to d5, but first of all, I don't like how long he took. He dropped below a minute. Now we see rook a8 by Magnus. A tricky move. You might think like, hey, the pawn is hanging, but in case
why can't I take it, Bob?
I think there's knight d4.
For the score, hitting, splitting. Oh my goodness. Eval Bar didn't move too much, believe it or not, for some reason. Maybe he gets like some extra pawns or something. Like take with the pawn. That was a strange sequence. I don't know what that was about. Injured did not move much. But yeah, rook a6, knight d4. Not going to go for any of that. He goes knight e3. a5.
And a5, good move by Magnus. Now that I cannot jump to d5. Now Hikaru might have to go knight g4, but why did he not do that 3 moves ago?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Why didn't he just go there before? Queen e2, hitting b5 though.
Yeah, queen e2, hitting the pawn on b5. Magnus could take this pawn and defend the pawn, but then perhaps rook a3, kicking the queen away, and then taking on the next move. Also, we would like to remind everybody that, Hikaru, he's got a lot of he's having a tough match here, right? And all of you guys can help him by sending in energy. So really big shout out to Super Goopy and S Gear for the 4 months. That's for sure. Got to give him some energy, James.
Energy, chat. Energy. Take my energy, Hikaru. Take my energy. Energy, chat. There it is. There it is. Yep. Yep. There's the chat. Leave it to chat to give him the energy he needs.
And we see Hikaru speeding up here a little bit. Magnus took a pawn in the middle. He goes rook a4, hitting the knight. Maybe in case of knight f6, he's looking at some stuff like rook h4, but it's really hard to see how he can make a sack happen. I think Magnus should be better here. He's up a pawn, so let's hope that Hikaru can maybe swindle him a little bit.
Definitely, especially as oh shoot, I was about to say time. I was like, especially time, and then I look at the time, and he has no time. But okay, hey, first game, right? Get the jitters out. It is a long match. Got a lot of work to do. Rook a4 hits tonight, and rook h4 is a real thing. It is kind of shot in the dark there, but it is something. You got to line up knight f6, rook h4 ideas of what actually. You can't sack anything over there. Can't do anything after rook h4. Really, we need like g4, g5, but that seems a little too long.
Exactly. The good thing is that Magnus also is taking a lot of time. He just dropped below a minute. I think he's just going to move the knight to. Oh wow, whoa, knight to d4.
Boy, relax. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what is this one about? Hikaru just takes. But I'm not too impressed. You could just take here, you give it back the piece, and then it's even.
Ah, yeah, I mean, that helped us out. It looked very fancy. It was a very fancy move, and it was brilliant by the engine. It was very fancy, but it also, helps us, I guess, be more clear, especially having less time. I can just trade some things, get the pawn back, cool. I can move real fast. I got that 1 second increment. Yes, I'm down time, but at the same time, it did clear up some things for me on the board.
Exactly. So we see now Magnus also dropping very low on the clock, queen c6. He's got 33 seconds, queen a6. Nice move by Hikaru. Now the queen can swing back. And can't he? Magnus, he's a very good chess player. Make no mistake about it. But I think Hikaru is the slightly better time scrambler.
Oh, yeah, 100%. In fact, even after the Bullet Championship, when he won, in the interview, Magnus was like, he's just a beast. That's like, drop the mic. Magnus said that Hikaru is just a beast. And you hear that, it's like, there's no other way to put it, right? He is just a beast, especially in these lower time controls here. But hey, 6 seconds to what he has here. This is still difficult for Hikaru. I think we should hold. We should definitely be able to hold this. I believe. And
knight f1, nice move. He wants bishop b3 to alleviate some of the pressure. And wow, I did not see that one coming, but I think it's just headed for a draw.
Yeah.
Or no, I mean, I don't think Hikaru can realistically push here. Or yeah, just
there we go. Okay, nothing crazy. That's what's up. That's respectful. That's respectful right there. And first game draw. All right. Breathe, everybody. Breathe.
I think we cannot be unhappy with that one. At some point, Hikaru was down 1.5 minutes on the clock. Right. He was down a pawn. So a draw is a good result in this game. Now we see a Berlin and Magnus going for a very quick bishop to a4.
Yeah, that one I haven't seen ever. In fact, just that early bishop a4 without being provoked, obviously with a6. So that one's rare. It's quite rare. Yeah, actually, I faced it in a recent game. Hikaru plays rook e8. I just went for the plan with d6, knight e7 and g6, and had a very fine game. So I wonder if what Magnus exactly was planning there. We see rook e8, now c3 by Magnus. Hikaru, given the fact that he has not played d6 yet, he could play d5 and play a little bit more actively in the center. Yeah, d6, d5. Oh, you have an a6, b5 too as well. a6, b5. But I like the d6 move as usual. There we go, mods. Hey, shout out to the mods in the chat. Draws, boo. What up, Che Doc? I see you guys. Yeah, we see you.
Yep. Shout out to the mods.
Shout out to the mods. Shout out to the positive energy in the chat. It's good to see you guys. As we see Hikaru take on the man. Hopefully you guys took off work for this, or you're at work. That's even better. Getting paid to watch this right now. Yeah, that's even better. You're the winner here, guys. You're the real winners.
You're the real MVP. Exactly. We see h6 by Hikaru, but I'm a little bit surprised with his whole setup, Canty. Okay, I guess he's preparing the move d5, knight b2 by Magnus. Now he's got to go, or he goes d6, also possible, very solid. And I think he's aiming for bishop d7, maybe g6, bishop g7, or swing the knight around. But it feels like perhaps Magnus has a very slight edge here. We saw also, by the way, Canty, after the first game, Hikaru definitely had a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, definitely sigh of relief. I mean, down time, down a pawn. It got complicated, playing Magnus, all these things, but then he's just able to pull it out. Really, Hikaru just focuses on the board and what is at hand. He's a very, very, good at that, as we know. So he was able to reroute the bishop to g7, sort of King's Indian-ish. Now, actually, Magnus has some games with this from the black side with e5, the bishop g7 type of Roy Lopez, which is interesting. I actually like it, more King's Indian style. You have knight h5, queen f6, knight f4 ideas. Really, it's almost King's Indian-esque here.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a plan he can go for. He can also go for trade on d4 followed by knight b4, kicking the bishop away. The bishop has to go to b1, and then perhaps a move like c5 to challenge white center a little bit and turn the game more into a Benoni structure. So let's see what he's going to do. He's again down 40 seconds on the clock. James, you're asking before the match what time control I think is going to be Hikaru's best. I think Hikaru's best time control is probably going to be the bullet, and I think the 5+1 is probably going to be the biggest challenge. Magnus, he is known as the classical world champion. He won like 5 world championships.
Right.
5+1 is the closest to like rapid and like classical. So I think that's where Hikaru is going to struggle the most. But the faster it becomes, the more it's going to increase his chances.
Yeah, that's always going to be a thing. That's always going to be a thing. When he gets, the faster time controls, he's just better than everyone, even a slight edge over Magnus, right? So that's just how it happens. So if you're Magnus here, that's crazy that Magnus is number 2 to even start this, right? Number 2 seed, when you ever say that. But in this format, of course, in this time control, Hikaru has just been able to do it the best and get the job done here. Now, there's a +1 here immediately after this rook a to d1. Bach, what was that about?
Yeah, I was wondering, Magnus could have considered the move d5 to kick the knight and take this pawn. We've seen knight a5 by Hikaru, so he's obviously threatening to go knight c4. But I wonder what he has in mind in case of the move b3. He goes c5, so he's inviting Magnus to go d5 and grab a lot of space. But Magnus, he can also just bring his rook into the game, and I think white has a pretty significant advantage here. All of white's pieces are pretty active, and white is a ton of space.
It is quite annoying. I guess it's the best way to put it is white just has the space, the better position, the better pieces. Nothing's really going on, but I have a bigger center, E and D. My pieces are well placed. Everything is developed. White is for choice here, but of course, black can have my own trumps as well. I mean, I do have something in the center. I may be able to play f5 at some point, but I have to watch this. There's also pressure on h6. Maybe I go king h7 at some point and knight g8 and f5. That's really risky, but it is definitely something to look forward to. We do have to do something, though, as Hikaru here. So, Bach, what do we do right now? Like, what's my plan? This is really rough. I don't like king h7 because of bishop c2, but it feels like I need to be able to get this f5 push in.
Yeah, Magnus goes queen to e2. So we see both sides keeping the tension in the center. Magnus, obviously, he can decide whether he wants to trade, push. Hikaru now decides to take on d4. Okay, so Magnus recaptures. Maybe now knight c6 to bring the knight back into the game. And there we have it.
Beautiful. d5, great move. Hey, Suzanne, what's up in the chat? See you. Knight e5 takes f4. That's kind of ugly. Knight b4. Ugh, that's kind of ugly. Where do we put the knight here? Maybe we have to take with the pawn. That's kind of ugly.
Yeah, I don't really want to do that either. Maybe, okay, he goes 95 now.
Yeah.
We see a trade. Given the fact that Hikaru was quite cramped for space, I think it's good to get some trades in. But again, he's also down on the clock, so it's a tough start so far.
Yeah, definitely a tough start. Not like in this game either. I mean, he is going to gain some more space. So let's see if f4 happens. I got to bring the rook back, but it's not. You can't play e5 yet, so it really is not that bad, I guess. But white has a lot of space. Bishops open up. You get this in like a Benoni. It's very practical. So I would, either side. If I'm playing black, I do like the chances to attack, and with white, I like the space. So I can play both sides here. A7 is hanging. Not anymore.
Right, rook e7, a clever move by Hikaru. Now, in case you take, there's bishop takes h3 or bishop to g4, hitting the rook and the queen. So I doubt that Magnus is going to take that pawn. And now Hikaru can play bishop c8 on the next move. And Kenti, this is it's not the best position for Hikaru, but he's super resilient in these types of positions. He just hangs in there, make sure he doesn't collapse, and sooner or later he will find a way to create counterplay when both players are low on time.
100%. I mean, he's having so much experience in the obviously low time controls, but definitely. And with a bishop on g7, he's played dragon. He's played a lot of King's Indian. He's played Benoni positions. So this is very King's Indian-esque. And when you get these type of positions, you just feel, you feel it. I know it. And obviously, Magnus does too as well here. So it's chances for both sides. I think this is quite level. I like the dynamicism of the position. Fundamentally, what dynamically equals, what they call it, say it in the books. It's a dynamically equal position. So it is equal, but definitely who you like. I like black here, to be honest. I'm a King's Indian fan. There we go. F4. Whoo. It's about to heat up. It's about to heat up, Bach. H5, nice move, but the engine did not like it. Maybe F5.
Yeah, H5 by Hikaru gaining some space on the king side. Now E5 by Magnus
Oh my
blasting the
goodness.
center. And
Whoa,
I think his
relax,
idea is
bro.
just to sack this pawn, and in case Hikaru takes, maybe you just go F5 and attack on the king side and make sure that your bishop is open and black cannot use this square for one of their pieces.
I mean, you have to take it. Exactly. You have to. He plays F5. Wow. Yeah, that bishop is monstrous. I was just going to say E4 blocks it. Practical.
I think a good move by Hikaru, especially, practically speaking, Magnus just takes it with a knight. Okay, now maybe like knight f6 or rook e8, but this is looking super tough for Hikaru, especially with only a minute on the clock.
Definitely an ugly position. Yeah, definitely ugly. Knight f6 definitely is a move, right? We just got to get some pieces. Look at my pieces, Bach. Look at my pieces, Bach. My pieces.
They're all on the 7th and 8th rank. This is not looking good for Hikaru. Magnus has a ton of pressure here with the pawns on d5 and f5. The bishop can come to g5 at any moment. It's looking tough for Hikaru.
Definitely tough. He is resilient, as we noticed before. He's done a lot of time here. Definitely need some energy, chat, and we need that energy right now, chat. Can we get some spams up? That might help.
Yep.
Definitely, because we need some help in this position. 100%.
Yeah, we definitely need the energy here, and all of you guys can send in a rook d8. Good move by Hikaru, hitting the knight on e4, bishop g5 maybe. I think in case of f6, he can take everything, and the bishop on e3 will be hanging in the chat, and there we have the energy. Let's send it in, everyone.
There we go. It's contagious, chat. It's contagious. Now watch what happens with this game. He wins, he draws the game. Guess who did that? You did, chat. You did. Pat yourself on the back there.
Bishop f4, double question mark.
Come on, chat.
The energy is working.
Come on,
the energy is working.
Let's go.
Hikaru takes the pawn. Okay, now the knight's got to jump either here or here. I guess the d6. And there he goes. Bishop a6 by Hikaru. Wait, but is that a good move?
What the heck? Oh, snap.
I think he just blundered.
Was that a mouse slip or something, chat? Let me see. I don't see no reaction from him. Maybe we did too many of them, chat. And maybe we did too many.
I think there's a miscalculation now. I mean, if you take the queen, white takes here and you are down a rook. And if you take the rook, white takes here and you're down a bishop. So Hikaru was a little bit too fast to go bishop a6 there. And I guess partly because of the time pressure.
Yeah, maybe it was too many of them, chat. Maybe we need to have like a hard cap at like 15 spams. Something happened. It was too much energy because it was working and then it didn't. Happens. One move thing. We're done. It is what it is. And it's only one game.
Yep. It's only one game, and we're off to game number 3. So again, we see a Ruy Lopez. Magnus again aiming to play the Marshall, and Hikaru going for a similar system with d3 and c3.
Yeah, this was the same thing as last game. Completely the same. Everything's the same. So they're going down the same line here again. Let's see what happens. Knight g3, yeah, and these is a lot of reminiscent of what's the other opening that has this? Italian game. Exactly. Yep. Italian. It looks just like this, but the bishop usually doesn't reroute to c2 too much. It's usually like on a2, after playing a4 and etc. But we have 3 question mark. What is this, man? This is crazy. The engine is just evil for real. Evil bar.
The engine is very hard. So Hikaru goes for this plan with putting the queen on f3, and I guess he wants to go knight g4 down the line. Maybe knight f5 here. We do have that move knight g4. But it's not that easy to create an attack with this move alone. Magnus now goes g6, stopping the knight from g3 from jumping to f5. And it feels like Magnus should have the edge here as he has a lot of space.
Yeah, it is quite annoying. I like this bishop d5 move so we can maybe cement it with c4 at some point. Just really keep something in the center for a while here. I do like this move, but maybe bishop d2 first to follow up with c4. So knight b4 is kind of annoying in there. We can't kick it away. Maybe play rook e2 and a3, kick the knight. And etc. But again, as you mentioned, the space is some type of advantage here. You feel good when you have space. You can do things. You have more options when you have space here, which black does have some space, just a little bit more.
Exactly. Yeah, bishop d2 looks like a nice move. I think down the line, Hikaru wants to go a4 to open up the a file for his rook, and there we have an a4 on the board.
Immediately, a4. Nice. So now b4, we go c4. Really cemented in there, not worrying about knight b4. That knight on c6 is pretty gross. After b4, so a4, nice move, opening up the rook file. This type of rook file action, pretty nice.
Yeah, so let's see what Magnus is going to do. He can Maybe he can take on c3 first and then go b4, and Hikaru just recaptures b4 now. So Magnus wants to carve out this d4 square for his knight, and Hikaru says no. In case Magnus takes now, he can recapture the bishop. And I don't know, perhaps Magnus still has a pretty comfortable position here because queen e7 hitting this pawn on g4. And how do we deal with this, James?
That's
I mean,
annoying.
I don't really want to take on e6. Is this a threat? There's takes, but then maybe just king g7. Maybe it's not a threat for the moment because bishop takes f7, king g7, and bishop takes e8, hitting the queen.
That's beautiful. That's cute. That's why he moved knight f1. Great move to go knight e3 now. Bishop takes g4. Let's put that on the board. There it is. Takes. I'm a producer, right? But not actually a producer. Just, you know how he talks, right? So, okay, bishop takes g4 is not a threat. And at the moment here, we do want a knight e3 probably.
Yep. Now, Hikaru recognized that his worst piece on the board was this knight on g3. Gonna go to tf5, gonna go to h5, and so he rerouted by going to f1 and back to e3 to fight for that vital d5 square. So let's see what Magnus is gonna do. He can take on c3 followed by knight d4 at any moment. It would make some sense here, as after the trade, this knight can no longer jump up.
That's quite annoying, I guess. Takes knight d4, takes, but now, yeah, g4 is now hanging. Wait, it's still not hanging, actually. And my knight is pretty gross. Where do I move it next? Maybe try to get it to c4. We have something like it, and it's happening on the board. Takes. Yeah, you have to capture.
I think you have to take the knight. You have to take the knight. Black recaptures, and now maybe you move a rook to the b file. Still, in case of bishop takes g4, there's bishop takes f7.
Beautiful.
You want to go knight d2, but for the moment, there's bishop b4. So that is why I like just moving this rook into the game. Also, there's rook b7.
Love it. Rook b1, rook b7 idea. Stops bishop b4. That's quite an annoying move, too. Definitely. Yeah, so rook b1 looks great. Maybe rook c7, but then, okay, now knight d2. So, yeah, move order.
Exactly. Yep. And what Magnus can do, though, and there we have rook b1 on the board, Magnus can take on d5 now and go rook e8. There's no good way to defend a pawn. Hikaru will have the second, maybe like knight e2 to e4. And White certainly has play there. With the knight and e4, the rook can swing in the b6 or b7. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. I think this is a critical position. If White gets in and move rook b7, White can definitely get something going.
Absolutely. We have some initiative here, which is time and activity, which is really nice. So rook b7, doubling the rooks, looks really good. Knight d2 to c4. And then, you know, hey, you got the bishop here, but the dark square bishop is not doing much at all, in fact, especially with pawns on d4 and e5. The dark square bishop is pretty gross. I would definitely love to have a knight versus bishop here if we trade the light square bishops and put the knight on c4 or e4, really kind of dominating this dark square bishop. We have an open file. Chances practically are actually really nice for White here. He does trade. Right idea. D5 is quite weak. With D8 played, I was just going to say, what do we do about this pawn here, Bob?
I think we're just going to have to sack it. So I think Hikaru is just going to have to move his knight up either to d2 or g3. Magnus is now going to take the pawn. And I would be surprised if Hikaru just trades. I think he's just going to go knight e4 and go for his chances in the middle game. Bishop b7. But bishop rook to b7 is a move here. In case you take the rook, there's knight f6 check, and you pick up the queen. So that's rook b7, I think, is definitely on Hikaru's radar.
That's a pretty sick move. He's going to spot it. Rook b7, come on. Hikaru, let's go. Rook b7, that's a really nice move. But you also want to be active, especially after sacrificing anything, especially a pawn against against Magnus. Like, sacrifice anything, you're already a little scared here. Now it's different because Hikaru has just different blood than everyone else. But rook b7 is a move that he can spot. We do see some spams in the chat. Chat is saying rook lift. There it is. He definitely lifts his rooks. So let's see what happens.
Exactly, yeah. Rook to b7, hitting the bishop makes a lot of sense. I think Black can probably just defend it with like king f8 or maybe a rook d7 as well. Hikaru is taking his time, so he's for sure looking at it.
Rook b7.
And there we have it.
Rook
double exclam.
b7, double exclam. It's brilliant, chat. It's brilliant. Yeah. But of course now, what happens after king f8? Are you going to sack? Are we sacking or not, Bob? It's probably not right, but...
I don't think so. I mean, it feels like it's just one check. Magnus goes like king d7 or king e8. Yeah. And I don't think we really have a follow-up. I think we just have to play rook a b1. Keep all the tension in the position and hope for a mistake from Magnus down the line. Maybe a rook d7 also is a good move, trying to trade off the rook. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. They're both around 2 minutes and a bit of change. So the game's heating up.
b7, good move. It's just doubling the rooks, man. Kind of annoying because sometimes you have to wait and make these very slow moves. Quiet moves is what they call them, which is quite annoying, especially in a position when you feel like you have some initiative to just stop and make a move like rook to b1, rook a b1. But it does help, I guess, maybe play rook b6 in some case, maybe drop a piece on f6. We have some things that we can look forward to and increase our pressure due to the activity of white's pieces. So we're looking and waiting on that.
And by the Kenty, just for everyone who's wondering why Magnus could not take the rook, in case you take the rook, let's point it out real quick. There, again, would have been knight f6 check, and we pick up the queen, and white... I don't know if it's winning, but white is certainly better. 100%. So rook d7 was played, and we've got more moves here, James. So rook c6, rook a1, and king g7. Okay. What are we doing now, though?
Yeah, okay, remember rook b8 and then rook c7.
Oh, rook g8! Rook g8 and knight f6, Magnus blunder!
Oh, that's nasty.
Rook g8. He's going to see it for sure.
Let's go! Boom. Let's see the reaction from Magnus. Let me see it. The react. Rook g8. Nothing. Oh, there it is. Okay, handshake. He's like, yeah, I just lose the queen.
But wait, queen a8 and you also win the a-pawn. Like, if not, 100%. Maybe Magnus is a fortress, but queen a8 picks up the pawn. Mm-hmm. And Hikaru is going to see it for sure. He's going to see it for sure. He's going to take his time. He's like, wait a second. And he's going to go for it.
He's like, nah, right. This can't be right. Like, you can read all this stuff. Wait, but what about, he's just thinking so hard. Love to see the calculations real time from Hikaru in the cam there. Yeah, takes. Yep. Yeah, got it. 15 moves. Queen a8. Queen takes a6.
Queen a8, let's go. You pick up the pawn. That's huge. If Magnus can solidify this pawn, I think he's got a great chance for fortress. But if this pawn is gone, it's going to be really tough to stop. Queen a5. Okay, but what is the idea of the rook c6? Rook c6, rook e6
that's kind of
looks
annoying.
Kind of fortressy to me.
Really annoying. Yeah, it's really annoying. Wow, you can play queen a8. That's very surprising, actually, because now we have to this is definitely fortressy. Dark squares are weak for us. How do we make progress without winning the a-pawn? Quite annoying. Maybe g3, f4, f5. That's at a hope in the win at some point. You might be going for it though. g5 stops.
But Magnus just locks it up with g5. I think, James, this might just be a fortress. Like, you put the pawn on g5. What can you do here? Black is just going to shuffle back and forth, and I think it's just a draw.
I don't believe in fortresses, says Magnus, but makes one. We're trying to make one here. It's crazy, bro. Like, how do you make progress? Is that even possible at some pace? That would be something wild. Like, for instance, king on a5, Bach, and then we do queen takes e6 and king a6. That may be a lot, but now it's not even possible. Maybe get the king to c5, try to sack on e6 and play. No, it's going to be way too long. Way too long. Yeah, this might just be a draw.
Yeah, no, Hikaru's going to try, but I don't think there's anything to do here. Queen b7, you just sit with bishop f6, or bishop d8 hitting the pawn, also fine. Bishop d8 was chosen by Magnus, I guess. Queen e5. Wow. I guess you're gonna walk your king around, but then what?
Right. I mean, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, we could try, but that is really pushing it. Sacrifice the queen just to play king b6 and take on a6. I don't believe in it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, king up. Okay, like king g6 now, and I think you can get any further than this. You can go like queen b7, king d5. But that's the most you can really achieve here, it feels like.
Yeah, everything's defended. Everything is defended. Every piece. He has the nice blockade of the pawns on the G file. Man, chess is tough, man. You can't win.
Yeah, king d5 now.
Dang, chat.
King g6. Are there any tricks here? I don't see it just yet. So even if you get the king to f5, I think, but a king f5, you have to be careful that you don't allow like e4 at the wrong moment. You could get checkmated.
Right. That would be brutal. Nothing.
Now, James, before the match, we were saying that the 5+1 was going to be probably the most difficult time control, right? Do you think there is a chance that, but I was going to say maybe Hikaru will try to milk some time off the clock, but he's also down in the match. And we are off to game number 4.
Yeah, it's a draw there. Unbelievable. I mean, it was just that queen a8 move. Like, definitely have to. I wonder what he thought about. I mean, he obviously saw something. I'm sure he saw queen a8. Definitely was something stopped him from doing it. So it is what it is, Chad. We didn't lose. Hey, it's 2-1. Reset. Get back into it.
Right, and now we have a rook e1 Berlin. So pretty symmetrical so far. Hikaru keeps the knights on the board. c3 by Magnus. I think this line is supposed to be a touch better for white. White's got the easier piece coordination. You generally go like bishop d3, queen c2, knight bd2 to f1. And for black, it's not as easy to coordinate your pieces. What Hikaru's probably aiming to do is go bishop f8 or bishop d6 straight off the rooks, then like bishop d7, and eventually try to get this rook into the game as well.
Yeah, one of the best Berlin players himself is Hikaru. As man, Berlin puts me to sleep. Well, you know how much Berlin. I know some Berlin, Bach. Like I've studied it, but then I wake up a few hours later because I'm like, oh man, I fell asleep studying it. So at the same time, the Berlin is very rock solid. I mean, obviously Kramnik used it to beat Kasparov, so it is what it is. It's a very solid chess here, very solid. And Hikaru's really good with Berlin, to be honest.
Exactly. He's extremely solid. Here we see bishop d6, offering that trade of rooks. Magnus, he cannot escape it, so he goes g3. I think eventually Hikaru is going to trade, then probably like reroute like knight c7, go f6, solidify this one over here. And eventually he's also going to find a way to bring this bishop into the game. But overall, I'd say Magnus is a tiny bit better so far.
Yeah, I mean, all right, it's relevant. What is it? Relatives, what they say. Okay, might be slightly better. It's funny. Engine on move one before you even move, it'd be like 0.4 already to white. Like we didn't even move yet, right? So practically speaking, definitely just super solid here. F6, okay, fine, go tripping, engine tripping, everybody's tripping here. Bach F6.
Yeah, Hikaru is weakening the some squares. Also, this pawn will now be hanging with check, so he has to be super careful. But he's taking away some squares for the knight. The knight cannot jump to e5, cannot jump to e5, and now he can put his bishop on e6, not be bothered. I think that's what he might do here, or go for the trade first. He goes knight c7. The one thing he has to be careful of, James, is that he doesn't get too cramped. As again, Magnus has a bit more space here.
Right, 100%. When you do have the space, you want less trades, and if you have obviously less space, you want more trades. So trades would be nice here if I'm Hikaru. Maybe I take with the knight. Very good. Yeah, I like this move. Knight takes d5. I feel really positive about my position now. I mean, just because of obviously white having an isolated pawn, he can isolate ours, but that's at the cost of his very strong bishop. 94, bishop e7. Maybe I don't have to do it. Bishop e6 is move two, I guess. But
Or bishop f8, just drop the bishop back to a solid square. I kind of like the position he has right now. White has this isolated pawn on d4, which is a weakness, right? Before, this white had a pretty risk-free position, I would say, more space, better piece placement. But now Hikaru also has something to play for. He's now going to have to try to bring his pieces into the game, which, to be fair, is not that easy. You want to go bishop e6, but then there's knight c5. So maybe you play a move like b6 first, because I think he wants to go bishop e6, then like bishop f7, maybe move the queen to like d7 or c7, and then bring this a rook into the game as well.
Yeah, this is really nice for the isolated pawn. We're playing against it. I mean, I love these type of positions. Bishop e6, right? Queen d7, queen b6, rook d8. All these moves you have that it can just attack this pawn at some point, and the trades will favor us. Knight to c3. Yeah, bishop e6. This looks great.
E6 looks very logical. Yeah, in case white takes, you can recapture the bishop, trade off this active bishop on g2, and this is very instructive. So Magnus is offering the trade. Hikaru shouldn't mind the trade, but he should want to trade on his own terms, and that's where the move bishop e6 comes in.
And the question is, why is he not playing it immediately? So we have to see bishop e6, just to save us some time. What do you think he's looking at, Bach? Bishop e6 is just very... Okay, he plays it.
I think he's looking at this. Knight takes d5, you recapture the bishop. Right. White then takes over here. You're going to have to recapture. White takes here. And black also has an isolated pawn and a symmetrical structure. Black is still a tiny bit better with the more active pieces. But perhaps Hikaru finds it a bit of a pity that now it becomes very dry and symmetrical. And this one is probably headed for a draw. I don't think either player can really do anything here.
Wow, Bach, a Berlin draw? I would have never thought that, Bach. That's crazy.
No, this is shocking. It never happens.
I never would have thought we was getting a draw out of Berlin. Dang, bro, you learn something new every day. That's
okay. And Hikaru, he just offered a draw. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't play that one out, but we're off to game number 5. Again, we have e4, e5. Let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I think he's going to have to switch something up. He got a worse position in game number 3, so let's see what he will do differently this time around.
To b3, rook e1, same old. I mean, you can really get some lessons here from watching these guys too, especially watching chat. And they play this. I mean, this is the third. How many times have we seen this position? Every game.
The third time already. Yeah. Every white game for Hikaru. Yep.
It's nice to see. So you're playing from the white side. If you're a Roy player, then you get to see, it done in action. You can play this really actually. When I was a Roy player, because I just don't. It's so boring now, because we have to do this all the time on the Roy. With from the white side, obviously it's rich positions, right? But I would just always do this exact position every time. I don't care really which one it was. I would just do this all the time because it's very easy to understand. and you just move the pieces around. You play A4, you play D4 at some point. You get the knight over to F5. Sometimes even G4, knight G3, knight F5. But yeah, we see the same
Yeah,
thing
the
from these
nice
guys.
thing.
It's nice.
Yeah, the nice thing for white is that you can get this position through a lot of move orders. Again, we see Hikaru going for knight to g3. He's included this move a4 to put a bit of pressure on the pawn on b5. The Magnus just goes bishop b6, so that in case white takes, you can take, and the rook on a8 is protected. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. I guess he's again going to move this bishop back to f8, and there we go. Maybe in this game, Hikaru will try to grab a little bit more space in the center himself with the move d4, because otherwise, again, Magnus is going to play the move d5 and grab more space in the center himself.
Yeah, D5 is not what we want. We don't really want him to play D5, not without us having our bishops looking pretty good, particularly the light square bishop. D4 does look great. Maybe takes, and a lot of trades. Knight H2 again. He's going with the Knight H2 every time so far. At least you got one plan, chat. You can probably blitz this out today. You're about to be like, man, this guy was fast. He just copied all the moves Hikaru played, right? Knight H2, Queen F3, Knight G4. D5 played.
And again, we have to move d5 by Magnus. So let's see if Hikaru again is going to go queen f3. I felt like Magnus was quite comfortably better there in that game. So he switches it up with the move pawn takes d5. That is the hallmark of a strong player. He realized like, hey, this went wrong in the last game and I have to switch it up. And so he goes for a different approach.
Queen takes d5 on the board. Okay, now what do we do? Knight e4. I mean, yeah, queen e2, knight g4. That's why we went knight h2 is to probably go knight g4. Queen e2, though, is definitely... You want to get off this line. C4, rook d8 looks kind of annoying.
Yeah, maybe just like queen e2, improve the placement of the queen a little bit. Magnus recaptured with the queen. So let's see, it's difficult. It's not that easy to bring this knight back. I mean, you can go knight f3, but then why did we go knight h2 in the first place? Knight g4 is possible as well. But Black's just going to trade. I guess maybe that's something he can go for. Like knight g4, we get a trade. Then this knight can jump to e4. There's no f5 push. And then your queen can come out f3. But he goes knight f1 instead.
He's done this every game. Every game has been the same. Knight reroute, knight h2, knight f1. The queen actually is on d1, which is the only difference here. He has played a4. Knight's going around to e3. And some small subtleties. Knight e3, queen back to d7, and maybe queen f3. Same moves. We've done this before. We've been here before.
Yeah, queen f3 makes a lot of sense. I wonder if Magnus is considering the move b3. In that case, Hikaru... Well, I guess the bishop can also go to d1 in that case, because if you take the pawn on d3, there's queen takes c6. But the idea is that you would want to maybe force white to go bishop b1, as the bishop is blocked in on b1, and because the rook is blocked in on a1. So it would be difficult to deal with all of that. But instead, Hikaru goes knight c4, hitting the pawn on e5.
I like this idea. He's hitting b6. He also says if you take on c4, I get the bishop pair at some point. Now, of course, queen takes d1. I'll be kind of annoyed there. I don't want to really trade after I open up my bishops like this, the queens, which would be something Magnus could obviously do, and then take on c3 to double and damage my structure. There is some stuff there. What happens on bishop c4? Is played. Okay, so they're about to tell us right now. Rook d1, correct. Take on c3, correct. Knight a5. And bishop d3, it may be something. Like, it's quite annoying to defend this pawn. Okay, a knight a5 play. Bishop d3, rook d8. Whoa, he just gave it up. Buck, you don't care about
and again, he goes for this move, knight f1. Like, I don't know why he's so crazy about this move. The knight wants to go back to e3, but Magnus is one move earlier and just snaps it off. Now, I'm not too unhappy, James. We're down a pawn, but the bishop pair can become pretty strong here as the position has opened up.
Yeah, the position has opened up. Correct. You do have the bishop pair. Bishop pair is, what do they say? Bishop pair is equal to a pawn. In some cases, like obviously it depends on the position, but okay, we do have a conversation of having the two bishops in this position. So on an open board, yes, we down a pawn, but whatever. We have the two bishops and we can use both color complexes. So to our advantage. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I just hate being down a pawn, obviously. And I mean, I'll be more happy, obviously. I'm down a pawn with queens on. Okay, cool. We can create more chances. Queens off, two bishops, down a pawn, probably draw.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. Rook d8 by Magnus. Perhaps he's looking at the move knight d5, hitting bishop on e3, and a pawn on c3. So maybe something like bishop e3, aiming to go bishop c4, put some pressure on this pawn over there. Eventually, you do want to bring this rook in. So yeah, I like this move. Like bishop e3, you go bishop c4, and down the line, you want to go rook b1 and rook b7 to put pressure on this pawn on f7.
Is there some strange stuff with after bishop b3 playing c4? And then rook...
Right.
DC? Exactly. Strange, but should be okay, right?
I think after c4, maybe we trade first. Like is forced to recapture, and then we take. So we immediately hit the pawn. So
a6.
It feels like a little bit of a pity for black to just give the pawn back. But I'd say, James, this is a 3-result endgame. Hikaru can certainly get some chances here as well, as he does have that bishop pair.
He does have the bishop player. Bishop to d3, bishop b3. Wanted no action there. Knight to d5 is tempting, hitting the pawn on c3. He played bishop to d3. I don't know about that box. Feels like something wrong with the loose bishop on d3, but it may work.
Yeah, it does look passive. So he can also go rook a c1. Magnus can take, but then we have opposite color bishops and pretty good drawing chances. So let's see what he's going to do. I think he's going to go for this one, but not sure.
This is probably just draw here. Definitely 3-result, though. You can't play on, but most likely these guys are going to fizzle everything out. Rook a to c, knight takes c3, takes, opposite color bishops. You can just, offer to draw. Yep. But of course, being up to pawn, I think Magnus is going to play that boy out.
Yeah, so let's see. Hikaru again dropping below on time. He's got 1 minute and 20 seconds. Magnus still 2:44 on his clock. Also, Kenty, this will probably be the last game before the break, as we are approaching that 45-minute mark.
We are approaching the time. Bishop to d2, and he went rook c. Yeah, there we go. And there we have it. a5 played.
Okay, bishop c4 here. I mean, maybe you can hit that pawn on f7, like bishop c4. He goes bishop b5 instead. Let's see if Hikaru is just going to hold a comfortable draw here, or if Magnus can work his endgame magic.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here with these opposite color bishops. I was just looking at some stuff in what book? It wasn't Devoretsky. It was another endgame book. Forgot.
Take and rook d1. I think this is just a draw.
Yep, 100%.
But again, with Magnus, you never know. I think Magnus has to trade off the rooks, or, well, he says, no, I want to keep the rooks on the board. And now, he can start gaining some space on the king side. This one is not over yet. Magnus is still pushing for the win.
Maybe if we get e4, g4, we may be fine. But the question is how. There it is, g4, but f5 anyway? I mean, okay, I could probably hold that. Yeah, maybe e4. Is e4 move? Nah, it might be too much.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Maybe taking e4. Black can get a protected passer, though. I'm not too worried about taking, as then there's king e3, but f4, there we have it by Magnus. So still some work to be done for Hikaru to hold this one.
Yeah, still some work to be done. And then, if we trade rooks, this is a clean draw, very easy. Just shuffle into oblivion. And then here, whose move is it? Is on, okay, rook g1 was tempting. Not enough. h4, well, stopping it.
I think he's waiting for Magnus to play king e7, and then he goes rook g1. For the moment, the bishop cannot move, as then this endgame is just a draw. We see h5 by Magnus. Maybe bishop e8, go into the rook endgame.
That's nice. That's sick. That's a sick move, bro. Bishop e8 is a nasty spot. That's a nasty spot, just to clean up everything.
But look at the clock, Kent. He's down to 24 seconds. This is a bit tricky against Magnus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay. What does Magnus do though? Like if I just shuffle, or maybe king e7, and you're right, rook g1.
Then rook g1.
You can't do anything. Yeah. So I'm just gonna shuffle right now. Shuffle until you make a move.
I think Magnus cannot do anything. In bishop e7, we just trade. That one should be a pretty comfortable draw. Like I said, if the king moves to e7, then there's rook g1, king g6, same thing. So I don't think there's a way for Magnus to improve the position here.
He probably just offers a draw here soon. Maybe shuffle a little bit.
Well, that's not Magnus. Magnus is gonna shuffle us out into oblivion. But king g2 and king h3 is just in time. If Hikaru can get king h3, bishop e2, and c4, it's just dead. King h3 now, bishop e2.
Shuffle city, up a pawn, but cannot convert.
And do you think one of the players is going to try to milk the clock here, or it doesn't make a whole lot of sense? I think, like Magnus, I think he wants to keep playing in the 5+1 portion, and Hikaru is down in the match, so he's probably also not too eager to bleed the clock here. Yeah, and there we have it.
Yeah, draw by agreements. Man, these guys is just top level. Draw, one win.
Yeah, so it's been a tough match. Magnus takes a 3-2 lead, a 1-point lead going into the first break of the match. I think Hikaru definitely had some chances though in that game where he had the queen versus the rook and bishop, can't he?
Absolutely, he definitely had his chances in every game. They've actually both have their chances here. Maybe we'll see some different openings. So far, they've stuck to what they play the most. That they even play in classical chess, their repertoire is just because the respect level is there 100%. So we have tied up on those games and one win. So
yep. So with all of that being said and done, we are going on a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Keep sending in that energy, and we will see you all in a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship. Canty, we're currently down a point in the match, but this is far from over.
There's only one win, of course, one win there, and the rest draws. Always the same opening from both sides with white and black. So it's very good to understand. This is just getting started, right? No switch ups. These guys respect each other a lot here. And we just got a lot more chess to do here. As you see, Hikaru getting some grub, getting some nice nutrition, something for the brain here. Because this is a real workout right now, Bach. Real workout.
Yeah, no, for sure. This is 3 or 4 hours of chess. They really need to keep their energy levels up. And like I said, it's only 1 point. Still a lot of things that can happen. We still have 42 minutes, give or take, in the 5+1 portion. Then the 3+1 portion, that's going to be an hour. And then half an hour of straight up fire in the bullets. So, yeah, you definitely have to keep your energy levels high throughout.
Energy levels high, chat. How is the chat doing out there? How is chat doing? And what are your predictions, chat? Do you have any point predictions? Of course, we're rooting for our boy Hikaru. If you are rooting for Magnus here, then let's just ban them mods. Just ban them. I'm kidding. But at the same time, no, definitely. You can root for both players here. This is a very strong event. And it's good to see these guys, the best of the best at the end here. At the end. Final match. Here we go. Game's off.
And we are off to another game. Magnus with white pieces, and this time we have Magnus playing d4. And Hikaru opens up with a Nimzo, but Magnus says no, he plays the move knight f3. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Here he plays the Queen's Indian, Canty.
Okay, Queen's Indian. You actually, first off, Bach has a chessable course on the Nimzo, and it's going to be Queen, says he's working on the Queen's Indian part of it. But this is coming, of course, is a very nice way to do things. I wonder if he's going with the bishop a6 or bishop b7 lines. It can be dynamic, hyper-modern opening, obviously, and transposed to a Nimzo type of, but he stops with a3. Wow.
Yeah, we see the move a3 by Magnus. Now d5 by Hikaru. All of this, like I said, is going to be in part 2 of my course. We see Hikaru trading on c3, and now bishop b7, c5. All of this is pretty standard, and overall, black is a pretty fine game here.
Pretty fine. Pretty equal, to say the least here. There's nothing really dynamic about these positions. When you get reach these type, there are Queen's Indians that are very dynamic, but nothing you get this dynamic out of these. Unless something happens, you will get the hanging pawn sometimes in the center of the board, or you can get some action. You know, knight d7, knight f6. I remember knight c6 is a move too as well.
Right, so let's see what Magnus is going to do. Now he's probably going to develop this bishop, maybe the e3, can move rook to d1. Bishop e2 also a possibility. So he's got a lot of options here, but I like the opening by Hikaru. It's very solid. Yep. There's not too much you can do wrong, and in the very worst case, you might get a slightly worse position, right? It's nothing too bad can happen here.
Yeah, nothing too bad is a way to put it. Nothing too bad. You just make easy moves and solid, but not Queen's Gambit solid. It's more like, you know, I want a little bit more hyper modern opening, as this is considered a hyper modern opening from the black side here. So you can get some chances there, but that is usually later on down the line, depending on what white does, which it is white's move, and Magnus thinking about the plan.
Yeah. I like what Hikaru is doing here. I mean, he's playing nice and solid moves. Also, he's playing them quickly. And Magnus already falling a minute behind on the clock. I wonder what exactly he's thinking about. Canty, what white can sometimes do here is go for these pawn pushes, e5 or d5. Magnus just keeps it solid on the other hand with the move knight d7. And now Hikaru is going to have to decide where he's going to develop this knight on b8. Knight d7 looks pretty solid, but knight c6 certainly is an option as well.
Yeah, knight c6, knight d7. I actually like the knight c6 option. It does give me some what is this, Nimzo vibes with like knight a5 and moving the knight over to c4 at some point. Oh, you know what? There is a line. I don't remember what chessable course that is. It's like one of them, but where c4 is a move. But is it now? Can you play? No, because AA is hanging. But c4 is a move, exactly, with c4 and bishop takes c4. I don't remember where this knight is, though. Maybe it's on d7 because you can play c4 next. So maybe it goes knight d7.
Right. A problem with that line could be, though, is that after you take an e4, there might be some bishop takes e6 action, but Hikaru just keeps all of his options open and plays the move h6. All right, so now let's see what Magnus is going to do. Really the advantage of the move h6 is that this pawn will never be hanging. Like sometimes white can sack the bishop there, or there are some lines, but now that's never going to happen. Also, again, Hikaru keeps that edge on the clock.
Yeah, definitely got to keep that edge on the clock as much as you can here, all the way down to the last seconds. This is really going to matter in the next 2 minutes here when we're up just, you know, almost a minute here on time. So it feels good to be up to time. Knight d7, very flexible position. You can play your moves really fast, to be honest. So when you can do that, gives you some chances. We are playing blitz here. You want to move quickly, give your opponent some chances to make some mistakes, and we can level the score here as Magnus is up one game, a lot of chess left. We do want that one game back. Bishop b2. Yeah, we definitely are. We have no problems in this position.
Yeah, Magnus settles on the move bishop b2, but like I said, I don't think we mind seeing that move at all. The thing is, Hikaru is going to have to delay that trade on d4, because if you trade, then after a potential d5 push, that bishop opens up. So you want to keep this tension for as long as possible. Knight d7, a pretty solid move for Hikaru. Next up, he's going to go rook a8. And now finally we see the d5 push. Wow.
That's a big move from a big fella. Wow, he's about to play c4. c4 is coming. Maybe we go e5. That's kind of annoying, but e5 to try to shut it down. No, but that's going to be a target forever. So he does take it.
Takes.
And bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Now after c4, Magnus should be better.
Yeah,
because the bishop on b7 now is kind of dead.
Ugh, this is like a bad, you get those Grunfeld positions with the pawn on the past d pawn where you have to, keep it under lock and key, right? Which is very annoying to face here. And the bishop is gross, as you pointed out on b7.
Yeah, you would like to get the knight on d6, but now it's difficult. Sometimes you go like knight f6, e8 to d7, but now I don't see a good way to do it. Queen f4 by Hikaru to try to be annoying with moves like bishop a6. But I don't know, it does feel like Magnus has the advantage. And now he goes a4, trying to go a5 and soften up that pawn on b6.
So he just knows where to move. That was an excellent move. I love the activity. Love the activity, being active there. It's a great way to go. So queen f4 was very active, but a4 is quite annoying.
Right. So let's see what Hikaru will do. I mean, maybe like knight f6, but there will be a5 by Magnus. Maybe just go like queen d6 to stop all of that. You would love to get b5 in at the right moment, but for now I don't see how to do it. As I can just take with the queen. Knight e5 is a possibility, but I don't know if the trades necessarily help. And now Hikaru is also spending his time.
Okay, Boxer, this is practically tough. This is very tough. Just no other way to put it. We're going to have to be very honest with the game. And with everything, like this is a tough position for Hikaru right now, right? Obviously, we have to pass D pawn. A5 is coming. We are giving some time back, right? So every time this happens, we have to lean on chat. That's what the book says. So chat, we need you right now. We do need the spam in the chat. This is your time to contribute. This is tough. This is not the easiest position to play for Black.
Yeah, rook a8, a crafty move there by Hikaru, anticipating that a5 push, h3 by Magnus, creating some loft, and now we see bishop a6 by Hikaru hitting the pawn on c4, but queen e2 played quickly by Magnus as he wants to go into the endgame again.
Yeah, right, queen d6. I'm not even thinking twice about that. He said endgame and crossing? Nah, bro. We'll do something else. Like what's the other option? We'll take that no matter what it is. Knight f6.
Yep, now we see knight f6. Maybe he can cook up some magic, but okay, queen c3 by Magnus. Maybe we just have to trading a rook e8, as after the trade, it will be easier for us to get that knight to d6, and there he goes.
Play it. Also, a4 still loose, so we do have our chances of queen d7 to give us that tempo we might need to go knight e8, knight d6. But I mean, knight on d6 is doing what exactly? It is hitting c4 at some point. And knight e5, we play f6, it weakens the light squares. It's still probably, he plays it immediately. Wow.
And knight e5, an annoying move there by Magnus. It's very difficult to get rid of this knight in case you go knight d7. Maybe just goes f4. So we see bishop c8 by Hikaru. I wonder, I guess he wants to go bishop d7 and hit that pawn on a4.
Okay. b7. Yeah, and we can play b5 after a5 maybe. Something.
Yep.
We could loosen it, but we give him two pawns over there. He's playing at b5?
Or you could take it. Magnus cannot be captured for the moment as that hangs the knight. And Hikaru is a pawn grabber. He likes taking pawns.
Yes, pawn grabber. I will take that pawn.
Gift me the pawn.
Yes, I will take it. Takes. But he takes
and you will never get it back. And you'll lose in the end game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take the juicer.
He takes a5.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay, so I don't know. Yes, there we go. We're up a pawn. That's already a start.
There it is.
Knight c6. Okay, maybe now just like trade and push the pawn, push it to victory. Bishop d7 also fine. He can still do this. Let's send in that energy, you guys.
Come on, chat. Energy up, chat. This is your time. This is your chance. This is your chance. Makes you feel good to know. Hikaru, I just want to thank chat for the power, for the flower power. That's what he says. He says that, right, chat? You see the interviews? He always talks about you guys.
Yep. No, the chat is what gives him the energy. He goes a4, keeping that pawn on the board. All right, now I expect Magnus to try to get it back as quickly as possible. And there we go. Takes bishop c2. This pawn is going to be gone, but there will still be chances for both sides. Hikaru again down on the clock to 30 seconds.
Down on the clock. But hey, I think this is a very holdable position here. The D pawn is gross. It is grossly annoying, 100%. But okay, exactly. Especially after trading, maybe go knight C. Whoa, engine not like that. No, it's just calibrating. Okay, takes knight C7, and then I can go A6. Worst case scenario. I mean, just to defend the pawn, it is kind of ugly, but it is defended.
You still keep everything controlled there. Magnus can also take with the bishop. Then your knight's going to have to move. Unfortunately, it cannot go to d6 just yet as your queen is there. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. Fortunately, he's also spending his time. Takes with the bishop and knight f6 instantly by Hikaru.
Takes. Knight f6 play quickly. Get the piece active. King f8, bring the king closer to the center.
Yeah, what Hikaru would love to do here is go queen e7 followed by knight e4 to d6. I think if he gets all of that, he's doing pretty well. But maybe Magnus can play a move like f4, gaining some space. It goes g3. Maybe now g5 by Hikaru to stop white.
Yeah, I actually really liked your f4 move because also my king could get closer to the center, obviously, with king f2. Here, it takes actually a little longer, as weird as it is, but it definitely does take slightly longer. g5, nice move, stopping f4, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think he wants to go queen e7 and make sure that Magnus does not have this move queen to f4. Magnus definitely still for choice, but he's now also down to 50 seconds.
Here we go. Come on, Hikaru, less time, under 20. We got to move. King g7.
Yeah, queen g7. Okay, maybe just like king g2. Let's see what he's going to do now. It's knight g8. Okay, this knight's hopping back to e7 or just going back and forth. Both are fine.
Okay, everything's holding so far. Shasta Bimbley says glue is holding. All right, we're holding the glue. Hold the glue, correct. Queen e7, defend. And he is defending quite nicely.
Yeah, check there by Magnus. I think we'll just have to move the knight back. He's such a resilient defender. This is not a pleasant position, but I think he's going to hold this one, can't he? Magnus dropping very long time. And hey, Hikaru's got a knight, and we know how tricky he is.
Right, that's correct. He's very tricky. And now the time is almost level here, just 3 or 4 seconds in between. King G1, a very classy move, just trying to get away from all the checks.
Queen e4, nice move. The pawn cannot push, then you hang the bishop, and Magnus down to 12 seconds.
12
What is he going to do? This is not easy. Bishop b5, check, maybe? Just check and back.
Checking. Oh, yeah. Just check him back.
Check him. Let him cook. Queen e7.
Let him cook. Let him rook. Chat, let him rook. Queen e7.
Bishop a4. But now d6 was there, but Magnus missed it. Queen e7 back.
Queen e7 back.
Queen e2. Okay, queen e6. Queen e5 hitting the pawn. Queen e7. He's still hanging in there.
Queen e2 maybe. Queen g8.
Knight e8. There comes the knight at d6.
Don't play it now.
Check. Knight e4.
4 seconds. Oh, man, it's getting very low on time. That was
96. There goes the pawn, but there goes the c-pawn.
You get one. King g7, nothing. Check.
There goes the a-pawn, though.
Oh, my goodness.
And the c-pawn marches up the board. Okay. Knight d4. This is looking tough.
Come on.
But he's still hanging in there. A draw would be huge in this game, but it's looking tough. Bishop d5. I don't think we're holding this one.
No, nothing.
Yeah, hang f7. I think this one is over. Just trade everything. Bishop b6. And Magnus takes another game. He's now down 2 points, but again, it's far from over.
That's right. It's far from over. And we've also saw this with MVL. I remember tuning in, and I was like, what's wrong with the score? I was like, what's up with somebody messed the scoreboard up. It was 2-0 MVL side. So, it happens. It was 2-0 before. Not like we haven't been able to do this, and we haven't come back before. So it's just more games. Yep. Got to keep it popping. Got to keep it moving. Fresh. Maybe not a Queen's Indian anymore. He might try something different. Pretty tough game.
Yeah, and Hikaru switching it up now with h3 and bishop to d2. Perhaps he used that break to look up some theory, and I guess this is how he now wants to approach the game. We see h6 by Magnus. The idea behind the move bishop to d2 is to stop black from playing knight a5 and get your bishop pair. So he goes a3 now, making sure that the bishop can always move back, and we have to move knight c3 and usually go knight d5.
Who was the young player he played this against in the classical game? Bishop d2. It was a strange one.
Oh, was it against Gladura in the World Cup? Was it that
Benjamin
game?
Gladura, correct. I was trying to figure out what young player that was, but he played Bishop d2, and this looks actually a better version of it. I don't think it was different in the classical game, but yeah, this is he's still using the files, Bishop d2 stuff. It's nice to see.
So we saw rook b8 by Magnus preparing to take on d5, as now if the bishop takes, he can just move the knight. The rook is no longer hanging. And Hikaru drops the bishop all the way back to a2. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. Maybe like knight g6, followed by queen f6 and knight f4. All looks pretty reasonable for Hikaru. The problem is that there are no good pawn pushes. If you go c4, black's just going to take, and the pawn on b2 will be hanging. d4 is possible, but the pawn on e4 could be hanging down the line. So I think Magnus can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening here.
I believe so as well. I mean, he does have well, it's funny. He's just like, Magnus's opening was great. And then in 5 of his 6 pieces are on the back rank, like all of them, like except the knight. Like, oh, it's a great game. Great opening, but all my pieces are on the back rank. But here, obviously, black does have the bishops. So the c8's open. The f8 bishop is going to reroute to g7 at some point here. The knight is kind of nice on g6. We got open files for the rooks, right? It's pretty fine. But white was able to get that break in. He finally got c4. It's c5, Bach. What is going on? They moving real fast, Bach. Got to breathe here. They moving real fast.
They're moving real fast indeed. Hikaru trading on b5 very quickly there, and goes queen b3, putting some pressure on the rook. And maybe if he can put some pressure on the pawn, he could be a tiny bit better. Queen e7. I like bishop e3 now, hitting the pawn and after a trade. I think white is slightly more likely to take advantage of that open c-file. And, the queen can potentially go to d5. So perhaps a very, very slight pull here for Hikaru.
I do like this bishop e3 played as well. It just puts pressure on the pawn. Obviously, I'm a fan of the tempo. We're making you do something, attack as many times as you can in a row. Bishop e3 is really nice. That is a deep, what? Wait a second. What are we missing? I guess he wants knight f4, rook g6.
I think knight f4. Knight f4 right away, threatening knight e2. And like I said, rook g6 is coming very quickly after.
That's going to be sick. Queen h3. Woof. There's some heat off that. Whoa. That was nice.
Yeah, so I think it's too much to take the pawn right away. Perhaps he has to prepare it with a move like g3 or moving a rook to d1. So let's see, or king h2. So let's see what he's going to do. The nice thing about the move g3 is that this knight can never jump to f4 anymore.
Yeah, there was some heat off that move, bro. He just immediately saw rook g6, knight f4, queen h3, and then it's just GG. Like, you're game over. You can't allow this. So he has to do something, obviously, about this. Yeah, g3 is an annoying move to make. It does weaken h3, but we should be fine.
Yeah, Hikaru is a pawn grabber, though. I mean, I think it's really too much to take the pawn here,
so
but
you're gonna take the pawn.
I'm sure he's looking at it. But I think it's too much.
Maybe you take on c5 once, but then there's a c4 option and a3 is hanging. In some cases,
yeah, I think you want to keep the tension. Like I said, if you take right away, there's c4, right. e3 is hanging down the line, rook a6 is there as well, so exactly. d3 becomes a little bit weaker. So I would keep the tension here for now.
Yeah. I like that idea. Keep the tension. So what do you think in g3 or maybe rook e, maybe rook b, some waiting, king h2 maybe even?
G3 played. I just realized black does have the move rook f6,
but in king g2,
and after king g2. Maybe, but I think it's too much, though. I think it's too much. Like rook h1, and you're gonna have to. Although there's knight h4 and queen, it's something. But I think it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's not enough. Rook f6, king g2, rook f3, king f3, king h3, and then you're good.
But overall, it's pretty clear that we need a W here. We're down 2 points in the match.
Yeah,
it's not a disaster at all. It's not a disaster at all. But at some point, you want to come back, and it would be great to keep Magnus's lead within limits.
Yeah, I forget about that. We actually are down in the match here. I mean, it's just playing great chess. Like both guys here are playing excellent chess, but it's minus. We're down 2 games, so we actually do need to win some games and starting now, preferably. G3. Now, what does Magnus want to do? He has to deal with this, obviously, this tension now, because we will take now on c5.
Yep, c5 is hanging, and we see trade on b4. Again, I think this is slightly in Hikaru's favor. I think he's more likely to take advantage of that open c-file. Rook c2 to c1 is coming very quickly. Also, this knight on g6 is now looking a little bit silly. Can it go to f4? Can it go to h4? Maybe it has to jump back to e7 at some point, also to control the d5 square. But then the bishop on f8 is feeling a little bit passive. So Magnus therefore breaks through with the move d5.
Man, sometimes you just cannot predict what he's about to play. Like d5 was not anything on the radar. Nice move here. Pointed out the worst place piece. Well, I mean, the knight could be one too as well. But definitely that bishop being worse than the knight. Knight actually at least has some squares. The bishop didn't have any. So d5, really strong move. And after captures, I'm assuming rook d6 here.
Yeah, you just like in case you take the pawn, I think there's just rook d6. There's no good way to defend this. Also, they would head the pawn on h3. Hikaru can take with the queen, but they're same thing. Black just takes, goes rook d6. You're going to get the pawn back with a very fine endgame. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Maybe bishop to c5, trading off that bishop on f8. And because otherwise black can go d4 and grab more space, and then this bishop becomes passive again.
That's a very nice move. I do like the bishop c5 move. Yeah, that's really nice. Because with bishop c5, if you take, then I actually do get the cast pawn. I mean, yeah, obviously, keeping attention will be vital there. And yeah, d4 doesn't have much sting. I also can take on d5. I would have moved. Bishop c5 is really strong.
Yeah, like bishop c5. I mean, yeah, like you said, we can take with the pawn. We can also take with the rook. And either way, white is doing very fine. But now we see Hikaru taking his time, dropping 30 seconds behind on the clock. So let's see what he's going to do. I think a move like king g2. He takes with the queen. But I think this one is just headed for a draw now, can't he? Yeah, maybe rook 100%. C5, though. Wait. You hit the pawn. Okay, rook b6, B8. There might be like rook c6 or rook c7. Maybe rook b8 is the move, yeah. And then move the rook back later.
Something. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. He just moved the rook back. Yeah. So we got to do something about that immediately. I guess we don't. We don't have a move, actually.
Maybe. What about this? Rook b8, maybe d4, e4, knight e5 is perhaps a possibility.
Yeah, that's more. That's right. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Rook
b8 played. He's so precise. It's just unfair.
Yeah, rook b8 was a nice move because it's really annoying. Yeah, d4 is like the only way to like really create something because he's going to move the rook next.
But you just move the rook, and still the rook is under attack, and this pawn is hanging. This pawn is hanging as well. So
and then he gets the pass pawn. Like, where is this even coming from? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's like, where do you go wrong? They say that all the time. Like, where did I go wrong? Like, I mean, it's not wrong here, but still, like, there's pressure. There's annoying pressure. h4, he's going to move the rook. Rook c6, rook d5, I don't know. h5 played. Okay. Stops us.
Clever move by Magnus, stopping Hikaru from playing the move h5. But now the g5 square can become available at some point in the future. So let's see how Hikaru will play this. I mean, maybe move like d4 or just move this rook into the game. Make sure that b4 is not hanging. But, you know, he's again down on the clock. This one is not looking easy so far.
Well, we are down on the clock, guys. We are down on the clock. We got to relax. Okay, so he moves the rook.
Rook c7. Now you do have knight g5 possibilities.
Beautiful. I like it. Some initiative. You swing around to e4. Could try to push d6. At least we better the placing of the knight.
Yeah. So I think Magnus is just going to take the pawn. And then the question is, what are we going to do? Maybe like bishop a7, move the rook out of the way, then rook b7. Rook c7 is also an idea. Or like rook here and rook c7 right away. But Hikaru again down to 40 seconds. Magnus has like half a minute lead. Bishop b7 played.
Okay, rook b7 blade.
Okay, I like it. Rook c7 now is coming.
Into some space. Rook c8 probably. Rook takes d5.
Rook c7.
Double up.
Let's go.
Double and above.
Yeah, and how do you defend this pawn? I mean, knight g5 is coming as well. I really like how Hikaru has done this. He's done this very very craftily. Craftily, that's a word, right, or not?
Yeah. Well, anything we say is a word, so it's a word, bro.
That's true.
It's a word. It's 100%. It's a word, bro. A word.
Craftily. Now, what Magnus could do, he goes knight h8. Wow, that's a very crafty move as well. Maybe knight g5 anyway?
Knight h8. Have you ever played that in a tournament? Have you ever had to put a knight on the h, like right next to the king usually?
I don't remember doing so, but very often when you play such a move, you make it out of necessity, and often you're not happy to do it.
I had one game ever that I had to do it, and I remember I twisted it in there because it was a good move, and I rerouted it, but I twisted it in there, and I rerouted it to g5 from h1. Knight h1, f2, h3, f4, or knight h2, h1, f2, h3, g5, and then it won the game. It was very strange.
Very crafty.
Very crafty.
Okay, so,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Extra craft on that.
So Hikaru is down a pawn here, but he's got a much more active pieces. There's knight on h8. It's defending the pawn, but it's really stuck there. Hikaru can go knight g5 now. But maybe then bishop d6 for Magnus. Now, why do you go rook d7? I guess Magnus just doesn't trade. He just goes bishop f8 back. Bishop f8.
Quite annoying.
He's so precise. He just doesn't blunder.
Unbelievable.
I think this is just going to be a draw, can't he?
Yeah.
Right? Or Hikaru says no, he wants more.
He said draw once.
Go, but I don't see how. Wait, rook b6, but how do you ever make it happen here?
Yeah, I think it's his flag actually. Look at the time. Actually, I'm thinking about it. That time, he like, I'm better in bullet. This is bullet right now. Let's just, let's work it. Work the position. Massage
5
the
seconds. Okay,
position.
let's go. Let's knight h3, but now knight g6.
Oh, that's annoying.
Jumps back, but now there's knight e5.
He did not.
Okay.
Can't.
b8.
Trade him.
We need some magic here. 96 maybe. 96.
We have 7.
We can at least secure the draw. Take.
Okay. So yeah, we're not losing this one.
But I think we're also not winning. But you never know. Hikaru is a magician.
Yeah.
Okay. G5 though, or there. Yeah, I think it's just going to be a draw.
Breathe, chat. Hold your breath.
F3. Okay.
I don't know what's about to happen.
4 seconds though. 4 seconds. Check maybe. King G6. G4. Okay.
Okay. Take H5. King G3. Yeah, this is
check.
It's nothing.
Okay, but Magnus has a knight. It's check.
Ooh, that was
Hikaru keeps refusing to draw.
That was a little scary. Richie to check is like
he has to make sure not to lose this game. That'd be quite a disaster. King G1. Bishop. Wait. Oh, he wins the knight. Let's go.
Let's go. What is this? He has lost his mind. Oh, but it's still a draw.
It's still a draw. Okay, but with little time, anything can still happen. Keep sending in that energy, you guys. Anything can still happen.
Anything can happen at this point.
If he wins these pawns, then he gets rook and bishop versus rook, which is very unpleasant. But I think Magnus kind of has some fortress action here. Because look at this.
He doesn't have to move.
He's stopping white from going bishop f8, and these pawns also provide a nice shelter.
And it's quite annoying. You're facing the 2 pawns, and I mean, you could actually lose this.
Oh, check now. Rook b7. Rook b7.
Okay,
let's go.
Pick up one.
Take.
One.
There goes one. There goes
one. Sweetheart. Thank you for the pawn. Okay.
It's got king up. Yep. Now we just have to find a way to win the second pawn. Yep. Okay. You swing the rook around.
100 moves, chat. 100 moves and counting. It's going to be well over.
Okay. Bishop 4. Okay. King G4 maybe. Okay, that's fine. Bishop C3. King up. Check now. You have to go back.
And bishop D4, king E4. Okay.
Bishop D4. Okay, goes rook there.
Check.
Objectively, all of this is still a draw, but he can still create some problems here. King H4, very crafty. I think he wants to go here and make sure that the king cannot go back. What's happening?
He's thinking. Oh, wait, something happened.
King up. Okay. Check.
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 Check king E4.
Check.
I'm not doing it.
Goes king H6. He's trying to go around with the king.
I like it.
But now Magnus can try to check.
Go forward. King G. Oh, yeah. Checks me.
Okay, make sure you don't get yourself checkmated. Rook f2. He's in a pin now. He's in a pin. Wait, king g6 though. King g6. Okay, I don't check.
Oh, there's some tricks. Bishop f4 next.
Rook g5 maybe. Yep. And I think this pawn is going to drop. King h5. Rook f4, and there goes the pawn. Let's go. And another 50 moves.
Another 50. Count it up. Wait,
what? The moves flew it. Like 20 moves flew in. Like, what happened? Wait. Rook b1. Wait. Rook b1 king. No, wait. This looks very tricky for black, but I think objectively it's still a draw. Rook c8. But Magnus got 3 seconds. King e2, maybe? Did he lose on time?
I don't know what
you need to play with 1 second.
Frozen. Like the whole board frozen.
Keep sending in that energy. We can still make a win happen here. Come on. Board is frozen. Rook c2 wins, by the way, apparently. Okay. There's Rook c5. I don't know what's happening. The moves are going in chunks.
Know either. I'm just trying to
check maybe
where the moves are now. The clock lagging, right? What is happening, chat? Yeah, y'all giving too much energy, chat. That's what it is.
D2.
This is too much energy. That's good though. It's good. Keep it up.
D4, okay. But now you cannot block the checks. King e5, okay. Check maybe over here. Wait, when was that pawn captured, Kenty? I think move 120. 120, I think. 121. 121. So we got another bishop c4. No, wait, bishop c5, king f4.
He's king f4. Yeah.
Wait, but checking king c6 maybe? King c6. No, but now king e4.
Yeah, you have to get the. It's a way to do this. You can, win it, but it also is from Black's point
Wait.
of view too as well, of them messing it up. This is supposed to be a draw.
Check, check, check. But it's getting very
Okay.
close to that 50 move rule.
Well, now he's on the back
Rook
rank though. We got him. This is possible. This is possible, chat.
3 though.
Oh, he finds the right move. Check, 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 check. Nothing. No, check. Just check him. Right.
And they're very close to that 50 move rule.
Where we at? 56 moves? Yeah.
Rook C8. Okay. King up.
Hikaru smiling.
Come on, Hikaru. Pull out a win here. You can do King C4.
Like, just do it, bro. Come on, just do it, bro.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, wait, something happened.
Wait.
Yeah, of course, there's an up. Yeah, something
King C3,
happened.
King C2.
Let's see what happened here.
Bishop C3. Wait. Rook 8 is coming. Rook 8.
So all boards are laggy.
And Magnus, wait, is he going to fleck? Wait, I think Hikaru's winning.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he won. I'm getting word. He won.
Let's go!
Let's go, Chad!
Let's go.
All right, now this right here is a bounce back game. This one is going to set the rest of the match.
The tone.
This is going to be the rest of the match. Imagine losing that game. What a game.
Yep, that was a mic drop right there by Hikaru. What a game to come back in the match. Now he's only down a point, and Kenty, he wins after 161 moves.
It doesn't matter how we get it back. It matters if we got it done. 160 something moves, and the man got it done. Boy, wow, that was sick.
I'm gonna refresh my board here to see if that makes a difference because the moves are coming in chunks.
Yeah,
and Kenty, we've got another real low pass. Hikaru now playing on the black side. It feels like here Magnus is better. He's got more space B4 by Hikaru, so let's see what is going to happen. But what a game. What a game.
Yeah, what a game. Let's actually, can I see the beginning of this Roy, just to see which Roy this was? How he played it? Was this I'm not sure what Roy he actually played. Maybe what is this, Archangel or something, or Mahler with the early Bishop C5 stuff. Curious to see what he played.
Yeah, so apparently we're having some delay, but on the Chess.com stream there was some delay as well. So
okay,
I think just Chess.com is having some issues because these moves are coming in super fast.
Is this live position here? Are we good?
Yep, this one seems to be live. Magnus is better. He's also up 40 seconds on the clock. But what a clutch win there by Hikaru.
Yeah, that was tenacious. I want to win. I'm going to keep pushing. Now I win, right? That's very nice. That is very, very, very nice. Good stuff.
Yeah. All right. Let's see the move A5 there by Magnus. Crafty little move. Hikaru again can trade, but I don't know. I like the position here for Magnus. He's got more space, maybe like Rook E8 or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like you might end up with some weaknesses here on the queen. So Hikaru, he's got some work to do in the Berlin.
Bishop C6. What is this one for? Maybe go Bishop B5. D2. Maybe there is there's a Knight F5 in there lurking, which is scary. Of course, E4 is hanging, but that is an open F5 square where it's really scary allowing that. Bishop takes H6 is, some type of window that could be open here. Yeah,
maybe you have to go like King H7. He goes Rook E8. He says, wait, can manage to sack?
Bach, you know what I mean, Bach? We do these puzzles, Bach, okay? We do these puzzles out here. Bishop takes H6 definitely is a move.
James, I think this is what he missed. Takes Knight F5 first. If you take the queen, then there's Queen E7 to F8. But if you go Knight F5, then Queen H6 is coming in with devastating effect. And I don't see how you defend. What you can do is maybe go like Bishop D7, but White takes. You chop off the knight, but another knight will jump in. White's going to take here. That looks crushing.
Yeah, what they say is Gary, talk about it all the time. Gary talks about that with the knight on F5. Wins games. Versus the knight on F4 when you're playing with the black pieces. But then there it is. Bishop H6 is on the board. Let me see if we see any reaction from Hikaru.
But he recaptured instantly. Wait, so Queen E7, where exactly is the win? Wait.
Let's look. Oh, Bishop
B3 is nasty.
That's nasty, boy. Oh my goodness. Okay, Knight F8 and then Knight F5, and you just resign. Jeez. Knight H8, Knight F. Wait. Oh, he gets the piece back. Oh my goodness. Knight H8, Knight F5, Queen F8, Queen F6.
Yeah, no, it's looking tough. I mean, White's hitting this knight on
Even
G6.
Knight,
The pawn is
Jesus,
pinned,
that's nasty.
so that is why it is a real threat. Like I said, if you move the knight, it feels like there's something for it. Like knight F5
Yeah,
forward
Knight
just
F5 is
crushing,
just GG. Yeah. Dang, bro, that
and
was sick. That was
this
ugly.
would be a
D5.
devastating loss
Jeez.
for this would
Yeah,
be a devastating
D5 is the
loss
only
for
move.
Hikaru
Goodness, this was the only
because
move.
I mean, if he would lose this game, imagine all of the work he put in, right, to come back in the
Yeah.
match, and now he would again be looking at a 2-point deficit. But it's far from over. D5, the only move to hang on. Let's see what Magnus is going to do here. I guess he's going to take on D5 either way.
Sick move. It's tough, man, especially after that. Jeez, it was so good. It was a really nice comeback game. Of course, obviously there's more games, but now we have more work to do. Little hit to our momentum after that game, but that is okay. Because we still got more games left. We probably, especially this one, may end. If it ends quickly, then we'll still have probably one more left before we go into the 3+1.
Yep. All right, so Magnus takes on E5. I mean, I don't know what to do here. I mean,
That
knight takes E5, I
defense
think
here
knight
is like,
F5 is just crushing.
and if I move the knight, he takes on D5. Like, what the hell? I mean, what do I do, Bach? Bach, help me here. Bach, what do I do, bro?
I don't know. I don't know. If you move the knight, White can also take here. It looks crushing. I think he's probably just going to lose this game. I mean,
Yeah,
that's quite devastating. It's still, again, far from being over, but it would be tough.
Ugly game. Yeah, I would probably just resign, right? Resign, start the next game. It is what it is. Had a bad game. Cool. Happens. Whatever. Knight F5 is GG.
5?
I mean, Knight F5, Queen
Maybe
E6.
he's looking at this. Like, take, check.
Knight G4. Well, but I don't have to take, right?
Yeah,
you don't. King something. Yeah, King anything.
Even that variation is probably just lost, but I guess just King F1, Bishop B5.
Yeah, Bishop B5,
maybe
right?
King H1.
King H1.
H1, maybe.
Just long castle. Oh, Chad, I didn't even see that. He could long. Yeah, he just long castles, Chad. Wow, long castle. Yeah, we could do that. You're right. Let's try it.
Takes F2.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, so again, if you take the bishop, Hikaru's plan is to go knight G4 check. White can take, you take, the king moves, then you take over on H6. So let's put all of that on the board. And this endgame is bad, but it's still somewhat, doable. You're only down one pawn, actually. It's not even that terrible. Also, in case White goes king F1, then bishop B5. In case White takes, same thing again. But the good thing for Magnus is that he can go king to H1 and step out all of the checks. And that looks crushing. So let's see if he's going to do that.
Yeah, King H1. This is a desperado here. We're going to use everything that we can, obviously, to try to save this game. King H1, and where's the knockout blow after Queen E6? Is just Knight G5, I'm assuming. Could be really anything. Shoot, I don't even have a threat after Queen E6.
Hikaru is doing the head bob there. He's looking somewhat happy, but I don't know why. I don't know why. He looks lost, but King H1, I mean, as you guys can see, the evil bar is sky high.
Baby, confidence at all times. You know what I mean? That you can learn something there. Confidence at all times. 100%.
Okay.
Queen F8.
Magnus snaps off the knight. He found the right moves. Now let's see how he's going to try to hang on. I mean, the knight on E5 is hanging. Your king is wide open. What do you do here? I mean, you can maybe take the rook, but even... Okay, he goes rook E6, queen G5 now.
Okay.
G5. Knight G6. Okay, maybe just take with the pawn.
Yeah, you can just take. That was good.
If but, Hikaru can get out of
the game. Exactly, right? He's still in the game, Bog. We're still here, bro. We're still here, man. We swinging. What happened?
Well, not anymore. Hikaru just resigned.
Yeah.
And the good thing for Hikaru, though, is that by resigning that game, he makes sure that he will have the last white game in the 5+1 portion. But Magnus actually switches it up with the Sicilian defense. I'm a little bit surprised. I felt like the reload passes were going pretty well. And we see this move E6 and Hikaru playing the elephant.
Yeah, and I love the elephant myself. C3 Sicil for the kill. That's what we like to call it here. You can play very aggressively. You can play very solidly here. But here we got some type of weird elephant. Whoa, what the man? He blitzed that out. But he played that so fast. It looked like something like you did that. It looked like you put the move there.
I think this might be some, world championship preparation. Who knows? We see D4 by Hikaru. Now Magnus is going to do some magic here and take on Croissant. And this pawn on E5 is kind of weak. So let's see if he's going to go G4 right away. or maybe defend this pawn with h6 and then go bishop g7 and try to pick up the pawn in the future.
This was some crazy stuff. G5, man. That was crazy. Yeah, you don't want to take this pawn, obviously, with rook G8. And it looks like a good French, some type of French with G5. What I found is you can play the French, you can play any opening aggressively, but with those Frenches, when they get aggressive, you do see G5s and H5s. We also do have the French pawn structure with the light square bishop being bad as well. Can't turn out to be some type of strange French now. But we have a pawn on C3 with a break on D4, so some subtleties. Also, E5 is going to hang, so what do we do?
Good question. Yeah, I think G4 is definitely a possibility. Kicking the knight probably moves to D4, and then you take the E5 pawn with either one of the knights, and there we have the move G4 on the board, knight D4 instantly by Hikaru, and you can also take it the queen, as you cannot take the G pawn as your rook will hang. But to me, taking it with a knight, okay, takes the queen, and I think Hikaru probably has to try to keep the queens on the board.
This looks more Milner-Berry Gambit-ish now, except both pawns gone now, like D4 and E5. So it is Milner-Berry Gambit-ish. It's a very nice gambit to use against the French if you've never heard of it, but the Milner-Berry Gambit is pretty fire. It's fun. Even Magnus has used it himself, but this is like a different version of it. The pieces are just not well placed for white yet to have the activity that you give up for, obviously, the pawn in the Milner-Berry Gambit for white. So here, I mean, definitely I have to take black because we do have the extra pawn. We got the center and stuff like that. White's not obviously advanced enough or even developed enough to create anything, but there are chances still for white. A lot of chances. And it just says it's equal, even with the pawn, right?
Yeah, he could actually regain the pawn right here with queen takes G4. That's a possibility. Another move is knight B5, threatening a little fork over here. Can also trade on C6 first. So I feel like Magnus is a fine position. He can be satisfied about the outcome of the opening, but Hikaru at least has a more tactical position, which I guess he does not mind. Perhaps he felt like all the shuffling in the reload pass was going more in Magnus's way. Yeah. So let's hope that this one is going to go a bit better.
Yeah, of course, playing the Catalan and Queen of the Gambit decline and E4, E5, and all these, the very positional games. That's what he likes. Let's take him down under. Let's take him to the deep dark forest where 2 + 2 equals 5.
I was just about to say that. Yeah. All right. So we have the move. Yep, we have to move bishop b3 by Hikaru. Says that is that in case Magnus takes, he can recapture with the bishop, and that would do some damage on this diagonal. But it's a little bit slow. Now maybe Magnus can play the move h5, just defending that pawn over here. And I wonder what exactly Hikaru has in mind there. Maybe then some knight b5 action.
Yeah, I like that, knight b5. It's about activity, and especially you get the pieces out, queens out early. Kings is in the center still. And we gambited, not gambited, but we did give up that pawn there. 25 for some initiative, obviously. We got to develop fast, though, man. I don't even see what we could do. Knight b5. We get one check off there, maybe come back. Gotta try to open the game up. Bishop b5 instead.
Yeah, bishop b5, hitting the knight on c6. Again, black cannot take here. You take with the bishop. The queen is under attack, and the rook is hanging as well. And e5 by Magnus. Blunder. Apparently, according to the computer. But why? Why is this so bad?
Said the engine. Yeah, that's a good question, bro. I do not know at all. Takes. I was looking at some bishop d4. I mean, bishop f4, bishop g5. None of these moves make any sense, in fact. So, yeah, I have no idea why this is a question mark.
Yeah, it looks fine. I guess it weakens the pawn on d5 a little bit, but I don't see right away how to take advantage of that. Maybe you move your knight back to, let's say, c2 and c4. Wow, double brilliant. Exclam. What a move.
Oh, my goodness. He said, take it, Magnus. I dare you. Take it. Take it.
You take, you're in check, okay. You lose your queen, you lose the entire house. So taking is not an option here for Magnus.
Wow, so this is attacking 101. E-file. The king is on the E-file, Bach. That's a problem. And he exploited
exactly. It. Yep. If the opponent's king is in the middle, what you want to do is open up the center, and Hikaru does that right here with the move c4. And Canty, I don't know what you should do. Taking on d4, lose the game right away. You take with the bishop, and you lose the queen. D5 is hanging for the moment. If you take on c4, maybe just like knight c3, knight d5, it looks pretty scary all of a sudden for Magnus.
Yeah, that's an awesome move. If I'm playing from the black side here, I don't want to see any of this. c4, now the position's opening up, and my king is in the center of it right now. So now I have to use time. I have to think. Brilliant move here. That was brilliant. That is quite scary. I also can develop my knight to the natural square that I wanted to, which was c3 anyway. And I'm going to do it with tempo with knight d5 coming. practically, Magnus is in a lot of trouble. With, obviously engine assistance, anyone can find what the engine tells you, even though it says equal here. This is not equal anything.
A6, another blunder. Okay, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. He can take on c6, maybe just move the bishop back, keep all of the tension. He goes knight c3. What a great move. He's sagging the bishop. Why? Just wants to take here and let him cook. He wants to let him cook,
rook.
James.
Let him rook, Chad. Let him rook. Let him rook. Get off him. Give him some room. Don't touch him. Let him rook. Knight c3 is a nasty move.
So let's have a look. In case black takes the bishop, we take here. Hit the queen jumps back, we take here, and you cannot stop this fork over here. Right now, it would be practically made, as you would have to give the queen, so you're going to have to move your bishop, and then you just let him rook. You pick up the rook on a8, so great find there by Hikaru. What a game so far.
Sick. This is a dub. This has to be a dub here. It feels good. The pieces are developed. Magnus's king is still in the center of the board. Yeah, that's a nasty sequence. This didn't work out. The G5 stuff, it looked great. But it did not work out. It did not work out at all for Magnus here. Magnus doesn't look too concerned. Okay, now I see some concern there. And a deep breath.
Okay, he takes.
Love to hear that one. Knight takes.
Yeah. And now where queen g6 played instantly. Okay, so now in case of a check, the king can go here. Your knight on d4 still hanging. So Hikaru takes with the knight, but now rook b8 played instantly, perhaps. Wow. Hikaru rushed there a little bit because what do we do here? Maybe Hikaru rushed there a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely rushed, I think.
Check, but okay, here.
And bishop b6 was an idea, but I guess you give up too much material. After knight b6, knight f4. Oh, you can't go knight f4.
Oh, wait, if you go knight here, there's king e7, and knight here, then maybe you just take.
Bishop there takes. Yeah, it's not enough. Wow, knight e7 takes knight d5. That doesn't work either. Jeez. Okay, check king d8. Bishop b6 doesn't work. Unbelievable. That's crazy. If that works, that would be absolutely brilliant.
He's got to go for the win here, though. I mean, Magnus took his time. He came with a very resilient defense. Rook b8, great time by him. But Hikaru has to go for the win.
Look at this mate, Bach. I think I found it. Well, let's just do it. Knight c7, king d8.
Which one?
Other one. Knight b. King d8, bishop b6. Knight takes, knight f6.
Oh,
and then king c7, knight e8. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Disgusting.
But you don't have to take the knight. You go block and there's nothing.
There's nothing. That sucks. Rook takes e5. Sheesh. Bro, this is crazy.
But, okay, we have knight dc7 instead. King d8 played by Magnus. And now let's see how he will try to make him cook. Maybe f4, trying to blast open a position. Come on, Hikaru. We need a win here.
Yeah, we need a win, bro. We need a win. And any means necessary. Either we unplug his computer. It doesn't matter how we do it. We need a dub. We need a dub.
We need to get it done.
Now. We need a dub.
Yeah. Let's see what he's going to do. Come on. Chat, send in your energy. Send in your energy. We need a win here. We need a win. Bishop b6,
bishop b6, but I guess, what's wrong with bishop b6?
He's threatening all sorts of discoveries. But where exactly is the bishop b4? Blunder by Magnus.
That cannot be right. Okay, what's the move, Bach? There's got to be something.
Rook e3 and king e7. The king runs. Shoot. King runs. I don't see how we can catch it now.
Missed that whole idea. A3?
Uh-oh.
That does nothing. Oh, my goodness. Missed that whole idea.
Oh. Hikaru shakes his head. 95. King f8 played instantly. Bishop c7. He's hitting the rook and threatening this. But I think you just go here, and Magnus finds it.
Oh.
Rook it. But now he's just down a piece. He's just down a piece. King g7, and Magnus, I think he's just winning. Okay, b4, great move, though. Kicking the bishop back. Bishop d4. Blunder. Take it. b5, kick the knight back. And you take in d4. He's still crushing.
He's still finding moves.
d3.
20 seconds on the clock. Queen.
Maybe just move the rook.
No, just move the rook. Yeah, just move the rook.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Chat, let him rook. Just when we thought he was out.
Rook e3, okay.
But not for me.
But no.
Rook e3.
Okay, knight has to move now, and then a check here will be nasty. Come on, send in that energy. Okay, check. Do it. Come on, let him cook.
Let him rook, chat. 97. Okay, all right. He's simmering.
Check.
Okay,
wait,
check. And then queen f6.
Check, let it.
5.
Where's the win?
6 after that, exactly. 94.
Let him cook. Come on, move. F4. He was forgetting about en croissant.
Who knows what that is? Bishop G. What is going on right now? What is going on? What is this?
I don't know. H4 now. Check. No, but now F6. Like he's lost 20 tempi. Okay,
Jeez.
Rook F3. Let him cook.
Let him
takes, and he wins. The queen is crushing now. He's completely winning.
Let him rook. Oh wait, hold on. No, I'll turn the stove off.
Rook F4. What a move.
Something happened.
Take. I think he's winning. Knight takes.
Finally.
Knight take and Rook F1. Let's go. Rook F1.
Resign.
Let's go.
Yes, man, that was crazy. That was ridiculous.
That game was absolutely insane. I don't know what we just witnessed, James, but Hikaru wins this game and takes the score down to only a 1-point deficit.
Wow, Chad. Remember, it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. If you ever flag Hikaru and you have no pieces on the board, guess what? You get the dub or the draw if you ain't got no weight material. But at the same time, it counts, doesn't it? 100%. What crazy game. We got it done. Beautiful. And we only down one.
Exactly. All of you guys did this. All of you guys send in that energy and you let him cook.
You did.
But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going on a very short break. But don't go anywhere. The 3+1 portion is going to be fast and furious. So we will see you all in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship. James, Hikaru just won a crazy game with the white pieces to narrow Magnus down to 1 point.
Yeah, that's very good. Of course, going, you feel good as you can see him on the camera there, just bouncing. He's ready. He's feeling good, especially at that last game winning with white. That's great. Now we got the black pieces, I think, to start. I'm not sure if he starts with black or if he just starts with white. And that 3-1 portion, do you know about that, Bach? Does he start with white in the beginning of 3-1?
Yeah, no, Magnus will start with the white pieces, I assume, because he just had black and they just keep alternating.
Okay.
Now, we know what that Hikaru has massive experience in the 3+1 portion, as that is the time control in Title Tuesdays. And he's there every Title Tuesday.
Yep.
He's there in the morning, there in the afternoon.
Yep.
So he's he for sure knows what he has to do here.
Yeah, he has it going. And, of course, obviously, Magnus has that too. Oh, he's repeating the line. Bishop B7, Bishop B4, check different. Castles, quick moves, trade everything out.
Yeah, this is what he played in the game against Andrake. In the playoff, that would determine whether he would play in Division 1 or Division 2 of the Champions Chess Tour. So 94, pretty solid move. He wants to trade off these knights. White can go for this move, Queen to D3, with the idea that in case you take the knight on C3, there is the move Knight to G5, and things become very tricky. So it's good that Magnus at least is taking his time here.
Ooh, that's crazy. Knight G5. That's something I've never seen. That's a sick line, bro. I was about to play F5 too. To be honest, I'm like, oh, it's F5. Knight G5 is some stuff there, but wow, played it anyway. 94 takes brilliant, and they just blitzing this stuff up.
Yeah, no, I do think that white has a slight edge here. F4 played instantly by Hikaru. Wow. I guess he felt that perhaps is a better move. The thing is, it stops white or it discourages white from playing E3. Queen E2 instead by Magnus, so maybe now just Queen F6, defending the pawn and hitting the pawn on D4.
Very deep into the files I can see here. This is nice. Love Queen F6, hitting D4. It connects my rooks. I can probably bring the other rook in the game somehow. As well, after rook to D1, rook A, D1, what are we playing, Bach?
Good question. That's rook A1. I mean, maybe at some point knight A5, just hitting the pawn and aiming to trade off the bishops, as this knight on C6 is always pinned, so it might not be a bad idea to solve that problem as quickly as possible.
I like it. Knight A5. There's a move. Takes. Yeah, played. Getting rid of it.
Yep.
Takes.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's very equal. Very equal. I like black's activity. Yeah,
and I also like Hikaru's clock here. He's up a minute. Someone asked in the chat, is the clock right? Yes, it is. We are in the 3+1 portion. Again, the games are only going to get faster from here, which should be in Hikaru's favor. We saw that he's the better time scrambler. That last game was absolutely crazy, but somehow, I don't know how he does it, James. Somehow he just finds a way to win.
Yeah, he just resourceful, always looking for things to do and be annoying. And he does it at the highest level possible, highest level of annoyingness ever. And that's what makes him an excellent player here in any time control, any format. He's going to always find these resources. And as the time gets shorter, he gets stronger. And that's scary to say. What? He's allow F3? Bach. Look at it. You see Bach's face,
Let him cook.
Let him cook. The immediate. Did you see Bach's face, chat? Like just literally immediate duck lips there after E3 was played. F3?
But look at Hikaru's face. Hikaru also looks confused. Like, really?
What
F3?
Are you doing? F3?
I mean, I wonder what exactly Magnus is going to do there. Hikaru certainly has some ideas there, like Queen F5 to H3. The rook can come up. So let's see. And yeah, Magnus also Hikaru also having his lead on the clock. And I think the move F3 would be a great way, and there we have it to take advantage of it.
Why he moving so fast? Like he just got this all figured out. F3. Okay. All right.
Queen
H4. Queen
G4 with
G4?
like knight D6.
Bro,
I mean, knight D6 is a kind of a fork. You hit E4 and C4, but there's still Queen D3 to defend both. But maybe then some Rook F4 action.
Anyway, man, we on him. We on him. We on him right now, Bach. Let him rook, chat.
Rook F4. Let him rook.
On him. We on him right now. Rook F4. We are on him. And then double the rooks. And then Rook H4.
Hikaru is going to let him rook here. I mean, Rook F4 looks nice. Maybe just double up the rooks. Because if you take an H4 now, then you hang this. But Rook F4 exclam. James,
bro,
this is he's going to come back.
This is an easy one. Who is this? What is going on? This is not the Magnus I remember. Double the rooks. Easy move. Rook takes H4 as a threat. How do you even stop it? Oh, he wants Rook E3.
What about this? Knight takes C4, takes, and then you take. You take right away, you hang F3, but you can deflect the queen. And there should be a checkmate afterwards, right?
Yeah, he's swinging. He's swinging. He's making the Queen's Indian look amazing. Might go study this today, chat. Queen's Indian players out there. You know, and Bach got the course, so this is good prep. It's good prep for the Bach course. Go get the Nimzo Indian Chessable course. You know, it's coming out. Nimzo Indian course for Bach already on Chessable. Queen's Indian's on the way. We see Hikaru clinical here in the Queen's Indian right now.
He must be looking at this. So let's have a look. So we take on C4, white recaptures, we take on H4. What happens in case white steps back? Like, where's the... Maybe we just go like Queen G4, and we slowly but surely checkmate white. Like,
anyway.
But you take an H4, and I don't think there's a mate.
Oh, there's no mates?
But wow, I think just...
He runs away.
I think just Queen G4, Queen H3 is a devastating threat. So takes, right. We take Queen E3 and Queen G4. So Hikaru investing some time.
Yeah, he has to mate on H1. Okay, that's sick.
Like he knows that if he finds the right line here, the game is just over. So that's why he's taking his time, and I think he's gonna go for it. Right? Come on, go! You got to do it.
27. Been to 2800 before.
Let's go! Double exclam again.
Hitting, splitting. Knight takes C4. Get him off the board.
Get him out of here.
Get over.
What a move.
Get him out of it.
And I don't see what Magnus can do here. I think he has to take the knight. I mean, this rook is under attack. There's a fork threat in here. You cannot take any of Black's pieces, so you're going to have to take the knight. Then we go here, and I think you're just slowly getting checkmated. This rook moves back. Queen H5 is coming. I think Hikaru is just letting him cook here, or letting him rook. I mean, look at these rooks, James.
Yeah, letting him rook for real. Now, what's funny is, like, I just couldn't believe that Magnus allowed E3, or he played E3, and allowed the pawn to get to F3. The pawn got to F3, and it was over. That was it. You know, by letting rook. Exactly.
And look at Hikaru. Hikaru, he was looking to the side there. He was looking at the cam like, what is Magnus doing? Like, what is his reaction? Rook DD3. Oh, my frick. Queen G3 and F2.
Woo!
What? Wow.
Instantly.
Made.
Oh, man. Queen G3.
Get him out of here. This is dirty. This is too much.
Hey, man, get this off the screen, bro. We got kids watching this. This is a family channel, my guy. We got to, oh, shoot. We might get TOS.
And look at Magnus. Magnus was like, okay, you got me there. Respect, bro. And we're off to another game. Hikaru has equalized the score, and Magnus playing Sicilian once again.
Oh, my goodness. That was sick, bro. If I'm Magnus, hey, bro, you're going to have to bounce back really hard after that one. That is not easy to bounce back from. That's not easy to bounce back from. That was a crushing win.
No.
That was crushing. Beautiful.
Yeah, no, those are great games there by Hikaru. Now we see Sicilian with an early bishop to c4 and Magnus blunting that bishop with a move e6. And now he's got a big choice. How is he going to recapture? But James, it was clear that was all because of the chat. The chat kept sending in their energy, and eventually he just soaks it in.
Exactly right. He gets it and then he holds it in, right? And then you see when he starts bopping his head, that's when like the energy is releasing, like he's using it. You know what I mean? So it's just so much energy, he bops his head, which I get it. It's a lot of energy coming from you guys. So great job, chat. Great job. Doing what you're supposed to do.
Exactly.
100%.
Just raise your hands up, send your energy to Hikaru, and he will find a way. So Queen E2, clever little move here, stopping move D5 for the moment. Now we see knight E7 by Magnus. I guess reinforcing the move, or perhaps going to G6.
Yeah, both sides are good here. I have a good success rate from white from this side. believe it or not. I actually really get good positions here. It's hard. I guess it's easier for black to go wrong in this position than it is for white, even though you can play d5 and get the center, but it's very open, and my bishops are open. Like, I mean, both my bishops are great. I can do anything. I can also play king h1, f4, f5 in some cases, like really fast attacks with the f-pawn.
Yeah, so knight c3, clever move by Hikaru. I mean, I wonder if d5 is a move, or if you can sack there. I don't know. I don't know if Magnus. Oh, Magnus is curious to find out. So
I guess try it.
Can we sack? I mean, we can also just move the bishop.
Yeah, you're right. I probably don't want no action here, to be honest. Takes. Okay, but I always like to look like, well, okay. Yeah, he went away. He was like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, bishop e3. It's still annoying for Magnus, though. How do you develop? If you go knight g6, then we take g6, bishop g7 is there, but it's all a little bit slow, and bishop g5 will be annoying. So I like this opening for Hikaru. I like it a lot.
100%. Yeah, I've scored very high in these type of positions. I just know these are very nice for white. It's easier to play. It's just much easier to play. If you got positions that are easy to play, you're more comfortable. You feel good. You can play fast. Look at the time edge as well. We have a nice time edge. We're playing quickly. This position looks good for white. We're fresh off a crushing win. Momentum is on our side. Feels really good. F4's coming.
Yeah, no, this is a typical Hikaru position. He's got a slight initiative. He's got easy piece play and potentially some attacking chances. Maybe he can push that f-pawn all the way up the board again. That'd be great, James.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Very so nice. Let's see what he's going to do. F4 looks nice to me, or just maybe queen g4, hit that pawn.
Queen g4. Queen g4 is nice. Queen g4 is nice. Very nice move. Queen g4, bishop f6. And
it's an annoying threat to deal with. I think you might have to go bishop f6.
Right.
In case you castle, then bishop h6. Wait.
Did he castle?
Let him really cook. That.
Bro, what is he doing? Okay, well, bishop h6, bishop f6.
F4 maybe? Followed by e5?
F4, e5. And then f5, I guess.
Well, but then f5, yes.
Yeah, f5. Wow.
So look at this. Bishop h6, bishop f6, force now.
F6, yeah. F4, e5, f5.
You can go king h8 with black, but after e5, you're going to have to go into this position, which should favor Hikaru. I think, again, he's just going to let him cook here.
He bought the rook. He bought the rook very hard here, chat. What you want? What you want? What you craving today? Yeah, we about to rook it up right now. We about to rook it up, chat. We about to rook it up. Watch this.
So let's see, maybe e5, then either f5 or just move the queen back. Both look great for Hikaru. Again, he's got an initiative for free here, and he's got the extra time. I think, James, the faster these games are becoming, the more it's going to shift in his favor.
Yeah, 100%. And the Magnus needs to be in, a different mode than what it is right now. It definitely started very strong, Magnus, that is. But now, especially, I think, after the last two games, it's really starting to show. Hikaru is like, he's here. Magnus, you got to do some more. E5? Wait a second. E5? What is this, Bob?
Yeah, just do it. Just do it.
I'm very curious.
It looks like a nice move. You're going to have to take an h6, then we take here. And Hikaru's got a great position. You will also... Wait, why is he confused? Come on, just go e5. Don't step back. Just go forward.
I see his idea, though. There's more of like the rook gets to g6, I guess. I guess he can use a file on bishop b7. He has some... I guess I understand him.
Yeah, of course you have to be careful that the rook comes here, but e5, great move by Hikaru. It takes queen h5.
Rook to g6, and then bishop b7. It's kind of annoying. Maybe 95. Oh, 95 is definitely going to lose now. Rook f2,
But James, here's the thing. Once this rook goes here, we always have ideas with c3 and bishop to c2. Also, this pawn on c5 is hanging, so this has to be great for Hikaru. And look at Magnus's clock. He's down to 30 seconds.
That's nice. Yeah. Oh, look at his clock. I didn't even notice that. That's one thing you forget about, I might find the moves, but then you look up and you got 10 seconds to complete the rest of this kind of position here versus Hikaru, all that time. This looking bad. I mean, was that the first game? Last game was first game, right? Yeah, that was the first
last game was the first game. The 3+1. Less than 10 seconds for Magnus. What is he going to do? I don't see it here. 5 seconds. He's got to move. What did he?
Don't move. Okay, 94.
Okay, 95. What is his idea? I don't see it. 95. Rook a8. Maybe just snap.
You can't snap those. And how do we make progress afterwards? Maybe like your idea, C3 takes.
At some point, C3 is just going to let him cook. Beautiful. Or what about C3 here right away? That also looks great. Let him cook. He's got the time. He's got a position.
Love it.
Takes. Okay, good move.
Nice C6.
Oh, what about this? Knight f3 to G5. That looks super nasty with 5 seconds to deal with.
Knight f3. Oh, he can't even go rook G6. 2, 1,
Let him.
0. Knight f8.
Let him.
Knight g5. You can made it. Oh no, he's gonna sacrifice.
Anything is winning now. Bishop
He's
c4
gonna
to d3
sacrifice.
also crushing. Knight g5, you're gonna have to sack.
He's gonna have to.
Come on,
He's gonna have to sack.
c3
c3
takes.
takes.
Bishop c2 is mate.
Anyway,
Take.
Queen
Okay,
f8
that's
first.
good.
Or
Let
wins.
him cook.
Get him off. Now he just swinging on him like, hey man, hey Hikaru, chill, bro. Hey man, he didn't mean it like that, bro. He didn't mean it like that. He didn't mean it like that. And then it's 2 in a row, and we are now up for the first time in the match.
Yeah, we've done it. We now have the lead chatters. All right, so Magnus switches it up. He goes back to e4, and Hikaru again goes for the setup with rook e8 and bishop to f8. So I wonder what exactly he's going to do differently this time around, as the last time he got a passive position, James.
Yeah, he did. He got a passive position, but here now you have more. I think he would probably, after you like swing like that a few times, you get a little bit more ambitious. So you can do more. For instance, you can go g5 in these cases, king g7, obviously bishop g7, knight h5. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling better, but you don't want to play recklessly, of course, just because I have the lead now. I still need to play good chess, but he can probably be a little bit more ambitious.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's good that he has a lead now. I think he won like 3 games in a row. D4 here by Magnus. Again, getting some space in the center. I wonder if we can take. He goes b5. And I wonder what he has in mind in case of bishop to c2.
Oh, that's correct. Bishop c2. It can't go knight b4. But that's a usual idea. It's take knight b4 and c5. Usual idea. But with this pin on f6, it is different.
Yeah, like there might be
different.
e5. So you're going to have to be careful. What he could do, okay, goes g6. What he could have done is maybe taken then like g5, g4, kick the knight away and take the pawn on d4. That was a possibility. Now d5 by Magnus. And yeah, the knight on b7 is not looking great. But for the moment, Hikaru's holding it together.
The knight is really ugly. Oh my goodness. How do you get this back in the game? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how we ever. You're going to have to go knight d8 and around to f7 and g5. Jeez, what a bad knight, like, literally.
But how do we not lose this pawn? I mean, I guess we have to go c6 now, as otherwise Magnus goes bishop d3 quickly. So I think we're going to have to go c6, take, so that we have queen b6 just in time.
Yeah, that's a nice move. c6 is good. Takes. We have queen b6, defending b5. Somehow, yeah, this knight's so gross. Jesus. Yeah, but we can at least get it around to e6 at some point. 98, 96, 94. Take.
Yeah, no, that's a nice idea. 96 to e6, 98 to e6. Also, maybe at an opportune moment, you can go d5, and the knight can go to d6.
Nice. Yeah, d5 would be good.
Bishop e3 by Magnus. Nice move controlling this diagonal. Maybe queen d7, then you move your rook, and then your idea of 98 to e6, I like it. Okay, king g7. Hikaru also down on the clock here. So this game so far is not really going his way.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of maneuvering, something he's not familiar with. When he's more familiar with the position, or he's more comfortable, he will move quicker. Obviously, that's what anyone would do. Here, it is unfamiliar. He is down almost a minute on a clock with a very bad knight on d7. That boy has no squares at all. Don't do the sea of pieces here, but obviously, Hikaru can do whatever he likes. Queen b6. Yeah. Hikaru can do it, but like, yeah, you just don't try this at home, chat. Queen b6.
Okay, but now all of a sudden it's not looking too bad. Queen b6, nice move defending this pawn. The pawn on c3 is under attack. I was somewhat surprised that he played rook ac8 and conceded the a file to Magnus, but this pawn is awkward to defend. I mean, how do you do it? Like rook c1 and then maybe the maneuver.
96, yeah, that's nice. We got a nice tempo here after queen b6. c3 is hanging and knight d8 is coming that you can't actually stop me. Might even be better. 98, 96, g3.
Or what about this? Yeah, knight d8, good move. Also, maybe queen c6, offering the trade of queens. And if the queen steps back, you go rook d8, followed by d5.
Oh, that's the Najdorf way. This is Najdorf structure, actually, believe it or not. That's kind of crazy. With d6, e5, yeah. C-pawn gone, you play b5. That's crazy. Some type of Najdorf. Out of nowhere. It's crazy how the pawn structures change like this, but it's nice. Knight d8, 96, yeah, with the knight f4 thing. And I love that idea of d5, as you see a lot of times in the Najdorf. Knight even might reroute to c7 just to help with the d5 push. It's very nice.
Yeah, so knight to f1 by Magnus. He's aiming to go to e3. Good move. I mean, 96, 93, and then what? I mean, it's going to be tough to get that d5 push in, but yeah, you made a great point there, James, how now it's more of a Najdorf structure. That's a great thing about the Ruy Lopez. The Ruy Lopez can go into so many different structures, right? It can go to the Kingzinian structure, when white goes d5, also the Najdorf, the Benoni, and it's a very rich and strategic opening. So knight c7 now by Hikaru. He wants to control the d5 square, and the risk of going to f4 is that your knight can always be kicked away by g3, which is what Magnus plays now.
He does choose the knight c7 route and queen c6. Your idea there looks really good, but I don't want to take on d5 yet. I guess I do, and then play queen c4 if pawn takes. Queen b7.
b7, okay, he's preparing this push, so Magnus says no. Maybe now rook a8 and just recapture with the queen, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan. The pawn on b5 is always going to be weak. Magnus can create a pass if he wants to. Goes bishop g5. I guess Magnus will just trade now. No,
or
d5 could take.
Take, but now I can preserve the bishop and put it on b6. Takes, especially if he takes with the pawn and rook d7, bishop d8 to b6. In some cases, gets the bishop very active. He takes with the queen. Trade them boys out. Queen takes.
Take. Rook c4, going after the pawn. There's no easy way to defend it, as 92 is not available. And after h4, maybe we have bishop to c1.
Rook b3, and then rook takes e4.
Maybe take.
Lincoln likes white. Why do they like white?
But maybe the bishop gets trapped at the end with
my
rook
goodness,
here.
You are correct. What a sequence. Jeez.
So let's see. Rook b5, get rook c8 instantly by Hikaru hitting the pawn, and now he should be out of the woods, I would think.
Should be fine. Rook takes. All rooking games are drawn. But as we've seen in that other rooking game that he won, they are not, especially when the time is very low. Hikaru
has a rook and a bishop. You know what that means. Maybe he can let him cook again in that endgame. Okay, take the pawn.
Take.
Okay, maybe bishop c1.
Bishop. Very, very bad.
I like bishop c1. The bishop can go back here, and if the pawn pushes, then the bishop can come to c5, and then rook c2 will create some action. Bishop a3.
Fire. Bishop a3, yeah. Bishop take on d6. We take on d4. Rook back to d5. Okay. Oh, he wants to take e4 first, probably. Possibly.
Okay, bishop a3 now. Okay, the bishop swings back to c5.
b6, kind of annoying, but okay.
You're just in time. Okay, bishop c5. Wait, he's better now. Bishop c5 and rook b4, rook c2. Wait, Magnus all of a sudden is in a bind, and 17 seconds for the time scramble again. Rook b2. Rook b2. Pick up the pawn.
Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Okay.
He kind of messed this one up a little bit. It should just be a draw, though. King e6. Okay, trade.
Take,
King 7.
Check into oblivion.
Take, and push. Yeah, this is just a draw. Push.
For breakfast.
And neither side can do anything. Check and back. Yeah, king of 7, and it's just a draw. King up. Okay, king here. Okay, yep.
Beautiful. Check.
King here, yep.
Out of the way.
Just a draw.
Check. Draw. Done.
All right, so that one ends in a draw. But James, he missed a small opportunity. Before playing f5, he could have played rook b2 right away, as then knight b3 would have hung the f2 pawn.
Ooh, very subtle. No time on the clock there. Very subtle. But the draw is good, and we get the white pieces, what they say. Win with white, draw with black, right? Or especially playing Magnus here. It's good.
Exactly. I mean, overall, he was under some pressure in that game, so we cannot be too unhappy about a draw. Again, he also keeps his lead. So a draw is a good result.
Absolutely. As we have, 38 minutes here on the clock. 38 minutes, 3-1 portion. We have one game. Very close.
Yep. All right, so c4, rook b8 by Magnus. Now, in case of a trade, he can just recapture. And knight c3. He can also consider taking himself, as after bishop takes, there is rook takes b2. But Magnus goes knight a5, a nasty move, putting some pressure on c4 and on the bishop on b3.
Just have to go with the bishop here, which is totally normal. Takes. We have some pressure down the A file. Now we take, yes, definitely love opening the C file. Bishop a5 ideas, rook c1, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, so maybe bishop a5, putting pressure on the pawn on c7, combine that with rook c1 and some doubling, but d4. Queen d7, d4 by Hikaru. Okay, he's creating some tension in the center. Let's see what Magnus is going to do.
Be a c6 in here. Might just play, just to get rid of this weakness of the C file.
Magnus has paused to think, which is always kind of dangerous, you know? Let's see what he's going to do.
Right, d4. Definitely
I guess he's looking at this pawn push, or maybe this one, f5 to blow up the center.
Man, get out of here. And I take? on e5 and play e6. How is that even allowed? I don't
Yeah,
understand that one.
but the
That's crazy.
d5 pawn is very weak there. Maybe just go like queen
Queen.
somewhere and like rook f5. I don't know.
Jeez. Whoa, that's some sick stuff. And then knight d4, he takes on d5. Unbelievable. That's a
Yeah,
wicked idea. A very wicked
but
idea, especially
James,
on low
look
time.
at
Look
the
at the
clock.
time. Yeah, exactly. Look at the clock. Yeah, he plays c6.
Hikaru, Hikaru already up a minute, and apparently that is a blunder.
And I like
So
that
let's
move too.
see.
It's just funny. I was like, I mean, he could go c6, but maybe we should play something else. Maybe you should have tried that f5 move. But what do we play as white? What's the move block? Do we take on e5? And he does.
Well,
Okay, never
he
mind.
that's what Hikaru does. Okay, so
All right.
takes now we take. Okay, so if takes you take with the knight, and after all of these straights, there's knight d7.
What about queen d6
Uh-oh.
first?
Queen e6 is a good move, yeah, and Magnus finds it. Now maybe you have to go
Damn,
like knight c6, and it's just
crazy
headed for a
now.
draw.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just headed for a draw, guys. That's exactly right. Yeah, queen d6 was a very powerful move because I have so many threats now. I can take on d5 with the bishop as well. And the knight is hanging, so I have to deal with both. I don't see anything ambitious. E1, he just takes with the bishop.
Yeah, and I think this one is probably just going to peter out one way or another. I mean, you can go rook e1 first. Maybe then can take with the bishop. I don't know. I mean, you do get yourself in some pins. Knight c6 right away would simplify the game. You do have these double pawns on the b file, so I would slightly prefer black there, but I don't think it's enough to really make anything happen. And keep in mind, we do have a 1 point lead in the match, so a draw is a fine result. Instead, he goes bishop c3, and in case of takes, I wonder what he has in mind. Maybe some queen g4 action?
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. You could go bishop c3 to try to be ambitious, actually. But I mean, that was just a hope and a whim of like the only reason why I'm putting the bishop here is to have the activity on the g7 pawn. Try to play queen g4. And I saw this. Oh, yeah, he played b4. Man, Magnus is such a beast because b4 is like the best to like stop the bishop from being annoying, trades everything out, and should be drawn very soon.
Yeah, so let's see, bishop e5. I mean, this pawn on a6 is a little bit weak, but yeah, I think it's just going to be a draw after like rook here, or I don't know. I mean, let's see what's going to happen. Still play left in the position, and Hikaru is up 30 seconds. He is going to try to. He's going to try his chances here.
Is right. Around 30 seconds. Try to extend the lead up to. Difficult to do, but I mean, I think the most difficult game we already saw was that game where it was 161 moves in a blitz game. So I think that's the most difficult he'll have.
Oh,
Whoa,
look at
that's a
this.
good
Magnus
move.
is going. I don't know if he missed knight b6, but he can go rook d8,
Whoa.
bishop
Bishop
c7, and
C7,
sack
yeah.
the exchange.
Oh yeah, no, we
Is that what he
like this
wants to
type of,
do?
and he's doing for it. We like this. We got chances. Take. Oh, okay. I guess you can take us. Feels risky.
So,
Oh wow.
so
Bishop
I wonder
E2.
if this was planned. Do you think this was planned, or he blundered knight b6 and bishop c7, and he had to go for the exchange sack? I mean, it looks very fine as these two bishops are very strong.
Yeah, I'm checking body language there just a little bit. I think it's a little bit. No, I think he kind of planned it. He doesn't look too messed up about it, to be honest. He is down, but it doesn't look like he like, oh, I blundered it down. Like it's more just like, all right, let's focus. I have a lot of chances here. See what happens. What do we do, Block? What do you think? Rook A8? We just trade him off. Like whatever. Get him off the
I
board.
mean, even in that endgame, black, I mean, it goes like bishop c2, b3, and takes it. It could also go wrong there for white. It looks a little bit scary, if I'm being very honest. So maybe you have to try to pick up this pawn somehow. Maybe like rook a5 to b5.
Yeah.
Hikaru's taking his
It's not
time.
that easy. Definitely not that easy. It's easier to play for black. I'm not even gonna lie, because he got the bishops. And did he just he just gave it back. Maybe that was
But he still got chances here. Wait, take. You can just take it.
okay. Take
it. Come on, take it. It's just a pawn.
Take it.
Take
it.
Take
it.
Dude, it's just a pawn. Take it. No,
hey.
no, but now rook d4. Why did he not take?
I don't know. Yo, hey, bro. Hey. He didn't take it. 94?
All of this is still just a draw. I mean, maybe
100%.
Still some slight chances for white. His b pawn is a little bit weak, but I think he should have just taken the pawn.
It was free. It was. I think he was worried about maybe. I guess there's a fork afterwards after bishop b5 check, king h2, and then takes on a4 and rook e2, and then obviously he's getting b2 or f2 afterwards.
Okay, bishop b5 now, bishop c4. Wait, he's giving up the pawn again, and Hikaru's got chances here.
Now there's no fork. because this was a fork in that other line. This is why he went king h2 first, then king g3, and now he got the pawn. This
King
should just be a
e3.
dub. Hold on, bro. This is just a dub. Clean. Push him. Push him.
I mean, it's
pawns must be pushed.
It's
Man,
difficult
just
to
push
win
the
these
pawn.
endgames, though.
You are correct.
Wait, but there goes the pawn. Push.
Just
Wait,
push
I
it.
think this might be a win. I think you might be able to push it and then go like f4 or something later.
We have to figure out because he has that king shelter on f5, but how do we get him out of that? Oh, g4 might win too. G4 takes. Oh, but he has checks. I'm trying to play g4 check.
Goes king f3.
Check.
Magnus sits, b7. So is this a win or not? So king g4. I think he's going to go f4 and break up the pawn structure. King h5 and f4. Okay, take. Wait, I think this might be winning.
Because we have
how? Okay, king g4, that's a win. I think you end up in zugzwang. Take it.
Oh my goodness.
This is a win. This has to be a win. Yeah, you just go h5.
How do we finish?
You go h5 to h6, the king moves, and then you take here. And you have
you take on f6. That's the idea. Okay. Because I know the king gets to h7. That's the idea to obviously draw. But we can take on f6, and that is the key. Wow. That's what makes it a win. That's so fire. Wait.
Yeah. Okay, still some work to be done. Magnus is going to keep checking. But this is super instructive, you guys. You go h6. Black cannot take because of this. King e6. King f5. And now it's zugzwang. If you take... And Hikaru takes a 2-point lead. Let's go, everyone.
That's Devereski pays 471, and he knows it front to back. 100%. That was nasty in game. He just in game the in gamer. And Magnus, look at Magnus. I mean, he mad after that, bro. He is. Oh man, Hikaru's pumped, bro. He is hype.
Let's go.
And this is not even the bullet portion.
Yep.
Great job, bro.
He already has a 2-point lead. This is looking great. Now we're in the Berlin endgame, James. Now the Berlin endgame is sometimes dubbed as being boring, but it is pretty double-edged, actually. Black has the bishop pair. White's got the space advantage in the center and on the king side. So really chances for both sides. And here Hikaru goes a5, trying to create counterplay on the queen side with a4 coming next.
Yeah, I do remember these type of Berlin endgames. Yes, of course, Berlin will put you to sleep. You know, even chess.com made this little emote about like me going to sleep with the Berlin because it's 100%. That's just what happens. But with these end games, I actually have found they can get sharp or they can just be sometimes better for Black having the bishop pair. But it is an end game from the opening, which is not everybody's forte. But at the same time, you know, Black has his chances and White has theirs. So very, very instructive stuff here. I think you can learn a lot from these games.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru's taking his time right now. He played a5 to go a4, so why not just go ahead and do that? Perhaps he's a bit worried that Magnus is going to do something quickly on the queen side, but the nice thing is that now you can quickly trade over rook or create some kind of play. Wow, and I did not see that move coming. e6, Magnus sacks a pawn.
It's funny is I actually saw this. I mean, I just was like looking at this idea because he gets the Catalan bishop on the other side, like a different Catalan bishop. You know what I mean? Like he does have a very strong bishop, but man, I could just go rook g8 at any moment and be fine. King d7 and bishop d6 is something that jumps out. Knight e5 is really nasty though after king d7. So I mean, yeah, that was a sick move. I didn't know it was this good. Knight e6 was a really good. I mean, pawn e6 was really good. You just get some activity, but Black has activity too on the a file.
Yeah, no, great move there by Magnus. He's temporarily sacking a pawn, but as you see, it's very difficult to defend a one. So Hikaru just goes rook to g8. And in case Magnus takes, I wonder what exactly he has in mind. Magnus definitely has the edge here. g5, okay. In case Magnus takes, I don't know what he wants, but we'll just find out. But also, he's down on the clock, James. So
I mean, what was wrong
it's,
with,
it's
like,
not an easy game so far.
There? Like if he could have played like king b7 or something, right? g5.
Knight d6 now, just defend c6. I think you have to. You have to go knight d6. Right. It's not looking pretty. Magnus definitely better, and we are in an endgame, but we're gonna have to fight and hang on here.
F3, king b7 at some point. Maybe king d7. He plays king
b7. Good move.
Oh, that's the right move.
Hikaru also down 45 seconds on the clock. But, you know, Magnus still has to finish. I mean, he's not winning. He's much better, but he still has to finish this off. So let's see how Magnus is going to try to do this. Bishop b5, nice move, I guess. Maybe like knight d4 something will follow.
kind of want to get me. My bishop's so gross on f8, but bishop g7, I guess, just hangs a pawn immediately. So, damn, pieces are really bad over there. This is ugly. This is actually really just miserable, I think. I can't move anything, really. I can't move anything. Wow, Bach, what do we do? Like a waiting move. Yeah, takes, maybe trade. C5, rook e8. Okay, he wants more trades. Feel a little bit better now.
Yeah, rookie won by Magnus. Yeah, the problem for Black is that White has this 3 versus 2 majority on the king side. Black also has some weaknesses here, and Black has this 2.5 versus 2 majority on the queen side. So it's much more difficult to create a passive. But h4, maybe there was better. Yeah, taking h3 looks like a nice continuation by Magnus, though, if I'm being very honest.
Yeah, that was sick. That just seems so counterintuitive. But king h3 is a very sick move.
Okay, Hikaru just has to hang in here, and then later when both players get alone time, there will be some chances. He goes knight d6. I wonder what exactly he has in mind in case Magnus just snaps the pawn off. And there he goes. Maybe c4, get something going on the queen side.
Yeah, this is really ugly. I mean, you also have the f-pawn rolling down the board now. I mean, you got to give it the pawn. It's not even attacking anything.
Wait, but knight g6 here? Knight g6, take king g4? That looks... Right? Yeah, and Magnus finds it.
Played bishop h6, knight f4.
Knight f4? It's not looking good.
E5. I mean, you can.
I mean, yeah, but it's looking bad.
Exactly right.
This h-pawn is just too strong.
Yeah, I'm up a piece and like it doesn't work. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and the knight and the bishop are not really coordinated. So knight f4 would be a nice find for Magnus. He can also just play another move. He's got the position. He's got the time. So Magnus knows that this is a must-win game for Magnus. He's just lost like 3 or even 4 in a row. So he definitely wants to come back at this point.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And Hikaru is the one to do it. He's up 2 games here. Looking really solid. Probably going to play something different here with the black pieces in this. Or make some changes there because this just was not a good position. Magnus is trying to milk it, but he's also getting lower on time. And anything happens, and when the time gets lower, Hikaru gets stronger. So
exactly, yeah. He's stronger with 1 second on the clock than he is with a minute. So Magnus taking a lot of time here. Wait, perhaps he's looking at like bishop f4, takes and king g4. And I'm honestly wondering what exactly Hikaru does there.
What do you do there? Yeah, you're right. Maybe just bishop f4.
James. Maybe he goes like rook d5, and in case you take it, then you take on h5 with the fork.
Nice beautiful spot, bro. Beautiful. Yeah, that's
sick. But maybe like then you go king g4. So wait, 18 seconds for Magnus. What is he doing? Bishop f4.
I think you can just
you
can just take on f4 though. Oh, rook f5.
Oh, you're just taking f2.
Wow. That was nasty.
Rook g5. What? He's completely thrown it away.
And
take on d6 or take on g6.
Maybe.
We're not better, but we have great chance to hold now.
Right. Takes good. Practically better. I think practically with time.
Rook g2. Rook g2.
Rook g2 hitting the pawn.
And it's anyone's game here.
Anybody game. Rook f6 is a huge blunder.
And you know what? Okay, take an f2, and Hikaru must be holding here. Maybe he can even push her in, like rook g2, rook f3. Why is black even worse? Come on. Anything?
You're not losing this one. That feels good. It was definitely looking bad here, boys.
This game must definitely tilt Magnus. He had this one practically in the back. He was much better, had more time, and then he paused for quite a while and did not come up with the right continuation. So if Hikaru saves this one, this will be huge for the momentum in the match.
It's going to feel really annoying for Magnus. And then, bullet is where Hikaru shines against everybody. So, Magnus is trying to get some hits here. What happened?
Why did he go there? I
have no idea. Okay, got the pawn. We're fine. Breathe, everybody, breathe.
King c7, nice move. Then I cannot jump out. Rook d4 now, maybe? Yeah.
Should be draw.
Should be a draw. Okay, just sit, yeah. And if Hikaru, king b7, wait, he can still get some chance. Push, wait, he can still win this one. This one is pushing down the board very quickly. Push.
Yes, push.
Wait, I think he's winning push.
Push. What happened?
King over. Bro, it's over.
He just pushed the pawn. Anybody in the chat could have did that. Chat, you could have did that. You could have beat Magnus here. What was that?
What just happened? Magnus was in complete control, throws away the advantage, and then throws away the draw. And look at that. Hikaru is super pumped, and Magnus is so frustrated.
Oh, yeah, he mad. Look at him. He using Norwegian words here. Adult language, guys. Don't, Can't have that on stream. But
don't lip read right there. But I'm a little bit surprised. Why is Hikaru walking away? Like, is there a with all that being said, and you guys, we are going on a short break. Hikaru has a 3-point lead. All of you guys are doing this. You guys are sending in the energy. He soaks it in. So let's keep this up, and we will see you all in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru has just taken a 3-point lead, James. This is looking great.
This is looking great for our boy, guys. We are up. You know what I'm saying? You got Magnus a little tilted. The man didn't change his shirt. You know what I mean? He changed his whole shirt. You know what I mean? And you know what's funny? I don't know if you've done this before, but I had a hoodie that I remember I lost like 2 or 3 games at a tournament in. It's a COE hoodie, like the brand and stuff. And I remember giving it to my mom. So I was like, yeah, Mom, you know what? I lost with this hoodie. You can have it. I don't even want to see it anymore. So it could be one of those, Bach. Have you had anything like that? Something maybe magical. You just like, don't wear it anymore.
Yeah, I think everyone's got a lucky shirt and perhaps also an unlucky shirt. You're like, hey, I'm not wearing that anymore. And as we speak, we are off to the second half in the 3+1 portion. Again, James, a Sicilian with Rossa Lima with an early G6.
This is in fact, World Championship prep. In fact, well, maybe not prep, but definitely having him playing with Fabiano back in 2016, 2018?
2018, yeah.
Was Kiriakin. 2018 was Fabi, right. But you've seen a lot of that. The Rossalimo Bishop G7. I think it's a great choice. I mean, anything Hikaru has would be a great choice at this point. We're up, chat. We are up. By the way, chat, clap it up for you. Let's just get some claps in the chat, some spams, you know what I'm saying? Pat yourself on the back. You made this happen. All that spamming, all the energy you're sending is working, as we are up a lot right now against the man himself, Magnus Carlsen. So it feels good to be where we are, but we still have work to do.
Exactly, yeah. We see some trades on d5 and now on c5. Hikaru now has a small majority on the queen side and also somewhat easier development. He goes for the move bishop d3, taking the queen. And the big question is, where is that queen going to go? Maybe to h5 to step out of any attacks. Like b4 is also possible, queen d6 as well. But queen d6, I think Magnus is going to be reluctant to play that move as you go into an endgame, which looks quite risk-free for white. And he's up in a match, so I'm sure he wants to fight back in h3. Instantly by Hikaru.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of sag on that boy, but there's maybe a knight h2. Can't get in there. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Right. We just got a good question in the chat. Someone is asking, should Hikaru want to draw now in every game? I mean, of course, if every game from now on ends in a draw, he wins the match. But it's too early to start playing for a draw. Also, it's blitz, so it's very difficult to actually play for a draw. He just has to keep playing and just take his chances whenever they are there to go for the win. Because Magnus is going to try to come back. You know, and if you play too passively, that's a very good recipe to lose. You know, you have to play actively if you want to win.
Bishop's a d4. Okay. Oh, whoa, hold on. There's some heat.
What is happening? Wait.
There is some heat.
Well, he takes. What happens in case we take?
I was thinking the same thing. I guess queen h3, his idea is that there is no knight h2 yet. I have a knight f1, though. But that is kind of risky.
Right.
Knight
but
g4.
Another idea is that you can go knight d3 to f4 quickly. That also looks nasty.
That's nice. Yeah, that's nice.
Hikaru takes.
So we got to see, right? Maybe, no, knight g5.
What do we do here?
Knight g5.
What about this?
What you got?
c5 and bishop f1 to g2. Ooh, maybe that's C5 our saving grace.
That's very advanced there, Bach. That's a nasty move. c5 is pretty sick. I don't have to move anything. I don't have to touch anything. And I can get another piece into the defense. I love c5.
Yeah, and the great thing is also with c5, you stop. I mean, knight d3, you can now just snap it off. Like knight d3, you just trade, go queen to f. Oh, wait, knight d3, wait. Yeah, you just take. I thought black can recapture, but it's not spell chess. Not legal. You can't do that.
Correct. Spell chess, you can jump over the bishop. You can jump there, but there are no jumps here, unfortunately.
Exactly. So c5 looks like a good move here to me.
Love it. I love c5. C5. Queen g4 after c5. Why is queen g4? We aren't worried about here after c5.
I mean, it does look somewhat worrisome, but I mean, otherwise, what do we do? Maybe
KH2, like KH2, he takes on d4. I guess we fine, but he has a point there, and then maybe queen h3 even to repeat. Like, whoa.
Exactly. Maybe trade and then go c5. Also possibility. But Hikaru, after a long thing, goes bishop to e5. Okay, it's not looking good. It's down to 29 seconds, and Magnus according to the evil bars, crushing it here. 93.
Yeah, that was just not a good move.
G3.
It seems fine, bro. Losing completely? Dang. What is the move here? I mean, that's harsh. Knight G4,
Knight H5, apparently. I mean, you hit this, and Knight F4 is a big, big threat.
Okay, it makes sense, but we have Knight F... Oh, we don't have Knight F1. Yes, we don't have Knight F1. Whoa. Wait, Knight F1, is there a Knight F2? Oh, my goodness. That's just... I don't even want to see the rest of that.
Maybe Knight G5, but then I think Black just goes Queen F5, and it looks absolutely devastating. 12 seconds for Hikaru. Knight G5, yeah, Queen F5 now.
Maybe Knight E4.
Knight G4.
Yeah, correct.
But we know how slippery Hikaru is. He's going to try to find a way to keep this going.
Yeah, he's very, very slippery player. We can know that. Takes.
Okay, maybe back in Bishop D4 looks pretty problematic. I know what we're doing
gross, there. Bro. That's pretty gross, my guy. Dang, that is nasty. How do you even stop that? How do you even stop? Queen H3 is like lights out. Jesus. Oh my goodness.
I think you're gonna have to go Knight B3 or Knight F3, but then you also step into this discovery. Yeah. So I don't know. Queen H3 looks crushing. A6, okay, Bishop A4. But he's still in the game. You can never. It's not over until Hikaru resigns.
That's right. That's exactly right. It's not over exactly until Hikaru resigns. Right. Yeah, until then, we still in the game. Okay. Takes. Bro. Hey, man, can you just stop taking my stuff, bro? Relax.
Rook F1.
F5.
But probably there's a way for Magnus to take, and then check and zigzag and be up 6 pawns. Or F5 here.
Yeah, I probably
anything is winning.
Bro. You ain't about to disrespect me like that. Okay, he did queen sack him earlier, so yeah, all right, for sure. You got me back, bro. You're up 6 pawns. I'm gonna just hit the button.
Well, here's the thing. Hikaru, he's up 3 points in the match. I think at this point, he's probably just going to try to milk the clock. So even if he's lost, he's going to play it until checkmate. And this game is not over yet. I mean, he gets into an endgame. He still has 2 knights. Black has 4 pawns, though, for the 2 knights against the rook.
Great match strategy, in fact, actually, is it you do every second counts, literally. So having milking the clock here, cool, okay, right? Gain some time, let it run out. You're going to have to win this one all the way. That's a nice move, E5. Knight E5.
And now I think this knight's just going to get trapped. Okay.
Yeah, right. How do you get that
there's C5, out of there, boy? There's C5?
Yeah, C5.
This one is not over just yet. Hikaru's tricky with the knight. So like C5, Knight C4, and Magnus now also getting low on time, C5. Okay, Knight E5 also fine.
Here we go. Come on, chat. Can we get some energy, chat? Spam. Let's go. Let's hope for something crazy here. Anything can happen. Time's getting low, and Carlson wins. Too late. Save it. Just wait. Oh man, it didn't already. All right. Well,
and we are off, and we have another Berlin endgame again. So Hikaru is going to have to improve on that last game, and I wonder exactly what he's going to do differently. I think A5 was fine. Okay, goes 97 now.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, chat. Yeah, it was too late. It was too slow. Like, you guys had to be quicker. You got to be quicker than that, chat. You got to be faster. Might have been different, but that's okay. We're still up.
Yeah, we're still up 2 in the match. Okay, so rookie won by Magnus. He's preparing to move the knight out of the way. Okay, can I go to F4 now? Can I go to D4? But H4, a clever little move. In case of H5, now there's Knight G5. He's aiming to go H5 himself. And Bishop G4, I think there's some line like Knight H2. You sack the pawn. Hikaru doesn't take it. But this is not looking good, James. Now Magnus has the majority, and Hikaru does not even have the bishop pair to show for it.
Oh, man. And H5 was showing. I mean, this is, man, you really don't want to go to end games with this guy. I mean, only Hikaru can, like, really do this. But, I mean, this is worse. Like, H5 was just, that was sick. H5 was very good understanding. I mean, obviously, he's the best in-game player ever. But H5 was very good understanding of what you wanted to do next. I mean, I really wanted to push the G-pawn. He pushed it, and I was like, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Like, it just felt automatically scared, like automatic. Oh, this man knows what I want to do here, and he's just pressing everything in games here. This is very fire for Magnus here. He could go on a run, but of course, this is not over. Again, like we said last time, it's not over until the game is over, until he resigns. But White is definitely better.
Exactly. G4, great move by Magnus, preparing the F5 push. Hikaru goes rook F8, but I think Magnus now just goes rook to F1 and Knight G7. Magnus can now just go E6, opening up that diagonal for the bishop.
Man, that's a nice move.
Maybe Hikaru wants 98, but it's not looking good. He's not able to block the pawns. If somehow he can go like H5, take, carve out the square, he's doing fine, but these pawns are just rolling up the board.
Yeah, this is a very high game. Accuracy. They always have high accuracy games, but this one just feels, a little bit higher. Like there's some passion and some, I'm kind of mad behind this. He's just
Yeah.
really, this is a very clinical game so far from Magnus here. Very quick, fast, great position. It's not over, but definitely better again rook on A8 is dead. Exactly. Look at the rook on A8, guys. Like, this is not what you want. Piece has not entered the game, and we are deep into the middle game.
Hikaru is fighting though. H5, nice move, stopping the knight from jumping up. I mean, the knight cannot go here as it hangs this. Rook f4 by Magnus. Okay, so let's see what he's gonna do. Maybe like block with the bishop or with the knight. I mean, otherwise f6 just looks
Yeah.
crushing. So we gotta keep faith. I mean, we know what a resilient defender he is.
Exactly. We still can get out of here right now with C6, King C7. Jeez, engine
Right,
just
or
like
like B6,
disrespecting the
King B7.
position. You're like,
Yeah.
this is over. Okay. C6. Anyway.
Or
I'm
B6
gonna
maybe, and move the
pawn.
king to B7.
You're right,
But
B6.
it's I think this like Magnus is just gonna take an H5 and then knight G4 is coming. This is looking tough.
Hmm. This is tough. This is definitely tough, chat. B6, King B7, rook check is coming.
Maybe check
Maybe.
and defend this way, but okay, that's what he goes for check. Rook G5, I guess.
Yeah, he's gonna take that. He will take that pawn. He will 100% take on H5.
And there he goes. Rook G5. Good move. Okay, so knight f3 is not possible. It hangs this. There's bishop c1, but then we move back. The knight is no longer under attack. It looks bad, but it's not clear yet how Magnus is going to put on the final touches.
Right, of course. It's always easier said than done. Engine says this, but human says that, right? Or half human.
Yep.
Half human with these guys, half, right? But it is different. It's different. So it's different. Practical chances are for both sides. We definitely prefer white. Got a lot of pressure. But if we can get B6, King B7, and double the rooks, we may be in good shape.
Yeah, so b6. Okay, now the knight jumps up to f3, rook g8, and knight e5. Nice move by Magnus. The knight wants to go to g6, take the bishop. And I think this blockade is not going to last long, but Hikaru is fighting bishop d6, knight g6, sacking the exchange.
Jeez. Oh, he going 97.
Oh, it's not even a sec, 97.
Yeah,
no, this is crushing.
He's getting it right back.
So,
yeah.
James, do you think he's going to try to bleed the clock here? I mean, he still has a 1-point lead, even if he loses this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm bleeding the clock, bro. Oh, no. I'm bleeding the clock, sir. I am going to bleed that clock there, buddy.
Yeah, so takes, but I don't see how you keep this game going. Even after takes, these two pawns are just rolling down the board. It's it's an unfortunate way to continue in the 3+1, as he had a 3-point lead going into the break. Now it's probably going to be back to 1 point, which is still very manageable for Magnus.
It really, it sucks, and it's very annoying, especially being up 3 on Magnus, but then it lets you know that this is not over for both sides. I mean, Magnus was up 2 at some point, about to do a third, but then the tables turned. So this is a very, very high-class match, also, as we've expected. Everything we expected here. Magnus is now coming back. We do have I guess he changed his shirt and like he's different. It has something to do with it. Maybe Hikaru do the same thing. Change his shirt or something. Come back real quick.
And knight d7, he's stopping the pawns for now, but now rook e3, f7 is a threat. Hikaru sacks. And given the fact that he's still playing right now, it tells me that he is going to try to bleed the clock for a little bit. Or is he just, he's just going to bleed the clock now.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear. But it's obviously going to be over. So he's just going to make a bunch of pre-moves now. And then one move before checkmate, he is just going to let the clock run out. Which is a fair strategy given the fact that he's up in the match. Now the king runs up.
This is totally normal, as you should do this. This is great match strategy. I do not have to resign. I'll sit it out. You also, you don't have to start immediately. So in a way, sometimes it stops the bleeding. It's like, okay, especially you have that 2-game streak they just hit you with, or 3-game streak, whatever. You get hit a few times. You can stop the bleeding by not starting immediately, regrouping, regathering yourself, and then playing the next game.
Yeah, so I'd say, this can happen. I mean, it can happen that you lose a tough game with the black pieces. What happened with the white pieces really shouldn't happen. He got blown off the board there. Now we see he's gonna, just let the clock run out. Queen a1, the next move is gonna be made. So he's gonna have to find a way to play better with white and hopefully get a win there. At the very least, not a loss.
Right. It's not exactly. Breathe a little bit, close your eyes, stretch, take a sip of whatever, coffee, water, right? See him take this coffee sip. Get ready for the next one. Get ready for the next one. Magnus
Right,
is
so he's
trying to
getting
come
some
back
time
on
off the
point
clock
B.
here. And yeah. So let's see what he's going to do differently with white. After this game, we'll still have like 8 minutes and 45 seconds left, which will give us time for one, maybe two more games.
Maybe two. Carlsen wins. We have one game. Okay, we got some spice. Oh, and then Bishop C4. Dang. I thought he was going to play something
He's
different.
going into the same line again.
Yeah,
we had this also where he won that great game with the white pieces where he went like a 4 or 5.
Beautiful game. Sicilian. Okay. Same Sicilian. Dang. Oh, we would get something different, like an open Sicilian. A4.
So A4 getting some space. I think at some point he's going to go like Queen E2, maybe move a rook to the D file, maybe E5 at the right moment. So you can go like Queen E4 and Bishop D3. I think overall Hikaru cannot be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening. He's got a little bit more space. He's got a pawn in the middle and plenty of space to maneuver for both sides.
Yeah, it's very flexible, as they like to put it. You can go B3, Bishop B2. You can go C3. Exactly. Played now, restricting obviously the knight. You have some B4 action, Rook D1, Bishop D3, E5. I mean, so many moves here. Yeah, even Rook E1. A lot of flexibility. Keep him on his toes. I think Black's fine, though. Black is actually quite fine. Got to take those, right?
In 95, nice move by Magnus. He's putting pressure on the bishop. So I guess you're going to have to trade. I mean, otherwise Knight G4 is also a problem. So we see the trade there. Maybe Bishop D3. And I think you really have to be careful not to allow the move F5 under the right circumstance. If F5 comes in, both these bishops open up. There's a lot of pressure on F2 and on G2. So I like the move Bishop D3, restricting that F5 break.
Yeah, these bishops, as Hikaru would say about the knights, would be very scary to allow the bishops to open like this. So you want to actually look at moves like B4 actually at some point as well, playing pawn to B4. But what? You went Bishop D3 first. B4 will run into Bishop
nice move.
B4.
So now he tosses the ball back in Magnus' court. What is Magnus going to do here? He was banking on an F5 break. Right now that is not available. He could go for the D5 break to still blast open that position. I think if Hikaru gets a couple of moves, he might go G3, Bishop F4, kick the queen back, and then he might be a tiny bit better as he has slightly more space for his pieces. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. It's not that easy, as you cannot move the rook as that hangs the A6 pawn. So lots of play left for both sides.
Yeah, lots of play here. I actually will take white. I just like the fact that I can hit some tempi here. I do like B4 at some point. I like the option of F4. And I have some space. I have some tempi that I can use. Reserve tempi, as Devereski likes to call it. I can definitely do it at some point, but I do need to play some conservative moves. G3, King H1, something like this. And we do have D5 trades, Bishop E4, and we are looking like we might be shaking hands soon.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is still going to try Rook D8. The checkmate threat was somewhat uncomfortable to deal with as Bishop E3, then Black and trading on Rook D2. But King of 1, a nice move by Hikaru, and I think he's aiming to meet Rook D1 with Rook D1. If you go King E2, the rook stays active, Rook AC8 played by Magnus, but maybe now just Bishop F4 or King E2, and it should just be completely equal.
Bishop F4 played, King E2 follow, and play Rook D1. Trade the rooks, and I mean, okay, yes, Magnus is going to play on, but also, Hikaru can play on too because I have the better pawn side. I have the better queen side majority. I have the better majority, which is the 3 versus 2. And in many in-games, as they say, especially in the in-game books, the queen side majority and the in-game is better than the king side. So having the 3 versus 2 here is very important. So if we do trade, let's say we trade everything down, my king's a little bit more active as white here. I can be more ambitious, just understanding the plan of knowing the 3 versus 2 on the queen side. Very important structure, I think. Playable, King F8. Love it. Love it from Magnus. Understanding what's going on. Yeah, this is probably going to be a draw, but you do have some chances.
Yeah, good move there by Magnus. Let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He could set that queenside majority in motion right now. He goes Rook C4, threatening B4. So, and you can go Rook D8 to sidestep that, but after B4, you might be careful that you don't allow Rook C6.
Ooh.
And we see B5, but that opens up the A file for Hikaru. I like his position here. He's up half a minute on the clock, and he's got the easier piece play. Rook A7 now? Rook A7, let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Don't even think about it. Just Rook A7. Put a Rook on the 7th rank. Rook B7.
That's where they belong. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, exactly. On the 7th rank.
Bishop B3. Okay, also fine move. He should be better here. And up 20 seconds. King E8. Rook A7. Let's go.
A7. Really strong.
I guess Magnus wants to go rook d7 in response.
Okay, it's kind of annoying. I mean, I
Rook
guess rook
d4.
d4, rook d4.
I like rook
That's
d4.
classy. Yeah. Tempo. Bishop
Trading
takes
off
then
the
rook
active
a7.
rook.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
And you know, James, what the great thing is about Hikaru? He doesn't even need an advantage to win. Like sometimes he even wins endgames down a pawn. You know, when they both get long time, he will find a way to trick them and keep things going. But I like it here. I mean, bishop e3 now, and the b pawn is super weak all of a sudden.
Yeah, he has. Oh, that's. I mean, as soon as you
Wait,
said it, he's like, "Yeah, you're right, Bach. Yeah, you're right." Oh, it's a blunder. You just take on G7. Well, rook C2. No. What happens on rook C2?
Oh, what about this? King d3 takes and king c3. If you take, there's this.
Take rook e7.
There's rook b1 still.
We want.
But I would think after like rook b7, the b pawn runs very quickly.
It is running. Beautiful.
Take it.
Take it. Come on,
there
bro.
we go.
Do it.
King
d3
up.
Takes. Apparently there was a miss, but whatever.
Oh, he had king d1. Let me point that out real quick. He had king d1.
Here,
takes
Bob.
And here, and the rook is trapped. If you go here, there's this.
Oh my goodness, bro. That's the sickest thing all day. It was trapped. Bro, nobody finding that's way too dank. That's way
and
too
if you go here, the rook is still trapped.
King c2 and it's trapped. That is so sweet.
And I wonder if Hikaru realizes now. He goes bishop c. Okay, take.
Wow.
And Magnus snaps off a pawn c6, king d8. This one should be headed for a draw. A missed opportunity by Hikaru, though. Anything can still happen. This king is going to walk up. King up. Go. King up. Let's go. h4. Also, no, but now rook f4 is just a draw.
Yeah.
Right?
Clean. Very clean.
Or maybe g4 the right moment, but I don't think so.
I mean, g4. Hold on, Bob. G4 is there, bro. G4, right? Pawn takes push.
And he goes
you know what I mean? G4 is there, Bach. We do got the YP pose, my guy. We got the YP pose.
Yeah. Okay, so here, here, rook h3, and then king d5. Wait, this is tricky. In 22 seconds for Magnus. Take
100%.
h5.
We got the YPs.
But g3 is a great find. Push, rook h4. You're just in time. So Hikaru takes, and now it should just be a draw. Rook g. Okay, there. Take. King e4, rook f7. Yeah. It's just a draw. King up.
You have a great find.
E6.
Magnus. Like, it's very hard. He did. He tried. He definitely tried. Yeah, he definitely tried.
Is he going to play out rook versus rook for 50 moves? I think he is. He's still at the point.
Too, bro. Oh, he took the draw. Nah, it's no, bro.
No, but why did he do that? Now there's one more game in the 3+1 portion. I think it would make sense 100%. To play that out and just make sure that you don't have another black game in 3+1. Like, it's not that bad to have black in the 1+1 portion, but in 3+1, the color matters more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very important. It's very important. You know, it's a match strategy. Play it out. Yeah, of course, respect, right? That was respect there. But also, like, I mean, yeah, play it out.
Yeah.
Move the clock.
Okay, so bishop g7. Now we have a mix of the King's Indian and the Rue Lopez. Bishop g5 by Magnus. An annoying move to face. I wonder what Hikaru should do. Maybe knight f6 or knight g7. f6 possible as well. He's often done this, but I think it's a little bit dubious. The idea is that after that you go knight h6. He goes knight g7 instead, which looks a lot healthier.
I have checked a lot of this theory recently, and I do like the positions for black, but then again, sometimes it feels like it's a bad King's Indian sometimes. It just depends.
Oh, wait, actually he's hung a pawn. Magnus he could have taken on c6 first. The idea is that after all of you have to take with the bishop, which is still fine. Right. It might just be a little bit worse, but it's very manageable. It's nothing too bad. Like, he's a little bit worse here, but the positions he had in the Berlin were a lot worse than this.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, yeah, I'll take this all day compared to that Berlin. Yeah. It just was not working. I was getting minus +2s for white out of the opening.
Yeah, so we see trade on a4. Magnus a tiny bit better. He's got more active piece play. He's got a pawn in the middle. And this pin is annoying. I mean, you would like to move your knight, but you can't. And if you go queen e8, then like queen b3 is annoying. How do you defend this pawn? But maybe you just go like rook e8, defend the knight, then like queen c8, knight c6, and it's not so bad.
I love the plan. I was trying to figure out how do we get out of this, actually. That pin is quite annoying. f6 you don't want to play. Rook e8 I do love. So now I can free the queen. Only move that I would like to go to is c8. Follow up with a knight move to c6 over to e5. Have ourselves just an equal position, maybe slightly worse or, practically, but totally fine. h6, he kicks it. Is he going to go dynamic with g5? Or are we going to see a rook e8?
I mean, you could go g5 and knight g6, but then white can potentially play e5. And if the position opens up, your king could come under some fire. So it's possible, but I'm not a big fan. Queen e8 also moved, just hitting the queen. I like queen e8 better, but I guess queen b3 is still somewhat uncomfortable to deal with.
Yeah, queen b3, yeah, correct. Maybe rook b8. At least we keep the queens on. I'm a fan of keeping the queens on.
Well, but he has to keep up the pace. He's down a minute on the clock. Come on, you gotta go. You gotta go.
You gotta move, bro. Yeah, we gotta move. Move, bro. Move. Breathe. Is he there? He all right? All right, cool. Just check the camera just to make sure he breathing. All right, he good. He there, chat. He there. You gotta move, bro.
c6, but now the pawn on d6 is a permanent weakness, and your knight can no longer go there. I mean, I'm really surprised with that one. But okay, queen c7. He gets this square first queen and rook 88. h4 by Magnus. Okay, he's stopping g5. I guess he wants to go rook e8 and knight c8, but it all looks very passive.
You know, something happened actually with the time. I guess it did work because like now the time is like little. It's almost it's less a minute. Like Magnus had an extra minute, I think. Something like lagged out or something. We did move a little faster, but okay. We got the rooks in the center of the board now. Knight to c8. Ooh, this knight's ugly. We had this in the last game with black.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Queen b3 by Magnus, getting knight c8 instantly by Hikaru. But now Magnus could go h5 himself, and then after g5, knight d4, queen b6 instantly by Hikaru. He wants to get the queens off. Fun fact, in case of takes, you don't have an in-between check, because there's queen takes f7. That'd be quite nasty.
That'd be a nice way to win it there. Very nice. Huge blunder.
What do you do now? g5, knight d4 looks nasty with knight f5 to follow.
You know what? I actually thought g5
I guess
was like
97. 97 back to stop the knight.
Kind of ugly. I guess I go c5 to kick the knight from d4 and then play knight c6. D6 is hanging though in some cases.
But the good thing is we're up 30 seconds on the clock now. Let's see what Magnus is going to do. And Hikaru, he can win any position. 94, 97, stopping the knight from jumping up. Queen b3. Takes. And the endgame is actually very acceptable. But he takes first with the queen. James, I like the fact that we got the queens off, as I did not... Yeah. Okay, but knight c8 is very passive.
Ooh, a knight b7. I mean, knight b7 is coming, so maybe rook something, right? D or E, exactly.
But just f3, solidifying the center, and this is not looking good. I mean, what do we don't have active moves here. Rook 88. Hikaru is going to try to fight on, but it's not pleasant. Knight c4.
It's so nasty. I actually wanted bishop f6 to d8 to kick the knight that way.
b5, but knight a5 back.
Yeah, exactly. It just goes back. Yeah, I mean, if the bishop's on d8, you never have knight a5, so it'd be nice reroute as well, but it's too late for that. The rook's on d8 now. It's going to take too many moves. Knight a5, how do we respond? Did we just go c5?
Okay, knight e7 now, stopping knight f5. It's not looking great, but maybe if we go d5 at the right moment, we can alleviate a lot of the pressure. And again, look at the clock. Hikaru up 30 seconds.
Perfect. We have 30 seconds. This could be nice, chat. This could be nice. We need that energy. It's about that time. In the chat, it's about that time for you to step up, chat. We need that energy. Let's go. d4.
Oh, b4. A nice move there by Magnus, stopping Hikaru from going c5.
Nothing.
So
a5. A5. I like it. I like it. To go c5.
Maybe a trade. Okay, both players getting a long time now. The pawn on d4 is very weak. If Magnus gets knight c2, I think it's just going to be gone. Maybe a trade. What is Hikaru going to do here? F5. Okay, just take. I don't see the point, to be honest.
I don't see it either, Magnus takes. We'll see. He's going to try to show us takes. Maybe king f7 to e7 or rook d5. Yeah, that's better.
Or rook d5?
Really strong, yeah. Because we need to defend.
Gotta go. Can you take and then like... there's takes and bishop. But maybe... No, I don't think it works.
Takes, push.
Yeah, in the case of king h8, bishop b5, I don't think it works. There's an insane line. Like here. Takes on b4.
Yeah, that is insane. Jeez.
Takes, okay, rook d5 now. Pick up the pawn. Go. Gotta go. Rook a8. Bishop f2. Now this is lost.
Double up. Go back.
Okay, Magnus cannot take, but just g4, solidify the pawns. This is not looking good. Now this one's just lost. I mean, 8 seconds. Bishop b5, g4.
Especially after g4. Wow. And we just shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling, and we're going back and forth here. Might as well milk the clock. We have 8 seconds. Got to move.
We're down a pawn, and everything is weak. And c5, you just take on d4. Or rook d... Check. Creating some chances, though. Wait.
What do we have?
Rook a2.
Yeah, rook a2.
It's difficult for white to make progress here. Okay, rook c8, bring in the other rook. Go, 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 go. Rook c8, let's go. Rook 8, okay, hitting the pawn.
A8, hitting A3.
B6, not over yet. Magnus also getting a long time. Rook b3, nice move. Take. Either way, rook a5, defending the pawn.
That is not
pinned. B6 though. Played. Okay, now he takes. We see a trade.
Takes.
D3. Nasty little check there. D3. I'm a D3 king up. Check.
Okay.
10 seconds for Magnus. Good move. Rook f2 though. There goes the check. Deep push. Push
him.
But now king back.
Oh, that's annoying. Oh,
rook e3, go after the f1. It's not over just yet. Take.
Yep, just move.
Hikaru hanging on for his life. Rook e3 stopping the king from moving up.
Rook e5 check.
Rook e1.
Shuffle.
How's Magnus going to finish this off? Hikaru's sitting right now.
Shuffle.
5 seconds for Magnus. King up.
Shuffle.
King back. Sit. Yeah, this has to be rook e5. Rook e5. Wait. And rook e4. You get rook e4. Rook e4.
And bishop check.
You didn't want to take as a king e6. Okay, check, check, check. And rook e4. Rook e4. Check.
Okay, we'll take a draw.
4. Almost a perpetual. Bishop g7 apparently is good, but he got it. Rook e4.
Yeah, this is going to be a perpetual.
Check.
Check.
Rook e4.
King back. Same thing. It should be 7 check is coming, though. There it is. I knew
but
this
is this a draw? I mean,
check.
No, okay, he doesn't trade.
You don't have to take.
Now the king walks back. Check. This is tough. We see trade happen there.
Yeah, this is
king up.
This is a draw.
Looking. Check. No, this looks lost. This looks This is gone.
God.
Check and king g6.
And check and rook e6. Wow. Jeez.
He had a draw there. He should have kept his rook on e4 as he would threaten to win the pawn. But now it's just all gone.
Just take the draw, bro. Come on. You're supposed to just take the draw. You know that. He knew this.
And Magnus equalizes the score.
He knew he was supposed to take the draw. Man, that one's going to eat him up a little bit. It's bullets coming up, though.
Yeah, that is the end of the 3+1 portion. I think overall, Hikaru is not too unhappy going into the bullet with an even score, but it definitely felt like he could have had a lead.
Yeah, I mean, he could have kept the lead, in fact. I mean, he knew he had a draw. He knew it was in the bag. Like, he knew he had a draw, and he just didn't take it, which is understandable. I mean, it happens at this time, at this level. You just want to work. You want to keep playing and obviously, like, try to win, but that was just not the time, bro.
Anyway, everyone, do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. The next 30 minutes are going to be absolute fire. It's going to be decided in the bullet. It's 9-9. The score's even. We are going to go on a very short break, but we will see you all in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship. James, it's all coming down to bullet. We've got a 9-9 score, and yeah, it's just coming down to this.
Yeah, we're in a bullet now. Of course, this is where Hikaru shines the most, as we all know, right? Of course, even Magnus himself said, what? Oh, hey, Hikaru, he's just a beast. Mic drop, right? So at the same time, he's going to show that here, but Magnus is going to try to do the same, as these guys now are back to even. Hikaru had the +3, right? Even Magnus had a +2. It's going back and forth here. But this is where Hikaru has a very, more than a slight favorite in the bullet here. But he is facing Magnus, and anything can happen. Anything can happen, Bach. What do you think?
And we are off, and it's a Caro-Con by Magnus. The moves are going to come in fast and furious, and a quick queen a5 by Magnus. So let's see what's going to happen. But overall, I like how Hikaru generally plays against the Caro-Con. He knows how to play these positions pretty well.
In fact, this is looks like, let me see, knight f3. Oh, you played the knight f3 d5 line. Okay, knight c3. Oh, you played the 2 knights. Yeah, 2 knights is fun. 2 knights is actually very fun. You get more. You can get some aggressive positions here. He's actually had some very good success with this already. Bishop h6 coming.
At h4, tricky move. Okay, the knight jumps back. Maybe just bishop f4 here, threatening a nasty fork. And he's got more space. He's got easy piece play. So I like this position a lot for Hikaru.
What's your bullet high, Bach?
I think I might have been over 3,000, but just to inform everybody, Hikaru's peak, believe it or not, is 3570.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, let that sink in. 3570.
3570, bro. That's disgusting. And the Magnus is somewhere around there. Mine, I mean, I touched 3K on chess 24. On chess 24, I hit 3K. I'm at my high was 2774. on chess comp. So it's nice, you know, but a 3K life is different. I'm trying to get there. We on the way, chat. Just keep hoping and dreaming. Keep working. Hoping and dreaming.
Yeah, I see Magnus here going a5 and queen b5, trying to make something happen on the queen side, but bishop b5 quickly by Hikaru. Magnus now has to trade. I know why he's paused the thing. It's an only move. And then after the trade, he's going to have to step the queen back. But a4 will still be a threat. And Hikaru, by the way, also up a little bit of time.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we have a lot of pressure. I mean, we got the open.
Wait, f7 is hanging. Wait, what is going on? You can take.
Feels good. Takes A4,
and Hikaru
right?
takes
take
a4.
Rook e6 is even a move. Rook e6. Hitting.
Yeah, but I don't think. Yeah, but you just take him b2, and
anyway,
it's all a little bit loose.
It is loose. He takes on
A4. Takes, okay. Okay, maybe now just bishop back or something, or defend one of these pawns. Rook e2 takes, and he can take on b7. He's still up a pawn. It's still looking good, James.
Yeah, we still have the pawn, which is important. We can take on c6 next as well if he tries to level.
With d3, rook e3. e3, good move.
And for the win.
Rook f8, okay, just take with the bishop or the queen. Both look good. I like bishop takes and then bishop f3. Very solid. Let's go, go, go.
Gotta move, gotta move, gotta move, gotta move, gotta move. Yeah, bishop
I mean, same idea, but why? Okay, take now, take. Yep. Yeah, I would love to go h3 here to make sure that we never get back ranked. Bishop f3, great move, defending. Rook e6 is up. What? Yes, let's go. That's the first game.
What's wrong with him, chat? What's wrong with him? Yeah, okay, big dog.
We have a lead again.
It ain't gonna be sweet today. Let's go. Let's go.
That was crazy. I think Magnus expected queen takes, but Hikaru took it as rook. Now see again, Magnus going for this quick bishop, g5, h4, maybe g5 here. What about that, James? Then take here some g4 action, queen c8 instead. Okay.
Shoot. You see the eval bar, like that was terrible. But he didn't take advantage of it, so it's cool. It's bullet chess. Remember that, it is bullet chess.
Yeah, that's a queen e2. Maybe g5 knight g6 is right up his alley, and goes bishop g4 instead. Bishop b6 now. I think he's just lost the tempo here. h3 is a pretty useful move for white.
100%. Knight g6, knight e4 is coming. Takes, queen. Oh, he just, okay, trade him off. Nice. Queen f6.
Knight f4 maybe. I like knight f4. It opens up the e file or rook d8. Okay.
Okay, bishop f8.
Take a knight c4, knight e1 instead. b5, okay.
b5, take those, take.
b3, maybe a5, a4, rook b8 also fine. Knight d3 though. Knight f4 maybe? Knight f4, there he goes.
There it is. a5, there it is.
a5, a4. Good move, knight c5. I think Hikaru's doing quite fine here. He's got a lot of space. Maybe b4 even, or knight a5 to c4.
It's definitely a fan of b4 there. Ooh, kind of annoyed by this position now. Maybe knight c4, just whatever. Just make a move. Just do something.
Knight g6, okay. He's defending the pawn on e5, so now he can move his rook. Maybe this one or the other one, rook c6 instead. Stopping Magnus from going b3, but Magnus is maneuvering quite cleverly. You see a trade?
He's finding everything. Bro, positional chess. This man knows everything, bro, in positional chess.
Rook d6. Really good moves. Wait, he's lost. Takes you take the pawn, you hit the knight, and there's this.
Knight d2, baby. Knight d2, Bach. What you gonna do about it?
What do you do? I mean, I think king e1, but knight f4, that looks nasty. All of a sudden, the knights are jumping around. Wow. I think Hikaru's going to open up a 2-point lead.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Maybe just take the rook.
Yikes. Can't even go.
He's got him.
Can't even go.
Take with the rook, take with the pawn. Both are good. The knight's hanging. This is hanging. Let him cook. b3.
Let him cook.
Maybe take with a check. And then there's all sorts of knight jumps.
All kind of checks right now. Is a check. I can go knight e3. Come back around.
Can also just take here. Take some c5. Okay, take here.
First, knight
d3. That was not the move. Takes now, but after Magnus is completely fine after bc.
It's messy. Yeah, it's messy.
Okay, but now knight f4. He goes c3. Wait, the c pawn.
How do you stop this?
b3 only move.
What the?
He finds a c2, but knight b4. There goes the b pawn.
Knight b4. Got it.
Rook c8. Rook c8.
Knight
takes. Okay, Hikaru better here, but can he win? Knight c6 back. Gotta go.
Maybe
should
not.
be too great fine by Magnus. Knight c6. Your knight's under attack.
Knight c6, king b3, knight d4.
Takes. Maybe you can jump around.
Thinking that, but then king b2, and then check.
Knight c6, king b3, f6. Yeah. I just headed for a draw.
Yeah, it was tough. Happens. Can I get
a big miss there by Hikaru? He's gonna try to bleed the clock, but nothing can happen here. This is just gonna be a draw.
don't have any good squares for the night.
I mean, I think still not a terrible result. He gets a lot of time off the clock here, and he makes a draw with the black pieces, but he could have won that game. If he wins that game, I think his chances are great to win the match.
100%. 100%, guys. 23 minutes left. Every second counts here now. I like this. Move around a little bit.
Yeah, knight d6 maybe. Knight c7 also fine. But yeah, there's just
tricks,
no way to make anything happen here. You have to be careful. I mean, all of these pawns are on the dark squares that you don't allow something stupid, but now the knight just jumps back. Magnus comes back to the e3 square, and do you think it's some... I mean, you can go f5, but then you weaken the g5 pawn.
And there it is. There and he also restarts the clock, too, with the 50 move timer. So now,
true. Okay, knight
50 moves is over. Got to restart.
He's going to milk a lot of time here. But ultimately, it's not going to... Yeah, ultimately, he's only up a point, so it's not going to matter that... Okay. I think he should have just taken. Because now, I mean, bishop c3, this is 97. I mean, it's...
Whoa, hey, bro.
This is looking risky.
Yeah, this is definitely
check.
Risky. Whoa, we got to breathe.
Knight c4, only move. He finds it, though. But it's looking super scary all of a sudden.
Yeah, luckily we have
knight e3, only move, but of course he finds it. You have to go knight f1 is fine. Wait, knight h2? Knight h2? Knight h2?
We got some chances?
Take.
No, it's still a draw.
Okay, bishop e3.
We didn't get that pawn, though.
Oh, wait, knight g2 to f4 is coming. Wait, this is not over. But bishop b6, great find by Magnus.
Check, king takes e5.
Wait, knight d3, though. Wait, checking king here, knight f4, king g6, and knight f4. Knight f2! There goes the pawn.
Oh, he takes. Wait.
Can he win this one?
That's a good question. King f3, go back, king e2.
Knight e5 is a big threat here. Magnus sees it. Okay.
The king to h3.
Hikaru makes some magic happen here. King e6, maybe?
I'm going to try. Look how much time off the clock. 21 minutes left. Okay.
King e5, perhaps? How can he win this endgame? I don't see it, but we'll find a way. Knight d3, maybe? Bishop d6.
Knight e5 is coming down.
King f6 now. King f6, but king e4. Magnus just in time. King e6. Nah. Clever move. Knight c5. King f3.
Knight d6. He might be zugged
Knight e6. But he's gonna... Here. Oh, but king e4 h... Now you're just in time.
Do I not have king b3? Weirdly.
Wait, gotta move. King f3. King e3. And it's all just a draw. King f3, Magnus takes.
Close.
Okay, well, at some point you're gonna have to take the pawn. Take it. Or is he gonna go knight e7? Take it. Don't mess around here. Take the queen. Take it.
0.7 on the clock. Oh man, he scared everybody. He's scared. What if it's a mouse slip or like a glitch or a lag?
Okay, that was a wild game, but in the end, it all ends in a draw. And Hikaru keeps a 1-point lead, and he also gets a lot of time off the clock.
Very nice.
I don't know what to think of these bishops here. I'm not a big fan. Okay, a5. Okay, c3, nice move to free up the bishops and the knight.
So break it up. Nice little breakup. Knight on b1 is pretty gross. You have no squares, my guy. Takes. Now we have to do something else. Bishop e3. Now we have knight d2 coming. And we can't aim with f4.
But the moment you go knight d2, Magnus is going to take and give you isolated pawns. So Magnus looks comfortably better here after king c7. Instead, he goes queen b8.
Bishop c2.
Okay, knight d2 maybe, or like if he goes c4, okay. He wants to keep his pawn structure intact, makes a lot of sense.
Stops d5 as well. Temporarily, maybe not. You still probably could play d5 and then rook d8 after all the trades. It is a weak pawn, but it's not necessary, in fact.
Magnus taking a long pause here to go b3. Okay, takes. And like knight d2, I don't see the point. I mean, he's got some pressure, but it is a pawn. Bishop c6, nice move, creating the spin along the b file. Can I move the bishop? But that's a big pawn. Oh, you have to take with the queen. If you take with the knight, there's bishop a4. But this looks like a nasty endgame. Okay, take with the queen, and just go.
Okay, so takes rook b8, knight d4. Yeah, rook b2.
Yeah, but you hang e4.
Oh, e4's hanging.
Take an e4. This is not looking good.
e5.
Or has
knight b5.
He has to fight hard for a draw here, but it's not looking good. Knight b5, maybe bishop c2. It's falling apart. Knight f3, clever. I mean, he always finds a way. Knight e2.
Yeah. Here's the bishop.
Rook
a1.
somewhere.
e1.
Okay. Just king of 7 for Magnus now. Can Hikaru hold on here? This is an important game.
Yeah, he can definitely
7,
hold.
okay.
I think you know we got enough pawns. C5
C5,
blunder.
okay.
Didn't like this at all. What is this? Okay, whatever.
You just king e6 or there. Rook c. Okay. He wants to sit like this with the rook on c3 and like f3, king of 2. It's looking solid for the moment. 18 seconds. Maybe okay. f4. F2 though. Okay, 5 clever move.
Okay,
now knight c4.
E4.
Okay, you have to take. F4. Move. B4, and then bishop c1 is just in time. B4 only move. No, but now you hang the pawn.
Yeah,
this is winning for Magnus.
Yikes.
No, this is lost.
B4 only move. That's a nice spot. That's a nice
B4,
spot.
it's not over yet though. King up. King up.
And then check.
Check.
Bishop d6. So
yeah, okay. He still has to finish this off though. And Hikaru will keep resisting. D4, bishop d4 maybe. Just g4 instead.
This is ugly.
Check.
Come on, Chad. We need that power.
Maybe
we need to
take.
Spam. Rook takes looks good.
Rook b6.
Take those.
Bishop 6 though. Drawing. It's not. But Magnus just walks the king up. Here goes the pawn. But this is way too slow. Check.
Bishop check. All right, whatever.
He
says you can't push. Wait, take.
Take.
I gotta be okay.
You have to try.
Right?
King d1. Wait.
Bishop something.
Bishop
exactly. I gotta be.
But I think it's just all too slow.
Practically, it has to be right.
Bishop f2. Wait. Push something. E5 and g5.
Come on,
G5.
Come on, chat. Takes. Yeah, this.
Oh, what a move! He finds it. Wait, but sit. How do you win?
That's sick.
How do you win? Sit. Bishop f2. He's just gonna do this.
What is he gonna
do? The king over to
g4 over and just take. Oh my goodness, that's hard to see in a bullet game. Dang.
Oh, he goes the other way. G7. Hikaru giving up the pawn. Now the funny thing is, if you go f2 just wins, right? Because the king is not in the corner.
Oh yeah.
Okay, wait. Takes. That's it. And f2 comes.
Beautiful.
And it's all even again.
It's all even again, Chad. How much time we got? 16 minutes. Oof. Every game counts. Every second, every move counts. All right, we go down the regular line of Roy Lopez. D6, bishop d7. Right,
D4, Magnus switching it up. Now you can go D4 and get a lot of space.
Knight f6 is the move. I think a main move there. Actually takes. You can take on E4. It's like some draw stuff, but this is nice.
Okay, Hikaru does not mind this. He can go f5 and go for King's Indian counterplay, or like bishop g4, maybe trade here first so that there's no knight g5 to e6 jump.
Big fan of it. Takes f5. Oh, this is actually nice for black. Really good for black, in fact.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's Hikaru's type of position. So let's see how he will try to create some counterplay here. Rook c1, f4 and take. That's a big pawn. Take it.
Spink. B6, knight c8, knight d6. Oh, he took on e4.
He wants the knight at f5, okay. But Magnus looks comfortably better here with the knight and e4. Bishop h6, trading off the bishops, but it all looks a little slow. D6 is going to be permanently weak. This knight and e4 is a beast.
I do like his idea though, with knight d4 coming back.
Yeah, but at least he's got the time. He's up like 20 seconds. f7 maybe to stop the invasion.
Right.
And you just got to sit here. Knight e4 perhaps?
Queen h4 also. Queen h4, king g7 maybe.
Perhaps Magnus wants to go here. Trade off the queen so that he will get access to the d6 or the c7 pawn.
Really strong. Queen h4 does stop it.
G4.
G4. But
it's a big blunder.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Hikaru's sacking, but does all of this work?
I mean, you can't take after take G6.
But he's up on time. He's up on time.
Yeah,
you cannot take the pawn rook g3.
Rook g3. Rook f4. Shoot, sheesh. Rook g7. You get mated. Unbelievable.
Okay, rook g3. Magnus up a very clean pawn. Rook f8 maybe, but g7 is nasty. Queen f5 instead. Okay.
It's a clean
Rook
pawn.
c7 maybe for Magnus. This is looking good for white. Rook c7, good move. Rook f8, g7. And now the rook has to move. Man. Maybe this.
Yikes.
I don't know. A check on the back rank would be deadly now. Maybe just queen c1. Trade, okay.
Queen e8. We still holding.
Queen c7.
Breathe, breathe.
There goes a pawn. E4. Take another one. E3. But just take. Take with the rook.
And check,
Check, and there's nothing.
Yeah, there's
Queen
nothing.
F1. Queen F1 kills it.
Nothing. Oh my goodness.
Queen E1. Hikaru has to resign here and keep some time for
13 minutes.
more games. Now this one is over. Take, but it's just gonna be no. Magnus is gonna take the lead here. A6 or rook F3. And yeah. All right. Hikaru is gonna have to fight back. He's now down in the match with 13 minutes on the clock.
All right, chat. We got this, right? You know, you don't panic. You just play great chess, switch things up, do what you got to do. We are not done yet.
Magnus having a comfortable position here out of the opening. He's got the Isolani, but he's got active piece play. Bishop G5, just castles here. Hikaru has to trade and get castled quickly. But Magnus is a pretty nice bishop pair to work with here.
It is quite annoying to face this. Take 6. Okay, now we have the trade and everything's fine for black. But okay, you have the damage structure, obviously. A4, rook C1 or U1. Yeah, there we go. C1.
I don't like the fact that we're in a slightly worse endgame, but you know, Hikaru's got the 2 knights. Maybe he can make some magic happen here, but like rook B8. This pawn is quite awkward to defend now that Magnus has pushed this pawn all the way up the board. Rook.
There's also a 94 coming. Exactly. 94 instantly, baby boy. Oh, that's nasty. He played 91. Interesting. Wow. Take 93.
Take.
I mean, B2 is
you hang B2, and black should be doing fine there.
That boy is definitely
Rook D2 instead. Okay, 93. Oh, 93.
Okay. Looking a little scary. We're fine.
Rook B6 maybe. Good move by Magnus hitting the pawn. I think you cannot really hang on to it for much longer. Right. Eventually, black's going to have something.
Just double. G3.
Keep sending in that energy, everyone. We need a win. Takes. Okay, good move. Should be 6. Rook D4.
Take.
This one might fizzle out in a draw. It's not the end of the world. There's still time for a comeback.
Yeah.
Let's see what Magnus is going to do. And even that endgame, Hikaru will fight on. 3 or B3 maybe. Send in that energy.
Come on, chat. We need it. We need it. Let's go. We got this, chat. It's only one game. That's it. Only one game. 11 minutes left.
But this is very passive at knight d2. I mean, he's keeping rooks on the board, but that should be in Magnus's favor, who can double on the b file on the second rank.
Quite annoying. 100%.
C6, and there he goes.
Nothing. He doubles everything. Defends. H3, G4, King G3.
But now Magnus might milk the clock. There's nothing White can do here. Black's even better. So he's just going to keep shuffling back and forth and try to provoke a mistake from White.
Yeah, there's no knight e4. I'm trying to get the knight over to H5. It's taking a little long to do that.
Or, okay, they're shuffling. Okay. Knight f3, maybe. Knight f3 and start hopping around. There he goes. Course tricky with the knights.
H4.
Okay, rook d3, good move. If he can get one pair of rooks off, I already prefer White's position. Okay. Maybe knight d4, yeah.
Knight d4, okay. What's the time? Okay. 10 minutes? All right. We gotta watch the time.
B2. King h4. King h4, the king sits pretty safe there. You see a trade, okay. Should just be a draw now, but you never know. E4, stopping in a 5 break. Hikaru's going to go for the win here. He's going to go for the win.
That's so crazy.
Objectively, it's all a draw. Take.
Yeah, exactly. King 92. Nope, doesn't work. Pawn's hanging. What do we do? King f4.
King f4. King he's got to pass pawn, though, so he's going to try to use it somehow here. 92. King g3 back. Check.
4, king g5.
H4.
King h6.
Rook f3. Setting up some tactics. King back.
E6 is hanging. E6 is hanging. Oh, F6.
Yeah, but it's all just a draw.
Yikes! Yeah, it's draw.
So he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it.
Everything draw.
King e3. But I mean, what is he gonna do? F5. I think eventually you're just gonna have to take the draw, right? I mean, but he says no. I don't know, James. I mean, he could also risk losing here. But 10 seconds for Magnus. Bishop d7.
It's possible. Maybe I can. Oh, I can't walk the king out. Well,
maybe just sit.
I have to move the knight, right? Okay, sit. Rook f2.
But just check. Rook f3. I think it's just a draw.
Yikes. Yeah,
just take the draw and move on, I think.
Oof.
Rook f1.
Done crazy.
Okay, and there we have it. Okay.
That was scary at the end there.
And there's still time for a comeback. There's still 9 minutes on the clock. He's playing with the black pieces now. So let's see what he's going to do. Again, we have these, these reload passes with a d6 and a bishop. Okay, f6. Now, not a big fan of that when you're blocking your own bishop.
F6.
Okay, just castle.
We're going to play f5 at some point. Maybe not anymore. Take with the f pawn, probably. I think with the knight. Knight was very interesting.
H3, stopping this. H6 is going to go H5 and knight G6 or G5. This is Hikaru's position. Let's go. G4.
Let's go. Send it. Send it, chat.
Send it.
Send it. Here we go. Here we go. This is what we want right
knight
here.
D4, knight G6. He needs to come back here. Knight D4. Let's go. Knight D4. Force the trade. Knight G6. He's sacking a pawn, but I'm not buying it. Take. Well, I can just take. There's knight H4 though. It's tricky.
I was looking at knight H4 myself. I did like the knight H4 move. Do we sack? Hold on, big dog. I promise you, I will sack everything on F3. I promise you, it's coming. I will sack everything on F3. But
Magnus can just snap it off.
Takes. Should I fake? Defend.
Queen F6 maybe. Set up the sacrifice. Queen E8 instead. Okay. It's all looking a little bit loose over here on the king side. Queen G. Oh, the rook is hanging, by the way.
Yeah, I'm about to say I feel a little loose too after that move. Rook B8. Takes. He's just taking all my pawns, bro. Chill. Dang. Take. Check. There's nothing. Oh, that was
okay. Maybe rook F6 instead.
Yeah, now I have to defend. Unbelievable. How did he defend like that?
Rook C7. Nice move by Magnus. Queen G6. Setting up some tactics, but Magnus can just bring the queen back, and you don't quite have enough firepower. Maybe rook B2. Okay, setting up a lot of threats here. Just take the pawn. Take it. It's an important pawn. Take it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Gets even now.
It might be okay. Might have a D5, rook A3 coming at some point. He might try it, but that takes a lot. Brings the rook back around.
Yeah, knight H4, queen G5 or queen H5. Okay, knight DF3.
Whoa, nothing. I have nothing.
Rook F7, offering the trade of rooks. B3. We just trade. The rook is hanging. What's he gonna do? Gotta move. Bishop B7. Okay, hitting the knight. How do you deal with that? The knight's kind of trapped over here.
Well, he doesn't have to move it yet because rook F7.
The rook is hanging, yeah. But he can also go rook AF8. So rook F8 is his idea.
So maybe
in 20 seconds for Magnus. Send in that energy. Rook somewhere, here or here. Both look good. Rook F8. Take and take.
Oh, he missed it. I'm so glad. Okay.
Down by Magnus.
Rooks. Very logical move. I don't know what to do here. Bishop F3. I don't know. I don't have any time, Bach.
Rook E8, that looks so passive. Queen B5, rook G7 only move here. He finds it, defending the rook. Okay.
Bishop H, I don't know.
Gotta move. Takes. But check. Is it enough? The king just runs. He hangs the bishop.
Rook takes E7. Oh, my.
But there's check in here. It's not over 10 seconds for Magnus. He takes check.
Takes.
King E2.
You have to take on G2.
But Queen D3. Queen D3 defends everything.
I'm almost to my
you got to trade Queen G4, but it's all Queen E3. This one is gone. Rook F4 though.
Bro, come
6 seconds. Rook F8. He's hanging on.
Can we catch a break? Dang, Chet. Dang.
And he resigned. Very up and down game.
Oh, that's it, Chet.
He needs to win quickly here. There's still time for a win, and then you can start that last game with enough time left.
Yeah, it's only 5 minutes, 30 seconds here, chat. Everybody biting their nails. Everybody send the energy. It's a 2-point match. It's very possible to win. We can do this.
C3, 92. Okay. He needs to win in this game. He's got the white pieces. Again, maybe just go F4, Queen H5. I like it. I like the aggressive energy. Hikaru looks focused now. What is Magnus going to do? Queen E5. Do not trade those queens. No. F4.
We
send it.
That big dog. Yes,
F4.
Sir.
No. Just send it with F4.
I'm a fan.
Knight F3.
Bishop C2.
C2.
There we go.
Okay, Bishop C1.
C1, yeah. B1 as well. H4
he's pushing the H pawn.
Aggressive.
But it feels like he's a little bit too reserved. I don't know why he didn't just push the F pawn up the board. Okay, he goes H5.
I can feel that.
Bishop 6 by Magnus. 94. He's planning the D5. Great central break by Magnus there. Maybe rook G3. I like it. Setting up some tactics. Come on, we can still do this.
We can do it anyway. King H8 takes. Queen D2. Bishop G7 is not there yet. It's close. We're trying.
But maybe taking like Queen D3 at the right moment could be nice. If he takes, send it. Maybe just move the bishop back.
Yeah,
keep the tension.
The crib there, and H6 maybe possible.
Yeah,
Bishop C1
but
played.
E3 would be great break for Magnus.
Stupid.
Because you cannot take.
Such a stupid.
But you can take with the bishop though. But then
I give the bishop up, which is the whole idea.
Oh, what is
you
that?
doing? You have lost your absolute. Okay, we got something here. We got to.
But maybe just take an E4, and continue the attack. I like it. Take it.
Yeah,
take it.
Take on E4. He
there we
takes
go.
it. There it is. He's like, all right, take.
Take.
Oh, with some 96
Queen H7 is coming.
6 type
Queen
stuff.
H7. H6.
H6. Okay.
He's gonna
but
sack. He's gonna sack.
Exactly. You have to. Maybe rook G6.
Keep the queens on or push.
Anyway.
Where's the window?
H7 takes check. No, that's not enough yet.
Where's the window after G6? Queen B7. Queen B7. That's the game. That's the game, right? I mean, wait, rook D7. How exactly?
Take on.
Wait, take and King H2.
Exactly.
Taking King H2. Yeah.
Exactly.
Go for it. Knight of 5.
Ooh,
okay.
No,
but the game goes on. Queen takes H7. The game goes on. He's winning, but
he missed that. Oh,
Magnus can take
7. Oh yeah,
wait.
Bishop
what?
A3. Bishop A3. Bishop A3. Bishop A3.
Or just queen. Magnus bleeding the clock here. Let's go. This is what we need. This is what we need.
With one more to go.
One more
to go, baby. Let's go.
Look at the head bop.
Yep. Must-win situation. We gotta win this game. We gotta win this game, chat. Come on. Breathe.
G6.
Energy up, chat. We gotta win this game. That's it. We gotta win.
This opening is quite risky, though. White can go for a very quick H4, H5 push, but Hikaru goes H6. He doesn't want a castle, but this is not a good opening, James. Bishop B6. If you can go for queenside castles.
You're right. You are right, bro. There is no other way to put that. 100%. 100% agree with you. I would take with the B pawn just because I open a B file, right? Yeah, it's a gross opening, but it is gross opportunity here. It calls for a gross opportunity for what we need to do.
Yeah, King B8 and Sid are like 97. It's not looking good, but he's up on the clock. King B8. He just has to keep this game going and hope for chances when Magnus gets low on time.
Yes, we have to move quickly. Look how much time he's not used. In fact, I mean, like he's up a lot of time here. Maybe 10, 12 seconds. Okay, now it's diminishing as we speak. But
Bishop F2 was a nasty move. Bishop H4.
Yikes.
We take or like a 5 or 94 going after the bishop pair.
40.
Knight of 6. Okay, take.
Takes.
And Queen E6. Let's go. That's what we need.
Let's go, chat. Let's go.
He's up a pawn. He needs to win this game to take this one to overtime.
It's not. Yeah.
Go. Come on. Queen B5. Good move.
He needs this.
Just expand over here. Trading the queens is fine. Keeping them on is fine as well. Queen A5. Good move.
Very strong. Very strong.
You can trade. It's fine. I know he's reluctant to go into an endgame against Magnus.
I'm watching the clock too.
What is King A8?
Almost.
Okay.
He wants to go C5 at some point. C5,
C4. H5, great move by Magnus. He takes it. Okay, the queen swings back. Go B6, King B7. Come on. Come on. A5 also fine.
Okay. Now
B6.
C5.
Yeah.
B6. Okay. C5.
C5, good move.
There it is.
Okay, A4 is coming. A4. Open up the queen side. Let's go. And there we go. Takes, and King B7.
Chat. Under a minute. This matters.
Or just defend this. Queen C6 also fine. King B7. He's sacking the pawn. Going all in on the attack.
Yeah, you have to go
Rook A8. Rook A8. There we go.
There's a check in Queen E6. Check first. Queen E6.
Take. Queen F1 threatening checkmate over here, kind of.
Nasty, kind of.
Where's the window?
Check. Queen D1, right? And then King E3, Rook E2. Oh, but that's not made yet. King F4. Jesus, where is the mate?
There's gotta be.
Where is the mate?
I don't know. He's gonna show us now. What?
Oh, that's not it. Oh my God, no.
But Magnus blunders. Check and here. No.
Oh my
Rook
goodness.
B6 is winning. Rook B6 is winning. Rook B6 is match over. He doesn't find a King C6. Rook C5. Oh no, Rook C7.
Oh my goodness.
And Magnus at least has a draw here. No, this is the match. Hikaru had it. He had made. Oh no.
Moment of silence.
Can't he had check, and made.
And we was going to overtime. We was going to OT.
And he had plenty of time. What was Rook A1? Apparently this wins. So check.
No, I saw this, right? Queen D1, King E3, I don't know where to go. Rook E2, King
F4.
Rook E2, King F4.
This.
Oh, I ain't see that. Yeah, I stopped calculating after Rook King F4. Jeez.
What a match.
Wow.
What a match. But in the end, Magnus wins.
By one game, guys. One game. It is that close. It is that close between them two. Amazing.
Yeah. What a match. What a match. You don't make this up. It always goes down to the wire between these two.
Yeah. What a match, guys. Hikaru was up, what, 3 at one point? He was up 3 games.
Yes, Hikaru was up by 3. He was up by 3 in the 3+1 portion.
He was working them, and then he was also down by 2 to start. Wow, chat. Wow. I know you guys are just as excited. A little disappointing, obviously, but I'm sure Hikaru had fun. You know, he had a great time. Played Magnus, lost by 1. You know what I mean? Only other person to win it is Magnus, so.
Anyway, with all of that being said and done, we are going to go on a final break. Do not go anywhere. We're probably going to try to catch the interviews on the Chess.com stream, and then we will try to get Hikaru here for an interview. But don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few.
Magnus Carlsen is the 2023 Speed Chess Champion after a 5-year period in which Hikaru Nakamura instituted hegemony over the SCC. Magnus reprises his victory from 2016 and 2017, and he is the SCC champion once more. Magnus joins us in the studio for an interview. First question, Magnus. When that final game ended, I guess 2 questions. Were you aware that that was going to be the final game of the match? And second, how would you characterize the emotions that flow through your mind when the match ended?
Yeah, I was just I realized, like, towards the end of the penultimate game that if well, that the next game would very likely be the last. So at least if it was not a very short game, yeah, I mean, after I blundered the pawn on a2, after that I couldn't keep control at all, and I mean, I thought I was lost for sure, and then I just gave a check, and I realized only like after giving the check that, well, it looks like I have a perpetual now, or at least a perpetual. So yeah, that was a bit lucky. Like, mentally, a few moves before, I was thinking that, this is going to be we're going to be here for another half an hour, but yeah, I was just so happy, so relieved that that I found that shot, and that I managed to finish the match off eventually.
Well, Magnus, I mean, congratulations from me as well. What a match. I think a theme that we were noticing throughout the match, I don't know if you felt this way as well, but when Hikaru was just kind of throwing caution to the wind and just attacking your king straight up, those were the games that he was finding a lot of success. Is that something that you noticed over the match, that when he just sort of went all out for these crazy attacks, that they were just working?
Yeah, I actually think he could have done that even earlier, because I was not in good shape today. I mean, I could feel it. I could feel it at the start. I could feel it before the start, really the whole day, that I was not going to be anywhere near the level that I was against Wesley. And I did feel very lucky that he wasn't really trying harder to punish me at the start, and when he eventually started to win games, then I was just thinking that yeah, this is, I mean, I didn't think that I was in any kind of shape to withstand the pressure, and we went into the break in the 3-1. He just, like, I think then he just won that Berlin ending where I was much better. Then he found some very good resources to stay afloat, and somehow I managed to lose instead of draw towards the end. In general, I would say that I was not, like, keeping my head calm whatsoever in scrambles, which was also a problem. I don't think he was great in scrambles either today, but that's usually a good indication of whether your brain is working, and mine would just shut off during scrambles, while, for instance, against Wesley, I would still sort of be thinking and coming up with decent moves.
Magnus, harkening back to the moment after you got off to the 4.5 half start in the 3+1, you were down by 3 going into the break. What specific adjustments did you make during the break? Because it seemed like your play looked a little bit different. It seemed like you made some adjustments in order to tie the match going into the bullet. What did you tell yourself, and how did you set yourself up mentally to make that comeback in the 3+1 segment?
Yeah, I mean, I started to check the games a bit that I'd lost, and then I thought, yeah, that's in the past. That's fine. Also, I thought that, yeah, my mind was heating, so I should change to something a little bit lighter. I had the banana, and also I think not a carrot this time actually, but I just thought that even though, I mean, I was losing games, like he was just completely crushing me at that point. I did feel that, I mean, from last year and from the Bullet Championship this year, that I know that I could come back from reasonable deficits. So I knew that it was all about whether my brain could start working. Like if my brain could start working at some point, I knew I would have some kind of chance. And yeah, I mean, I got a much needed win with Black the next game. I mean, in terms of whether I changed anything, like I was messing around with both like Sicilians and an E5, and I thought I was getting decent positions in general. So it was just matter of taste, really.
Well, Magnus, taking a step back and just thinking about what this result means overall, I mean, can you speak about what it means to you, winning the SCC and, of course, doing it against Hikaru? You guys have had such a rivalry. It's literally only been you two that win the SCC. So, I mean, what does it mean to you to win the event again and reclaim that, and also against Hikaru, who's such a competitor for you?
So, I mean, my goal for this season, also for the last 2 seasons, has been very clear. To sort of in a major way sort of reestablish the pecking order when it comes to speed chess, and to be honest, I failed miserably in that, like losing to like very even matches against Hikaru and Maxim, and winning one by 1 point. So yeah, as I said, I didn't feel good like going into today, but still I'm not at all satisfied with my performance. I feel that I can do I can do a lot better, and I do feel that if I'd played the way that I played against Wesley, then this wouldn't have been close. So in that sense, I'm happy to get the win, but winning should be like, I should win most of the time. So so yeah, obviously, like when you played such a match, it feels so much better to win than to lose. So I'm happy and relieved about that, but I still haven't managed to achieve my goal really in the Speed Chess Championship, which I did the first two years. So I think there's still definite history to be written there.
Well, that history will continue next year. Magnus, speaking of history, I think this is a great segue to a few chat questions before we let you take your well-deserved rest. A question from Bobin TV. Which young player, Magnus, do you see becoming as good as your Hikaru in the SCC in the future? Keeping in mind the blitz time controls and keeping in mind all of the young talents who are terrorizing the classical field these days.
I think it's I mean, the answer is pretty obvious that it's Alireza Firouzja. He has clearly the highest potential. To be honest, I thought at this point that he would be, if not quite at the same level, then very, very close. And actually, when you mentioned these young players and I mentioned Alireza, my feelings like today remind me a little bit of 2020 when I lost the Banter Blitz Cup final to Alireza, also in a very even match. I did play him like a few weeks later in the Magnus Invitational in Rapid, and I won a very, very close match there, and that didn't satisfy me at all. I had some of the same feelings still, that the only thing that would sort of count as revenge for me was a decisive victory, and I couldn't get that. But no, I think Alireza clearly has the highest potential. Nihal is very strong. I'm sure he can improve as well. As for the other kids, would be interesting to see in a couple of years if Prague could be a contender in this format. Abdusatorov as well. Who knows? But for the moment, Alireza is a little bit away, and the others are far away.
Well, continuing with the chat questions, Magnus, and bringing us back to the match a little bit. I admit I wanted to know the answer to this as well, but we have a chat question from Robert Balaji who says, Magnus, was it the change of shirts that brought you back in the game? Because, you know, whether or not it was intentional, you changed your shirt and you came in and won a bunch of games in a row and got right back in the match.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it helped that it cooled me down a little bit, just wearing something lighter, as I spoke about earlier. And I guess I made +4 with this shirt and -3 with the other. So the result sort of speaks for itself.
Well, Magnus, final question before we let you go. Any overall reflections from this year's SCC, and how much are you looking forward to next year's edition? Can we sign you up preemptively?
Yeah, I can just repeat what I said earlier, that you know, I'm happy to win. It's better to win than to lose, but I'm not satisfied. So I'm gonna be back and hoping to establish the dominance that I think I can.
Well, Magnus, we always appreciate your insight. We appreciate the effort, and we definitely appreciated this incredible match. Congratulations on the Speed Chess Championship, and we can't wait to see what you will bring to the table next year.
Congrats, Magnus.
Thank you, guys. Always appreciate you as well.
Thank you very much. That was Magnus Carlsen. Another victory. Amon, another feather in his cap. He has had a chip on his shoulder for what seems like the last year. Online, over the board. He's got a lot of gas left in the tank, doesn't he?
He really does, but I mean, just thinking about what we just witnessed, it was down to the actual wire match between simply two of the greatest players, Danya. So as a fan, I know I'm up here in the commentary booth, but I just like to think I have the best seat in the house because that was pure entertainment.
We certainly do, and obviously it takes two to tango. It takes two to produce a match of this level, and unfortunately for Hikaru fans, he was not quite able to come back, but he played an epic match. We will have Hikaru for an interview in just a couple of minutes. Send over your chat questions. Well, we are back with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Fortunately, he came up short in the SCC final, but it was an amazing performance nonetheless in this match, as well as in the SCC overall. Hikaru, we really appreciate you joining us for an interview. We won't keep you too long. Could you start by sharing your overall reflections on that final segment of the match?
You mean the 1+1 or the final game?
The one, well, perhaps both.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I mean, first things first. I think in the bullet portion, it started off quite well for me. I won the first game. But in the next couple of games, I didn't really get positions where I felt like the flow, the moves didn't seem super easy for me. And Magnus used his time extremely well. So I mean, he built this advantage. Then at the end, I was able to win the second to last game. And this last game, unfortunately, I didn't use my time. I had like 30 seconds, I guess, at the end. But we were both moving so fast there that I wasn't able to stop myself. And Magnus found this great double rook sacrifice. To save the game, and it's what it is. But it was extremely close, and I think considering the start, I'm pretty happy with the match overall.
And Hikaru, I mean, I'm sure that most of us know the answer to this, but this is obviously just not another match for you. I mean, the chance to compete against Magnus in the SCC Finals, I think everyone basically predicted that would be the case. But when you go up against Magnus in the final like this, I mean, what does it mean to you competing against him, and obviously a chance to change the lifetime score? Magnus was speaking about that. I'm not sure if you were listening to the interview as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think to look at the match as a whole, it was very close. There were probably two moments when the match probably could have gone either way. I mean, in a big direction. I would say that at the start, I don't think either of us were super great. Definitely in scrambles, we weren't playing well. But Magnus did start off very fast. And there was this critical game. I don't remember which game it was, but he was up by 2 or 3, and then he had this mouse slip. Then I didn't take the piece, and then we ended up in this very long rook and bishop versus rook game. And, I think if Magnus had saved this game, there's a very good chance it could have gone completely in his direction. And then the other moment was when I was up by 3 after the break. I basically just had a sort of I don't know if you want to call it a brain slip or a hand slip, where I put the bishop on b5 instead of going to c4 like I'd been doing the whole match after he played knight 6 on move 2. And I wasn't really able to reel it back in that game. And I think if in that game I had just played bishop c4 and what I was playing throughout the match, I think there's a very good chance I could have run away with it. But those are really the only 2 moments when I think it could have gone bigly in either direction. After that, I think it was a dogfight, and I mean, it was very close. So I think Magnus said he wasn't happy with his play. I actually wasn't super happy with my play throughout the match either, but it is what it is.
Hikaru, your rivalry with Magnus Carlsen is now extended to the better part of a decade. If you had to compare the sort of stereotypical Nakamura-Carlsen match from 2016 and take one from 2022 or 2023, how do you feel that your and Magnus's styles and approach, particularly to blitz and bullet, have changed over the years?
Well, I mean, first things first, for all the morons in chat who are busy saying stupid things, they'll be happy to hear me say this. But what I would say first and foremost is that, frankly, it was not a rivalry until probably the pandemic, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, Magnus had a great score against me. He won pretty much every match, I would say, that we played. Like, he won the SCC in 2016 and 2017. So Magnus just had a great score against me. So I think saying it's a rivalry is a little bit sort of questionable, because it was very, very one-sided. But certainly since the pandemic began, I've done a lot better overall against him. And so I think it's fair to say that now it is pretty close to a rivalry, because it's like, even today, if you were to take this match after the first few games and go back 5 years, I would have completely folded and lost this match, and it would have been a complete disaster. So I'm really happy with the way that I played against Magnus. Obviously today, he was just simply a little bit better at the critical moments, but I had my chances. And I think when you're playing against, whether you want to call Magnus the greatest or second greatest, all that whole debate, he is one of the 2 best players of all time. And the fact that I'm able to compete with him, I'm very happy.
Yeah, well, Hikaru, obviously this match didn't go the way you wanted, but I guess I was just going to ask you if you had any final thoughts about the match overall, or anything else you wanted to say here, because appreciate you coming on for an interview.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple things. I mean, the first thing that I would say is, there are all these people who think they seem to realize that times don't change, people don't change. And, like, if this had been a match like maybe like 5-6 years ago, I'd probably be very, very upset right now, honestly. But the fact that it was so close, all things considered, I'm very happy. I guess my only regret is I wish I could have flipped the Bullet Chess Championship in this event. Like, I would have preferred to have lost that and won the SCC rather than the other way around. But nonetheless, I'm just very happy that I'm competitive with Magnus overall. And it's been a lot of fun playing the SCC. I mean, I guess like the only thing that I find a little bit disheartening or disappointing is it feels like he's the only other player where it's really, really close. It seems like whenever he or I play other players in the SCC, it turns into these very ugly one-sided matches. So that's the only thing. Perhaps I wish like some other players would come up and be in the matches. But overall, like again, for the match to be so close, I mean, literally one game to be the differential, I could have gone either way. And I mean, I suspect when we have some fun matchups coming up in the near future, it'll be pretty hype as well.
Well, Hikaru, I think I speak for all of us when I say that you gave us 3 hours of unforgettable entertainment, and obviously a new page and a new chapter is still remaining to be written in your affair against Magnus Carlsen. We look forward to that new chapter, and we really, really appreciate you coming on to share your thoughts.
No problem, you guys. Have a good one.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Championship. We got Hikaru here. Hikaru, we appreciate you for joining. What are your initial thoughts after this match?
Yeah, I mean, this match was very, very close. It was a lot of fun. I mean, I think at the start, I definitely wasn't feeling very good about things after the first couple of games. I mean, I even when Magnus blundered very early, he had this magic fortress with the rook and the bishop. So the start was not very good. But then when Magnus had this mouse slip, I think rook e3 or rook e4, or was it rook F? I don't know which file the rook was on. But when he had this mouse slip, then I won this very long rook and bishop versus rook end game. I started to feel a lot better about things, and it started kind of going my way, I would say, after that. It was a very, very, very close match. Perhaps for me, like my big regret was in the in the game after the break, the 3+1. I just put the bishop on the wrong square. I went bishop b5 instead of bishop c4, which was my intention. And I felt like in general, when I played the bishop c4 line, I got pretty good positions overall. And it just, after that, I mean, Magnus was able to claw his way back in. Maybe the last game of the 3+1 I could have drawn, but it was always very, very sketchy. So there were a couple of moments there where it could have been very close, but overall, I think what I would say is just it really came down to a couple of games, couple of moments really, and Magnus was able to use his time just a little bit better, I would say, in the bullet portion specifically. He was able to think at critical moments, and I had 30 seconds when I played Queen F1, and I think if I'd realized, if I'd sort of been in the moment a little bit more, could have like slowed down, I think there was a very good chance I would have just taken on F5 and played Bishop B3 and won the game. But it's what it is, and if that's really going to be the difference between being in a tied match and potentially winning versus losing against Magnus, like I'll take that every day of the week.
Well, congrats, of course, making it this far and like being known who you are. Obviously, 5-time SCC champ. Didn't work this time. One game, right? Anything can happen. You guys got so many games together. How do you prep for this? So it's really like, obviously, he's going to play this, he's going to play that. Like, what's the prep like?
I didn't really do I didn't really do any specific prep, but I looked very briefly at this bishop c4 line. But that was pretty much it. So that was the only thing, was I had looked at this bishop c4 in case he played Sicilian. That was it, basically, because I just figured just play the match. I mean, it's tricky because on one hand, you probably should prepare. On the other hand, it feels like it's borderline between like fun and serious and all that other stuff. So but I just looked very briefly at that, and that's all I did. So yeah, it's what it is, certainly. But again, I mean, as I've said before, when I compare a lot of the matches in the past or games in the past, like it's been very one-sided, and I definitely held my own today. So I'm very happy with the way that I played. And I saw someone in chat actually ask a question, and like, I mean, obviously it doesn't make a difference to the result, but basically, I think when I was ahead by one game or something as I started the game, basically in the Zoom call, they stopped the recording or something. So it was very loud, like recording stopped. And they said like recording started or something like that, because I saw someone did ask that question about what the distraction was. Because basically Zoom call, I guess someone messed up and hit stop recording, and then they hit start recording. And that I heard that on my phone. I was like, what's going on? To answer that question. But yeah, overall, I mean, this match could have gone either way. As I said, the two moments when it could have probably gotten out of control were when Magnus made the mouse slip. If he had saved that easy rook and knight and 2 versus rook bishop 2, that would have been, he probably would have run away with the match. And likewise, when I was up 3 in that game after the break, if I had played bishop c4 like I intended to, I think there was a good chance I would have run away with the match. But at the end of the day, it's what it is. And I think the fact that it was so close, I'm very happy with the result. Maybe the play, not so much, but the result, definitely I'm happy with.
Right, and Hikaru, we saw that in the 5+1 portion. At some point, you were down 2 games. What did you tell yourself to right the ship at that moment?
Well, I mean, I think, I got lucky. You made him outfield with like rookie 3 or whatever it was. But, I think aside from that, the fact is the matches are very long. It's easy to forget that, but, it's 90 minutes of 5, 160 of 3 plus 1 and 30 of 1 plus 1. So it's a very long match overall. And I think certainly with so much time, the fact that I am very good at bullet, I always feel like I can come back. And I think also, even beside that, one of the reasons that I feel like a lot of players kind of fall apart in this format is because they know they don't have a chance in the bullet against Magnus or myself. So like when you look at like the Wesley match or even like the Fabiano's match against me, I felt like when they were down like 2 or 3, it's like they started kind of like over pressing. They started like losing hope and just going all in because they knew that in the bullet they wouldn't be able to keep up with us. And so that's what I felt like was very much that that's the biggest thing, is that I know that I always have a chance in bullet. So it's kind of a little bit easier to reel it back in and play and just keep playing.
So of course you said no real like prep. You looked at a few lines and stuff like that, but that could be different from strategy. Of course, going in here with Magnus and you've seen playing the other games, you was playing A3 and H3s against everybody. But here we obviously saw some real good chess here, right? Of course, some real openings.
I guess you guys want me to give the answer, but I'll just say it. Like Magnus is just much better. Like if I did that against him, I'd lose probably every game almost. And of course, if he did, he'd probably lose a lot of games too. And in a match like this, like it's kind of stupid. And I actually did try against Maxime in one of the games. I just got blown away. So obviously there was that was never going to be happening in this match. But I think overall it was a great match for the fans, and certainly I guess I have to play Magnus on Monday of all things as well, so that'll be that's going to be pretty funny as well, to be honest. But it's all good.
Right. Yeah, no, we watched an amazing match here, and of course we're looking forward to more amazing matches. And you were saying that earlier in your career you were struggling against Magnus. What have you done, or what has changed over the years that makes you more competitive with him?
I think the simple answer is I'm not afraid of Magnus anymore. And afraid maybe is the wrong word to use, but it's like there's a certain psychological advantage that he has over pretty much everybody he plays against. I think at the end of the day, it's because obviously he's the best player in the world. He's been the world champion. I guess technically he's not the world champion now, but regardless of what you want to say, he's the best player in the world. I think for a lot of top players, they basically, it's like you worry about playing against Magnus, you worry about the result and all these sorts of things. And of course, as a pro player, if you get steamrolled by Magnus, it's very bad for the mental part of the game, because it's like, okay, I just got killed by him. Like, what am I even playing for? And I think certainly for me, the biggest difference is that I don't want to be cliche and say I don't care, but basically at the end of the day, I'm not really worried about the outcome. I just try to play my best and be competitive. And I think the fact that it's really just essentially like I feel like I'm playing with house money. Like essentially, I feel like now if I play Magnus and lose to him, like that's expected result. Obviously, I'm a streamer first. I'm not a pro player anymore. I don't study every day like I used to. So I feel like I'm essentially playing with house money, where if I lose, okay, that's fine. Like whatever, it happens. It's, this is not how I derive my income. I'm not like, I don't have these world championship aspirations. If I get there, I get there, but that's not my goal. Whereas in the past, that was exactly the aspiration. So when you're playing Magnus, you feel like you're playing the world champion, you feel like you have to do something special, you have to beat him, and things kind of go wrong. I think he's very good at using that against a lot of the top players, making them just feel kind of hopeless about everything. But for me, because it's not my focus, I can just show up, play as well as play to the best of my ability, I guess I should say. And it seems to be working out, because I think more than anything, I don't have this like mental issue that pretty much everybody frankly has with Magnus, where you make blunders, you miss moves, all these sorts of things. I still sometimes do it, but it's not to the same degree at all.
I think streaming definitely helps a lot for you. Being a streamer first, streaming so much content you put out, seeing so much of the board. Definitely.
Yeah, I think what I would add also on that note that I think a lot of people tend to forget is that's the other thing. Like, when I play Magnus or in the past, so I play Magnus and like I would like lose him. It's just like there's no interaction, there's no community, there's none of this stuff. And now, of course, when I play against him, like even now in this match where I lost by 1 point, like it's just not that big of a deal. A lot of people enjoyed the match. I think it was very, very hyped for the fans, and so there's much more to it than it simply being like a one-off game or one-off match or all that other stuff. And so I think that makes a massive difference in terms of my ability of play, and it's what it is. But I think it was a very close match, and Magnus a little bit better at the critical moments, and he won this time. But I won the Bullet Chess Championship, so it's like I mean, the only thing is, as I said, I would have much preferred if the order could have been flipped. I would have much preferred to have won this and lost the Bullet Chess Championship than have the order reversed. But it's what it is, and everything seems to happen for a reason.
Is what it
Yeah,
is.
and we had a great time watching this match, Hikaru. And I just wanted to ask two final questions. At some point, you turned a 2-point deficit into a 3-point lead. Did you feel like Magnus was perhaps a little bit tilted at that point? And also, what are you going to do to play to the best of your ability on Monday?
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus was maybe a little bit tilted, but I think it's just that he was moving too fast. He was like the flow of his moves, he was like too fast or too slow. And actually, at the start of the match, I was basically too slow. Like in the first couple of games, I was way too slow, and then I got low on time, and I couldn't find the right moves for the most part. And so I think the flow of like slow versus fast is very, very critical to show whether you're in form or not in form. I think Magnus actually mentioned this as well, where if you're getting low on time and you're finding a lot of good moves, it's a clear sign that you're on form. But if you aren't, it's a clear sign that you aren't on form. So that's the first thing. And then the other one was what, as far as Monday?
Yeah.
Was that the question? Yeah, as far as Monday goes, I mean, obviously, I'll do some preparation for that match. It's gonna be it's hard though, because after the match today, like it's hard to find that motivation. Also, because frankly, as far as the Chess Champion Tour goes, as far as the Chess Champions Tour goes, I'm already qualified for the final, so it doesn't have the same feel to it. Like if I wasn't qualified, it would maybe be a little bit different. But since I'm already qualified for the final in December, it's kind of a little bit difficult to find the motivation. But certainly, I would say that playing against Magnus is always a lot of fun. It's much more fun than playing against anybody else. And again, I don't want to be like disrespectful towards other players, but I really do feel like in a lot of these formats, Magnus is the only player where I feel like I can't take liberties and get away with things. Whereas against pretty much everyone else, I feel like I can do like A6 or H6 or all kinds of silly nonsense and still find my way through. But against Magnus, of course, I would just get steamrolled if I ever did that. So, yeah, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll probably look at a few things and go from there. But most importantly, I'm just happy that I'm competitive. I'm happy that even if it feels like it's 10 years too late, frankly, I'm able to actually compete on an even playing field with Magnus. And for me, that actually means a lot. Because that is, like, if I look at my career, like in general, as a pro player, if I look at the things that, like, the regrets I have, one of the biggest ones was the candidates. But then, of course, I had a very good result last time to get rid of that. But certainly all the years of just like, all the years of losing to Magnus, definitely like they left a mark. But even if it feels like it's 10 years too late, at least I can compete with Magnus on an even playing field now.
Beautiful.
All right, so, James, do you have any last questions for Hikaru?
No, that's it, man. The chat loved it. Of course, it was great. It was an epic match. Of course, one game match is really just you and him. That's it. Nobody else. So epic match.
Yeah, actually, I was going to add one. I was going to add one last thing. Also, is like, again, I don't want to be disrespectful towards the other players, but honestly, in this SCC, I mean, with the exception of this match, I literally I was just showing up. I didn't care. Like if I lost the match, I lost the match. But this is the only match where like I actually tried to have some sort of schedule, some sort of routine going into it, as opposed to just showing up and just kind of not caring at all. It's like the only match which like I was able to make a bit of a joke. It's the only match I was really able to get up for.
Right, very strong, and it was definitely a get up for the chat, as we loved it. I mean, it was amazing to watch, and we learned some things from you guys today. So it was a pleasure. See and see you next year too, bro. And
actually, can I add one? I want to add one last thing too, just the very last little bit. But the last thing I did want to add is like the difference between 1+1 and 1+0 was really, really highlighted, I would say. At sort of a couple moments, like Magnus was very good, and I would say this is why when Magnus makes that comment that we're just better at chess, like that's what he means. Is like there's certain moments when you intuitively can sense when you're supposed to stop and think, and Magnus was able to do that very well in the bolt. There were a couple times I did that too. And then unfortunately this final game, I wasn't able to stop myself. But still that is kind of, that is the very, very, like, it's very nuanced, but the difference between 1-0 and 1+1, and also the difference in like sort of the natural ability and the feel for the game is that it's sort of, you can sense when to stop and think. And it's very hard to do, but I think Magnus does it very well. I think I do it very well. And that's actually the biggest difference between 1+1 and 1+0. So yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah, we saw amazing chess by both of you today. And Hikaru, we don't want to keep you too much longer. We want you to enjoy your evening. Do you have any last words for all the fans who are here in the chat, sending in their energy and cheering you on?
I mean, I'm really happy that it was a competitive match. That it was close. As I've said before, I think Magnus generally beats everybody by very big margins. So the fact that this match came down to one game. Came down to one game, and the fact that it really could have gone either way. I'm not really that disappointed. Contrary to what a lot of people in the other chat were saying. So yeah, it was a lot of fun though, and I think this format is great. It's just sad that it feels like if I'm not playing Magnus or Magnus isn't playing me, it seems like we're on another planet, frankly, as far as this SCC format goes.
Right, and Hikaru, I've got one more question. Will you do a recap of some of the close games?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to do a recap. There's so many great games, but I'll do a recap of probably this final game as well as one of the earlier games, or maybe two earlier games. We'll see, but I think I'll do a recap and go from there. But I think that's the main thing about it is, yeah. I mean, I'm not upset. It's all content. It's all great, and as I've said many times in the last couple of years, when I play matches like this, I do feel like I'm playing with house money. There's so many people out there who just think that I'm making it up. I think they think that I still think I'm a pro chess player. I have these ambitions. I mean, as the famous former president George H.W. Bush would say, he's like, read my lips, no new taxes. I would say the same thing, like, read my lips, I'm a streamer first, and I just try to be competitive. And if I'm competitive, that's great. If I'm not, that's how it goes. But that's really my whole philosophy. And it's just a lot of fun to play.
All right. Okay. Well, it was great to hear your thoughts, Hikaru. Again, we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. We look forward to your recap, and we look even more forward to the match against Magnus on Monday.
Let's go.
Yeah, well, I mean, also just to end, trust me, there will be many more games against Magnus besides just on Monday. So stay tuned for news.
All right. I think on that note, Hikaru, we're just going to wrap up over here. Again, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to what that might mean in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries, you guys. You'll hear about it soon enough.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
Have a good one, Hikaru.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Okay, so that was it, everyone. We had Hikaru for an interview, and James, we're just going to wrap up over here. Do you have any final thoughts what we just witnessed today?
Chat, it was a pleasure being with the chat. Always the energy you guys bring. We love you guys. Thanks for vibing and being here with us and bringing that positive energy. Big Bach from every block, Benjamin Bach. Always good to be with Mr. Bach himself. That's been fun. It was great chess, man. Everything was awesome, bro. So it's good times.
Yeah, and it was a great day of chess. Unfortunately, didn't go our way, but that's how it goes. Hikaru will get him back next time. We can count on that. But for now, we're going to wrap up. We wish all of you a great weekend, and we hope to see all of you, during the weekend, but for sure on Monday when Hikaru takes on Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour. We'll see you then.